transport plane lowered their altitude, and the soldiers with parachute packs on their backs dropped down like dumplings. A moment later, tiny flowers bloomed in the night sky. The Allied aircraft didn't dare to come too close to the place de Elatel. The Aryan supermen of the Third Reich had already proved their ground-to-air combat capability with countless scrapped bombers. Steve, beware of possible tank-class soldiers. Luke landed near Champs-Élysées, a famous spot in Paris, a latter-generation shopping destination where luxury stores and high-end restaurants were located. However, there's only a mess now. After the fall of Paris, flags of the Third Reich were hung on both sides of the street, and there were notices for recruiting reserve troops. According to the Strategic Science Reserve Intelligence, there were only Sieglinde and about 30 tank-class soldiers in Paris. Rogers wore a star-spangled banner uniform and a metal helmet similar to that of a pilot, with a round shield behind his back. Next to him were fierce men in full military armor, with a strong presence. The tank class of the Allied side had a total of 28 people, with Luke, whose strength is still unclear, and Rogers of the battleship class. This time, it could be said that they would fight to get rid of Sieglinde and cut off a powerful arm of the Third Reich. Don't blindly trust Allied intelligence. Don't forget, Dr. Erskine died at the military base in Brooklyn. In terms of infiltration, undercover, and assassination, the Strategic Science Reserve has never been a match for Hydra. Luke smiled with a hint of vigilance in his eyes and whispered, "Why did Berlin capture Paris again? The strategic value of this city is very ordinary." Instead of sending an Aryan Superman deep into the hinterland, it was better to let Sieglinde wander around and destroy the Allied defense lines. Guderian is the Imperial Eagle of the Third Reich. He won't do meaningless things. Allied command also agreed with this point, and they feel that Berlin must be planning a terrible scheme. Rogers scratched his head. His face looked puzzled. Perhaps because of the Warden's blood transformation, Captain America has added all of his attribute points to strength this time. Still, his command ability and leadership qualities have been significantly weakened. The destination was the Arc de Triomphe at the Place de Elatel. 6 people in a team move swiftly. Luke didn't say much about the Aryan supermen of the Third Reich, which the Allies knew little of. Stephanie provided most of the information held by the Strategic Science Reserve. They only knew that tank-class soldiers are invulnerable to guns and swords, but their weakness lies in their weak eyes. For the battleship-class soldiers, they had to dispatch naval cannons or even use a wide area of gunfire to really hurt them. Other aspects of the data, such as strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on, were blank. Even with Rogers as a reference, it was difficult for the Allies to make a clear, concise, and practical operational plan. Therefore, the British Prime Minister and the President in the White House could only pin their hopes on Luke. Pray that this Allied Superman can once again create a miracle and save the world. We are inferior to the Germans in number, so remember not to spread out, keep the formation and advance steadily. Before leaving, Luke seriously said, "If you meet Sieglinde, evacuate quickly and leave her to Steve and me." A tank-class soldier is like a newborn baby in front of her. This is Miss Stephanie's own words. Those sturdy, tank-class, Allied soldiers nodded their heads one after another. This unit, code-named Colossus, is led directly by Luke. After a few days of friendly exchanges, these strong men have sincerely respected the young brigadier general in front of them. After all, not everyone could afford the other person's persuasive way of reasoning with your fist. Allied Superman versus Sieglinde is really a good show. A few blocks away, Baron Strucker was watching the Arc de Triomphe with a Goetz telescope. Behind him stood a man wearing a strange mask, who said in a harsh voice, "I still don't understand why you're so attached to Luke Cavill. What's so special about him?" "Of course, you wouldn't understand, Zemo." Baron Strucker took his eyes away from the telescope, turned around and said, "I absorbed part of Red Skull's influence and learned a more profound secret about Hydra. He is Dr. Erskine's serum creation, the first-generation super soldier. Steve Rogers and Luke Cavill are the second generations. But don't you find it strange that the same serum had created 3 different super soldiers?" The man called Zemo was lost in thought and didn't say anything. He was not the one who caused the Avengers to engage in a civil war in the future. The name Baron Zemo was passed down from generation to generation, not explicitly referring to a single person. The first generation, Baron, appeared in front of Baron Strucker, whose real name was Heinrich Zemo, was a staunch fan of the Third Reich and later joined Hydra. I suspect that Abraham Erskine had hidden other technical aspects. You know, he was also a member of the Ahnenerbe Institute. The name and history of Hydra came from that place. Baron Strucker narrowed his eyes and analyzed them carefully. Many people think that Red Skull is the leader of Hydra. He just inherited one of the forces. I and Madam Viper, who is active in the Pacific battlefield, are not as flashy as Red Skull, preferring to hide behind the scenes. So we allowed him to stand center stage. The first generation, Zemo nodded. The history of the Hydra. This is longer than others think, specifically back to the Mayan civilization. The Ahnenerbe Institute has initially been a unique institution created by the Führer to satisfy his own longing for occultism, and specialized in searching for historical relics related to myths. Like the lance of Longinus and Woden's blood transformation technology from ancient Egypt, they were all unintentional gains. Dr. Erskine, who betrayed the Third Reich and took refuge in the Allies, was once a member of the Ahnenerbe Institute. He was also involved in the excavation of Hydra. With this in mind, Zemo frowned and asked, "What do you think he's hiding?" "Inhuman. I especially investigated Luke Cavill. He is mighty, far beyond the realm of super soldiers." Baron Strucker's eyes twitched a little, and he spoke with certainty. "Do you remember the history of Hydra? We're bringing back the banished god. I suspect that Luke Cavill has alien blood. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Erskine chose him. Before that, he and Steve Rogers were just two ordinary people in Brooklyn. Baron Strucker really has a brilliant mind and could link Inhuman and Luke together. If Luke knew this guess, he wouldn't want to laugh out loud. Oh, you want to use General Sank's power and Aryan Superman to control Luke Cavill, and then sacrifice him to the god of the Inhumans as a sacrifice for the Project Distant Star. The first generation Zemo was worthy of being a high-ranking member of the Hydra and quickly smoothed out Baron Strucker's thoughts. The so-called Project Distant Star is an offering sent to the banished Inhuman at regular intervals. The object used is the monolith excavated by the Ahnenerbe Institute. No one knows where the other end of the portal leads to. However, what is certain is that the Inhuman god, who once almost ruled this planet, is waiting to be welcomed back on the other side of the portal. It's a perfect idea. Zemo applauded. However, what if Luke Cavill is not of Inhuman blood, or Sieglind isn't his match? Baron Strucker, smiling like the mastermind behind a sure victory, said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just helping the Third Reich to clear the hurdles while verifying my suspicions. You think there's only one battleship class in Paris? There are two more powerful Aryan supermen like Sieglind. They're on their way." Boom. The distortion halo, like electric light, poured out on the tank-class soldiers wearing Allied uniforms. The latter's shoulder looked like it had been hit by a cannonball, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood, and the white stubble of the bone was exposed, which was particularly shocking. However, this tank-class Allied soldier didn't fall. Instead, he ran into the enemy like a bull in desperation. Dong! The two figures rolled into a ball and grappled with each other. Compared with the tank class of the Third Reich, Allied soldiers are more thick-skinned and can withstand the opponent's output. He clutched his enemy's waist as hard as he could, and his companion rushed up, snagging firmly on the neck and twisting hard. As if picking fruit from a tree, the fragile neck bone was snapped off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The sturdy body fell to the ground with a thud. This fierce battle began 5 minutes ago. Sieglind's battle group, in teams of 3, and Allied soldiers in teams of 6, met on the street that they had to pass before they could reach the Arc de Triomphe. Unexpected encounter, an instant outbreak. The Allied side reinforced their soldiers towards heavy combatants. They are focusing on reforming the body and strengthening their defense. Accordingly, their distortion halo is weakened, and the lethality was reduced. The tank class, soldiers made by the Third Empire, are a bit more comprehensive. They had more time to master their own abilities, and their overall combat power is higher than that of the Allied side. That's why Luke arranged a team of 6 people to avoid fighting alone as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion sounded. Seeing the compatriots killed, the remaining 2 tank-class soldiers combined their efforts to send a wave of dazzling light that enveloped the entire street. The strong airflow was like a rolling hurricane that blew down all the street lamps. The terrifying energy was like a flood of light that poured out of the sky in a flash. The Allied soldiers who just broke the enemy's neck couldn't escape being caught in it. No matter how thick-skinned he is, his defensive power is impressive, but he couldn't stop this kind of fierce attack. In a few moments, the whole person was stripped of flesh and skin by the high temperature, leaving only a charred black skeleton. Fall back! The leader of the 6-man team quickly dodged backward to avoid being hit. Their strength is their numbers and defensive power, and they can fight the Third Empire's tank class in a battle of attrition. Once you fall into the disadvantage of a distortion halo bombardment, you have to retreat in time. This was Luke's plan. In his words, there is no need for rules when dealing with Nazis. Everyone should work together. However, when the situation turns bad, you should know how to retreat strategically, not just mindlessly charge. Let me help. Before the Allied team, which lost 1 person, exited the street, a tall figure in the star-spangled banner uniforms appeared behind them. Follow me. Rogers held the vibranium shield in front of him and strode forward like a Spartan warrior guarding the mountain pass. The powerful distortion halos poured down on the round shield like a tidal wave, but it didn't cause the slightest damage. Luke is correct. As long as I raise my shield, the enemy's attack will focus on one point and won't attack any other vital issues on my body. Rogers broke through the combined power of 2 tank-class soldiers and forced his way in front of them with a single dash. The metal shield drew an arc, just like swinging a powerful downward hook to fly the enemy in front of it. Later, Rogers followed up with a dragon crash kick and kicked the German soldier who hadn't reacted yet. The other's abdomen contracted, bent like lobster, and their bodies rolled and smashed into a glass window on the side of the street. Don't scatter. Go to the next street and join the others. Easily defeating the 2 enemies, Rogers turned around and said so. The tactics they adopted were to form an encirclement in groups of 6 and advance towards the Arc de Triomphe. The Allied soldiers nodded and withdrew from the streets in an orderly manner. Another enemy is coming. Someone warned. Not far away, 3 figures in German uniforms came quickly. I can handle it. Rogers grinned and clenched the vibranium shield with his right hand. Explosive energy erupted from both eyes. I don't know how Steve's side is doing, but I hope he doesn't run into Sieglinde. That German bitch isn't to be messed with. Luke was walking along the wide street leading to the Place de l'Étoile. He was eager to see how strong the battleship-class soldiers could be. He didn't team up with other Allied soldiers and walked alone. It's just that Captain America, who could stand up to Sieglinde, wandered around to solve those tank-class German soldiers and form a complete encirclement. According to the intelligence of the Strategic Science Reserve, Sieglinde is the only battleship class in Paris. If numbers surround Sieglinde, Rogers may get rid of the other party. This was Allied Command's plan. In their eyes, Luke served more of a command role. It isn't very realistic to battle a battleship class head-on. I'm being approached voluntarily. Suddenly, Luke stopped in his tracks, and a strong sense of wariness rose in his eyes. He heard a strong heartbeat, like a drum roll. Sieglinde. At the end of the street, a vigorous figure appeared under the night sky. The well-fitted German uniform outlined the exaggerated lines of a woman. The golden hair braids windlessly moved as if free from gravity. The Allied Superman. Sieglinde's voice was slightly hoarse, and her sharp gaze pierced Luke as if to see through the man. I thought you would be older than this Boy Scout appearance. A guy named Julian told me something similar, and then he died. Luke's mouth curled. He didn't look nervous at all. He felt a vigorous and robust vitality from Sieglinde, like a flaming fireball, releasing great light. She's a worthy opponent. I'm not a rude man who likes to hit women, but there's no need to pay attention to such things on the battlefield, right? Luke seemed to build up his strength, taking each step slowly but powerfully. The solid ground slightly vibrated, opening fine cracks like cobwebs. I only hope you don't cry like a woman, Brigadier General. Sieglinde's eyes were slightly heated, and a bright white light filled them. Like a ball of lightning, the distortion halo burst out and blasted toward Luke, who was coming towards her. The latter didn't choose to resist and dodged the attack with a sidestep. The terrifying energy poured into the street, forming an explosive and powerful wave that turned into a fierce gale. It's about the lethality of a rocket, and it won't do me any harm. Luke judged roughly, and his thoughts moved slightly to wear the suit. Then, with a heavy stomp, his body slammed into Sieglind, who was in a cool down after her attack. The incredible speed made the dark red cloak rattle and turned into a streak of shadow. Luke's right hand clenched into a fist, his muscles twisted into a ball, making a subtle explosion-like sound. Heavy enough to punch through a tank, Sieglind's pretty face is smashed mercilessly. Great strength. I like muscular men. Sieglind caught Luke's moving trajectory, and instead of choosing to defend like the tank-class Julian, she opened her palm and clutched the heavy fist that came down. Dong! The sound of metal clashing with force. The incredible power was like a cannonball, and all of it was bombarded into Sieglind's palm. Her body shook violently, and the German uniform wrapped around her arm was torn apart and scattered into flying debris. The ground on which both legs were based collapsed down. A cloud of dust rose, forming a thick smoke screen. It's my turn. Sieglind's lip bled at the corner. Blocking the punch wasn't easy. However, this female battleship-class soldier didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, she took the initiative to attack. A powerful knee strike connects like a loaded bullet, fast and violent. That was close. Luke's eyes froze. As if anticipating it, he subconsciously blocked downward. His arm was jolted numb. Was in no mood to show mercy to the woman. He turned around and grabbed Sieglind's wrist, twisted his body, and slammed his opponent to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. Boom! The concrete blocks spattered like a rainstorm. Sieglind was embedded deep into the road, stamping out a human silhouette. What strength! What a keen sense of combat! Sieglind had this idea in her head. She occasionally competed with the two other battleship classes, and had never suffered a loss in combat techniques. However, when facing Luke, she was a bit frazzled. Not only because the opponent's power was strong, but more importantly, the allied Superman seemed to be able to anticipate her attacks. Deathstroke's master assassin skill is relatively easy to use. Luke looked down at Sieglind, who was lying in a large, human-shaped pit and didn't intend to say anything more, and lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. As he said before, there's no gender distinction on the battlefield, and taking pity on the enemy is tantamount to murdering himself and his teammates. Boom! 1 foot down. Sieglind crossed her arms and held them in front of her chest. The heavy force was like a steel warhammer, breaking both arms with a bang. The pain was so intense that it went straight to her brain. Sieglind's face distorted, and her eyes were filled with hot energy. She looked at Luke, looking down at her from above. And the distortion halo around her jumped and shot away. As if triggering a chain reaction, the terrifying energy poured out. Boom, 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 like a large number of explosives detonated. Waves of air surged, hurricanes rolled. The entire street was plunged into an explosion. Smoke raised, bricks and stones flying. The concrete floor seems to have been plowed by bombers, full of broken potholes of different sizes. Not bad for a battleship class. Luke is inevitably affected. Even though he is equipped with the Master Assassin skill card and had an excellent combat sense of detecting danger and anticipating the enemy, there's still nothing he could do in the face of a broad-range distortion halo attack. It was like he was in a violent whirlpool, the blast forming shock waves, repeatedly crashing over and tearing at his body. There's still some pain. Luke, who pulled back and broke free, touched a gash on the right side of his cheek. His supervision pierced through the smokescreen and looked at Sieglind, who struggled to get up. This female battleship-class soldier was unable to move her 2 arms. Her German uniform became ragged, revealing some snow-white skin. She looked at Luke, who was unharmed, with a severe look in her eyes. I heard that you were just a super soldier. Sieglind coughed a few times. The blood turned her lips scarlet. But you are better than any Aryan Superman I've ever seen. It's incredible. Luke accepted the compliment unceremoniously and smiled. Isn't it a little late to realize this fact now? Sieglind, as a battleship-class soldier, is indeed strong. She is incredibly close to his current self regarding strength, speed, and will to fight. Unfortunately, to ensure victory in the battle, Luke used Deathstroke's Master Assassin's skill card in advance. Superman's card, combined with Deathstroke's fighting ability, plays a role that's not as simple as 1+1 is more significant than 2. No, it's not too late. Sieglin's voice was a little hoarse. The full release of her distortion halo had caused her to fall into an early state of fatigue. Suppose she can't get rid of the allied Superman in front of her as soon as possible. Getting the chance to turn the tide again would be more challenging. I used to despise those guys from Hydra. They only hide in the dark corners and are always ready to pull their dirty tricks. However, this time I have to admit that they are far-sighted. Sieglin stepped back and looked up at the dark night sky. In the distant sky, German bombers roared. If I bury you with me, there will be no more obstacles to the Third Reich's advance. That's the bomber fleet. Rogers, who led the Allied soldiers and gradually cleared the tank-class soldiers of the Third Reich, suddenly raised his head. He saw dozens of bombers forming a classic dense formation and swooping down. It's the Stuka bombers, the Whistling Death, a shocked Allied soldier said. They are all meat shield type reinforced models, lacking long-range attack means. Moreover, the tank class itself is hardly a serious threat to the highly maneuverable bombers. Unless there's a battleship class, they had a wide range of strikes and were able to execute precise point-blank fire from the ground. Like Sieglind and Siegmund, they are best known for destroying Allied air units. Captain Rogers, we're counting on you. Everyone's eyes turned to Captain America. He was the only battleship class. I'll try. Rogers took a deep breath. He had no experience in dealing with bombers. This is the first time. His eyes glowed with incandescent light. Two balls of lightning-like energy formed, like a long-stored cannonball discharging. The Stuka bomber group that whistled past seemed to anticipate it and pulled up to avoid Rogers' airstrikes from the ground. The two energy balls abruptly fell short of their targets and collided with each other. The powerful airflow almost overturned a bomber. No, we have to find a high point. Rogers isn't as good as the Third Empire's battleship class, which could release distortion halo attacks at will, making it hard even to threaten the bombers. He thought of the Eiffel Tower standing in the Champ de Mars, the landmark building of Paris. Standing on it to shoot planes would be most effective. Boom, boom, boom. As Stuka bombers swooped down, deafening explosions kept ringing. Rogers asked the Allied soldiers to find their own shelters while running towards the Eiffel Tower in Champ de Mars. I wonder how Luke is doing over there. Before that, there was an explosion from a block not far away, probably from Luke and the Third Reich's battleship class, Sieglind. Rogers never doubted the strength of his friend. But he didn't expect the Germans to send not only an Aryan Superman, but also bombers to flatten Paris. He didn't know what went wrong, but the Strategic Science Reserve had a false intelligence. Arguably, the bombers of the Third Reich couldn't have been hidden from the Allied forces and suddenly appeared here. Baron Strucker, you're really well prepared. Seeing the bombers hovering over Paris, Zemo touted, what the Führer failed to do, you have now done. The head of the Third Reich had the idea of bombing Paris before being backstabbed by General Sankt. He had personally ordered General Dietrich von Koltitz stationed there to destroy the city and fight to the last man and die for Germany. Perhaps after staying in Paris for a long time, he was tainted with the French culture. Koltitz, who is known as the Iron General, didn't obey the Führer's instructions to destroy Paris and chose to surrender, thus avoiding the fate of this romantic city being burned to the ground. Against even the weakest enemy, we must use all our strength. Besides, the Allied Superman isn't weak. Even Sieglind is no match for him, Baron Strucker said seriously. But this confirms my judgment. Luke Cavill is by no means an ordinary super soldier. Maybe there is inhuman blood flowing in his body. Initially, Baron Strucker also suspected that Luke might be a mutant. However, considering the other's feud with Sebastian Shaw and his ruthless attitude towards mutants, this guess was quickly rejected by Baron Strucker. It's the time of World War II, and superpowers were a rare thing. The Allies probably only saw Luke as an enhanced super soldier. But Baron Strucker, who knew the existence of inhumans and mutants in this world, couldn't help but think of other places. He thought that there must be something special about Luke. The blood passed down by different guards could possess many incredible abilities after being activated by Terrigen crystals. Luke's strength, speed, recovery ability, and so on, aren't at the level that normal human beings could achieve. The two clues are linked together, and the final answer is ready to be revealed. Will Project Distant Star, which Hydra has insisted on for so long, finally be completed in my hands? Baron Strucker, who thinks he knew the truth, couldn't help but feel an excited little inside. It was as if he had already seen the future scene in which he would receive eternal life from the Inhuman Guard. At that time, not to mention the Allied forces, even if the entire world united, they couldn't resist the inhuman domination of the planet. What's that? The first generation Zemo's surprised voice interrupted Baron Strucker's fantastic fantasy. Zemo, you have to be stable. Everything is under our control. He snarled, picked up the telescope, and looked in the direction pointed by the other party. He saw a green light passing in the night sky. A vague figure sat on it, soaring under the sky. Is that a horse? Baron Strucker's jaw dropped. The Allied Superman summoned an emerald green horse with 2 wings on its back. And it could also fly in the air. This was also an ability from the Inhuman bloodline. This leader of the Hydra had many questions. Although it's said that the spectrum of emotions is only available in the studio next door, the thoughts and emotions of living beings could more or less stimulate the vital energy of the Green Lantern. Luke, who swallowed the Green Lantern corpse disc, harnessed a little bit of willpower, and the emerald green light erupted like an invisible pen, outlining a heavenly horse with 2 wings on its back. Sieglind, who was preparing for the bombing, looked shocked. Her brain briefly fell into a state of blankness. What the hell is this? Where did that illusory, shadow-like, emerald green glowing horse emerge from? We'll fight later. I'm going to take care of some trouble first. Luke, like the Norse god, Odin, the Allfather who controlled the 8-legged horse. Sleipnir took off into the sky in an instant and flew towards the bombers that swept over Paris. The so-called Green Lantern corpse disc is a one-time substitute for the power ring, which didn't need the lamp to charge. It was mainly for emergencies. Its usage time is short and will be scrapped automatically when the energy is consumed clean. It's a unique item of the Green Lantern Corps. There is something wrong with the intelligence from the Strategic Science Reserve, not even knowing about the bombing by the Third Reich. Maybe Hydra is up to something again. Luke, riding on a Pegasus, ablaze with the light of willpower, chased a Stuka bomber under the night sky. The green glow of willpower wrapped around his body, freeing him from the gravitational pull of the Earth. Good heavens! Sir, why didn't you tell me we were going to fight this monster before we left? The pilot of the Stuka bomber quickly told the gunner to fire the 7.92 MG-17 machine gun. Da-da-da, da-da-da, long tongues of fire spewed out and struck Luke's body. Having the Kryptonian suit absorbs most of the kinetic energy. This damage was like scratching an itch for him. Boom, a punch swung out. The metal structure of the flat wing was broken. Like a bird with broken wings, the bomber screamed sharply and fell toward the earth. Next one. Luke stopped and turned around skillfully, like a predator. He flew toward the poor, weak, and helpless bombers. Boom, 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 clouds of dazzling fireworks blooming in the night sky. Baron Strucker, who was full of ambition, saw this scene through the telescope. He was livid and speechless with anger. He didn't know how much time it took to get General Sank to allow Hydra to mobilize a fleet of Stuka bombers. As a result, it was scrapped in less than a few minutes. Are Siegfried and Siegmund here yet? Baron Strucker turned around and asked in a gloomy tone. To deceive the Allies' eyes, they left the front line yesterday and headed for Paris. Counting the time, they should be entering the city. The first generation Zemo bowed his head and replied. He wisely didn't ask why Luke could create a Pegasus and didn't mention that the Allied Superman punched a bomber and turned over the whole fleet. Let's withdraw. Baron Strucker pondered for a long while and made a decision. He was hiding in an unknown corner, watching the opponent fall into his own carefully designed terrible trap, exhausted all efforts and couldn't break free, and finally wait in despair for death. This was a rather fulfilling thing for him. But now, Baron Strucker had lost this mood and his original sense of security. He was afraid that Luke would overturn the roof in the next second and appear inside the room. Using that righteous iron fist, he used to blow up the bomber to give himself an unforgettable lesson. Intense fears have taken root like seeds that were hard to eradicate. It doesn't matter if General Sanct's 3 battleship classes can successfully defeat Luke Cavill. It's none of our business anyway. Baron Strucker saw Zemo's puzzled eyes and deliberately explained, "There's a saying in the East, intelligent people don't stand under a wall that's about to collapse. They know how to stay away from danger. Now, Paris is very dangerous. It's no longer a place where you can watch the excitement. General Sanct has already given my soldiers the Worden's blood body transformation. He and the Third Reich are no longer helpful. To be on the safe side, let's leave first." Zemo was a little stunned. Didn't he say that he wanted to capture Luke Cavill, sacrifice him to the Inhuman Guard, and finish Project Distant Star? This hasn't even started yet. A green light wrapped around his body, like a human torch. Luke strained his ears and heard the sound of a plane engine starting a few blocks away. He wanted to fly over and take a look. But unfortunately, just like Ultraman, whose energy was about to run out, the original willpower color flickered, a sign that the Green Lantern Corp's disk was about to expire. "I have to land first." Luke scanned the city with his supervision, and his sharp eyes caught sight of a brightly shining bald head and a sneaky figure wearing a mask. Hydra, it's them. He recognized one of them, Baron Strucker, the man who took Bucky from Klausenburg. He silently noted this. When the Third Reich is finished, he'll go after him again. Locked in on Sieglin's position, Luke manipulated what little energy he had left and landed on the ground. "Miss, if you are willing to turn your back on the dark and join the Allies to help you resist the dictatorship and tyranny of the Third Reich, I believe that the top Allied leaders will understand your difficulties and accept your defection." Luke had just stood firm when the green light of willpower that enveloped his body disappeared. He looked at Sieglin, who was a battleship class with unique recovery ability. He only left for a few minutes, and the 2 broken arms had healed in succession. "Brigadier General, your strength has won my respect. If you can throw yourself into the embrace of the Third Reich, General Sanct will surely give you a generous reward." Sieglin said sincerely, "I am already the youngest Brigadier General of the Allies, and I may be promoted to Major General after the war. Maybe in a few years I'll be able to assume the position of Secretary of Defense and then enter the White House. Tell me, what bargaining chip can General Sanct give? The Third Reich can't even protect itself." Luke was unmoved. "Berlin could only write one blank check after another. Other than that, there's nothing to give him. It's a pity. General, it would be nice if you were German. A man as strong and powerful as you in combination with me will be able to breed perfect genes beyond battleship class." Sieglind was outspoken. Her blue eyes looked straight at Luke. After the fierce battle earlier, the German uniform could only wrap around the vitals, and a large part of her skin was exposed to the air. "Tusk, a bad woman who craves my body." Luke's eyes didn't even squint, showing a righteous face. Hey, Claudia, I'm much taller than this guy. Are you sure you don't want to consider me?" A German soldier with black hair walked out of the house reduced to ruins in the bombing. He is 2 meters tall, like a human statue cast in steel, and his gestures were full of vitality and strength. He also carried a bloody head in his right hand that used to be a tank-class Allied soldier. "Shut up! I told you, call me Sieglind. You bastard," Sieglind said in an unpleasant tone. "Siegmund, don't underestimate this would-be Major General. He deserves to be called Superman more than the inferior ones. If we fight alone, any one of us may not be his opponent." 2 Aryan supermen, one in front of the other, blocked Luke's way, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Well, the guy is quite good at fighting planes, destroying a fleet of bombers with his bare hands. However, as General Sanct said, I am the battleship class with the strongest potential. The real Aryan Superman, another figure came. Blonde, blue-eyed, with robust facial features, wearing the same German uniform as Sieglind, the man looked at Luke with a hint of excitement and seemed eager to start the battle between supermen. "Siegfried, you egomaniac idiot. This isn't your one-man show." Sieglind covered her face, knowing full well what would happen if she belittled Luke. The young Brigadier General of the Allied side will never give the enemy a chance to breathe once he gets the upper hand. I said, Guys, are you done talking? Luke moved his muscles a bit, and with the effect of master assassin skill still in development, he quickly entered the combat state. The sharp eyes swept over the three battleship classes and finally rested on Siegmund, who was carrying the head of the allied soldier. Now that the players are in place, the game begins. Slightly unkind words fell. Luke stomped on the ground, and the strength in his body surged like the tide. The tall and straight figure turned into a blur. It was wrapped in raging air current, like a sports car that sped up instantly and closed in on Siegmund in an instant. Speed and strength, not bad. Feeling the strong air coming from the front, Siegmund threw away the head in his hand and showed a cold smile. His palms clenched so hard that the muscle fibers looked like twisted steel wires. Under the terrifying force, his whole skeleton made cracking sounds. A fist shot out like a heavy cannon. Luke, who also made his fist swing, had a sudden change in his sharp eyes. At this time, he had the battle sense and melee ability of Deathstroke, the most remarkable tactician and assassin in the studio next door. As a mortal, he had repeatedly singled out the Justice League and Teen Titans World's top mercenary. Plundering life was as natural as breathing for the Deathstroke, and his accumulated combat experience was extremely rich. Up from the superheroes down to the villainous villains. They were likely to appear on his solve list. As long as you give enough money, there was no head that Deathstroke couldn't cut off, so says the advertisement released to the public. He still had several failures. In any case, as Deadpool's first cousin, Deathstroke's martial arts skills were considered at the peak level of human beings. In comparison, it was possible that Lady Shiva, her two senior martial brothers, and her daughter could be challengers. The close-quarters combat skills of such a powerful being accumulated through countless slayings. How terrifying would it be? Luke quickly answered. He tilted his head, avoiding the heavy artillery like uppercut with precision. Strong airflow hit his face, blowing the short black hair. Luke didn't change his expression. He seemed to know that the guy couldn't hit himself with this punch. While Siegmund closed his fist, he hugged his opponent's neck with both hands and pushed forward hard. His knees suddenly went up and slammed into his abdomen. The series of actions were crisp and agile as if they had been done countless times. The rich experience from Deathstroke told him that the nerve sensitivity around the abdominal cavity filled with many organs was extremely high. As long as he struck here, he could immediately cause severe abdominal pain, making it difficult for the enemy to breathe, causing muscle spasms, and quickly losing the ability to fight. The fact is just as Luke expected. Even though Siegmund is a battleship class with outstanding physical qualities, he is still a human being. Poof. The powerful knee strike caused Siegmund to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt his abdomen turn upside down, his organs stirred into a mess, and his breath choked. That hurts. Siegmund leaned forward, bowing into a giant lobster, almost kneeling. In one look, he was crushed by Luke's display of combat sense. Not done yet, a deep voice from above rang in Siegmund's ear. The hands that were tightly wrapped around his neck pressed down heavily. The fragile neck bone made a crack sound, and the pain, like pins and needles, rushed to his brain. The whole person fell. Boom! Siegmund's muscular body, like a cannonball, smashed into the hard concrete floor. The arrogant face was in direct contact with the dirt. The blood flowed freely from his nose, and in a short time his whole face was covered with blood. In less than 20 seconds, this battleship class came to a miserable end. Asshole, I'm going to twist off. Siegmund was furious, like a roaring bear. He was about to turn over and climb up when Luke kicked him back. I didn't say you could stand up yet. There's a strong sense of insult in his playful tone. Siegmund, who was unilaterally marked, almost went crazy. He braced his hands on the ground, his bulging muscles swelling through the German uniform. With a jerk, he forced off the foot on his back. Those eyes, filled with anger, were full of blazing energy. A ball of lightning like high-temperature aura was about to erupt. Die! Before Siegmund could do anything, a hand as strong as an iron pincer was pressed against his face. It was like a sledgehammer hitting the battleship class in the face, breaking his nose and making it bleed. The uncontrolled and terrifying energy poured out directly from between Luke's fingers, like a dazzling arc of lightning that struck his palm. For a while, the zai-zai sound of electricity was incessant. I said I didn't say you could stand up. Don't you understand? Luke's voice sounded faint, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Even if the palm of his hand were attacked by Siegmund's distortion halo, it would burn into charcoal. The terrifying high temperature, coupled with the destructive light ball that can bombard a tank, quickly stripped away the surface skin, and the blood that gushed out was evaporated, exposing the white stubble of bones. Such a shockingly serious injury on Luke, as if not worth mentioning. It didn't even qualify in making him frown. The palm of his hand, which was almost wasted, was still holding Siegmund's head like a basketball. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. After a few breaths, the charred flesh of the right hand began to wriggle, and the necrotic skin grew back. Although the healing process isn't fast, it's safe to assume that Luke's palm will be back to its original state in about 10 minutes or so. This guy doesn't feel pain. Siegfried, the arrogant blonde guy, felt chills. Although they were Aryan supermen, they had experienced the intense pain of human transformation. They must have solid nerves and a strong will. But it's also challenging to be like Luke, frontally withstand a shot of distortion halo, and still be indifferent to the point of apathy. The young brigadier general of the Allied side didn't even raise an eyebrow. His eyes remained calm as always. I certainly felt it. Luke lifted his right hand and firmly grabbed Siegmund's entire head and slammed him into a wall like he was throwing garbage. As if he had seen through Siegfried's idea, he said to himself, the blood and flesh writhing, the sharp pain that pulls at the nerves, and the itch that grows in the skin, like 1,000 ants crawling around, makes you want to scratch. The feeling of it all was so clear that I couldn't ignore it, but it was as if I had experienced it countless times before, without any inner turmoil, even I didn't know why. The blander the tone, the more the two remaining Aryan supermen's scalps tingled. In their hearts, Luke's image had changed from what it was. It turned into silent fortitude with the will of steel, even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. In layman's terms, it's getting scarier and scarier. Luke was far from being as calm as he appeared to be. It's only the combat sense from the death stroke that made him choose to ignore this pain. The years he spent in the mob with his uncle, learning how to kill people, allowed Luke to get used to the cheapness of life. But he didn't get to the level of a heartless person, no matter the broken arm or leg. He wasn't moved, and was determined to move forward toward a goal. Deathstroke had strong self-healing ability, so it is inevitable to adopt a crazy way of fighting. So in the battle, injuries for injuries. Shot by machine gun, an arrow through the chest, organ rupture. He has experienced all kinds of serious injuries. Injury, self-healing, then re-injury. This continuous cycle had sharpened Deathstroke's tough nerves. Like Edelman's metal sculpture, this steel will also become part of the combat sense and is reflected in Luke's body. In the future, I can exchange a few more of them, so I might be able to turn Deathstroke's combat sense into my own instinct. Luke, whose thoughts were floating, couldn't help but think of using skill cards to brush up on his own proficiency. Although the studio next door is a little darker, everyone is talented and speaks well, so it is best to use it as a tool. Let's just go all at once. Luke recessed his thoughts, looked at the ruined street, took a step forward and said, "There's not much time left for you." Sieglin took a deep breath and looked at Siegfried standing nearby. The two battleship class said nothing and looked solemn. They all realized that, fighting alone, they had little hope of defeating Luke. The opponent's strength wasn't inferior to Aryan supermen's, and maybe even stronger. The rich experience in combat looked as if he had been trained since an early age and brought up in a sea of blood. Luke ultimately makes up for the lack of means of attack, fearless of pain, decisive action, and fantastic self-healing ability. He was the most indestructible human weapon. It's a 2-to-1 situation, so I don't think the chances of winning this game are low. Siegfried strode out without fear. The whole person moved like a tank driving by and made heavy noise. As the battleship class, finally produced by General Sankt, he had great potential. All of his data and physical fitness were better than the other two comrades. Although Siegfried was burly and stood 2 meters tall, standing there like a hill, this guy was only 14 years old. So it's no exaggeration to describe him as a child. Sorry for the long delay, but it's 2 against 2. Rogers, carrying a shield, stepped into the battlefield. The street was left in ruins under the successive explosions. I hope I'm not too late, Luke. Luke, who was ready to solve the remaining 2 battleship classes with all his might, shrugged his shoulders and said, Steve, showing up now it just looks like you're snatching the last blow. Rogers didn't get it. He was used to the novelty of words coming out of his friend's mouth and sighed. We can talk later. Where did your flying horse come from? I've asked several times about your cloak and battle suit. Surprising people constantly, it's my specialty. Luke took it lightly. He hasn't figured out who to blame yet. Maybe Hydra. They study alien technology while incidentally creating a polymer nanosuit. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Anyway, Hydra can't stand up and defend themselves. They'll just take the blame. If you want to chat, hold off. This is a battlefield. Steve, choose one. I recommend Miss Siegland, who has just experienced a fierce battle and needs a boy scout like you to regain her confidence. Rogers glanced at Siegland, who was ill-looking. He wanted to say weakly that he won't hit a woman. However, the other party didn't give Captain America a choice. She directly waved her fist and rushed over. Siegfried, it's time to prove that you are the best among us. Although Rogers was also a super soldier, he was strengthened after being transformed by Worden's blood. But Sieglin's intuition told her that this guy was much weaker than the young brigadier general of the Allied side. Therefore, without saying anything, her fist smashed directly into the shield. Boom! Why did I involuntarily hit the shield when I was aiming at his head? Punched at the 5-pointed star on the vibranium shield consecutively. Sorry, ma'am. Rogers sunk his feet into the ground and blocked Sieglin's punch, then clenched his left fist and struck his opponent straight in the shoulder. Rip! The German uniforms that had suffered so many impacts were torn off instantly. All of a sudden, the scene of spring. Sorry, ma'am. Rogers, who took a glance, subconsciously tried to turn his head away from the snow-white scenery, but Sieglind gave him a heavy punch. This battleship-class female soldier didn't care about exposing her body and even approached him boldly. You don't look like a warrior at all compared to the general. Sieglind grunted coldly and seized the opportunity to strike a violent blow as if to let out the anger from the previous frustration. Poor Rogers. He didn't understand the futility of acting like a gentleman in battle. Luke saw Rogers, whose cheeks swelled and fell into a disadvantage. He shook his head and said, I hope it turns into a good lesson for him. Your opponent is here. Siegfried, who had been sitting on the sidelines for a while, saw his partner gaining the upper hand and attacked as well. He wondered how strong the battleship class of the Allied side was, but he didn't expect it to be a useless guy. After seeing Luke's ability to crush Siegmund in close quarters combat, Siegfried changed his mind and unleashed the distortion halo. He was more meticulous in manipulating energy than his companions, a dazzling ball of lightning compressed inward, horrible emitting fluctuations. I'd like to see how strong your self-healing ability is, Siegfried grinned. Bright balls of light floated around him. He headed toward Luke, step by step. The terrifying energy was enough to level the street all over again, ionizing the air and distorting it with a blur of colors. Since fighting harder won't work, let's change the method and compete with our own strengths. Okay, I'll admit it's something. Luke expressed his affirmation for Siegfried's straightforwardness. He was at the center of the explosion and couldn't have survived. If I can get rid of a major problem for the Third Reich, then my sacrifice will be worthwhile. Siegfried's eyes looked fanatical, ignoring his burly figure, which was a brainwashed 14-year-old boy. One of the reasons why General Sankt chose Siegfried was because he joined the Hitler Youth Organization. It is a national institution dedicated to recruiting young people between 13 and 18 to train military personnel and loyalists. The team competition was encouraged in the youth group, and a sense of collective honor was created, instilling fanaticism toward the Third Reich. General Sankt took a fancy to Siegfried's loyalty, and by subtle means transferred it from the Führer to himself and the future of the Empire. Brigadier General, you are the only hope of the Allies. If you are annihilated here, Sieglind will attack London next and twist Churchill's head off. Then there's New York, Washington, D.C., put an end to this confrontation with an effective blitzkrieg. At that time, the Third Reich will carve up half of the world. And I will be the hero who laid this magnificent foundation. Siegfried walked steadily and slowly at every step, compressing the energy ball released from his body and spending all his energy. Only by talking to entrap Luke, he tried to prevent this allied Superman from turning around and running so it wouldn't fall short. I was only going to fight you as a mediocre super soldier. Luke seems to look as if he felt helpless. He knew that the general battleship-class energy manipulation was relatively rough. Immediate release, detonation, and causing damage through high temperature and shock waves. As the most potential and youngest Aryan Superman, Siegfried is better at controlling it. He once stood on the Berlin walls and used a spherical light blast to slaughter tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners, and had the fantastic feat of bombing a group of tanks and penetrating a fleet of troops. Siegfried is the strongest of the three battleship classes in terms of long-lasting combat ability and energy attack. If the opponent were playing a one-on-one limit competition, it would really be a bit tricky. At this moment, the street was filled with explosive barrels. All it takes is a spark, and the horrific explosion will destroy all living things in the area. All right, I'll stop pretending. Luke thought it would be better to end the fight as soon as possible rather than spend half a day recovering from his injuries awkwardly. With a thought, he opened the panel Upgrade. Thanks to the great propaganda from the Allies, there were many miracles and unexpected victories, which made the rising speed of the reputation points rise steadily and rapidly, just like the stock market. Luke met the upgrade requirements of the LV2 Soldier's card when he defeated Red Skull and destroyed Hydra headquarters. However, as a veteran game grinder, he didn't complete the upgrade immediately and habitually used the LV1 civilian card. At that time, Luke didn't know the existence of Aryan Supermen, and he didn't think there would be any powerful enemies during World War II which could threaten his own life. If the Sorcerer Supreme in Karmataj wanted to trouble him, he would have drawn a circle and came through the door long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Apart from the Ancient One, the many demon guards hiding in other dimensions, or Odin, the Allfather, far away in Asgard, rarely interfered with the mundane world. That's why Luke said he wanted to be a mediocre super soldier to get along with the rest of the group. It may also cause all the forces to be wary with too much power, becoming a target out in the open, although he didn't care. Sitting at the poker table and playing the game is just a personal pleasure. Anyway, he had the guts to turn the table at any time. Like now, the dramatic changes in the timeline of World War II and the emergence of Aryan Supermen caused the trajectory of the world's future to get blurred. Luke, who lost his primary advantage, felt it necessary to change himself more in line with the image of Superman. With a slight movement of the mind, the upgrade began. The panel consumed a massive amount of reputation points, just like a bottomless pit, almost to the very bottom. It's like the stock market in a financial crisis, having a crazy meltdown. Luke thought silently with a bit of heartache. When the war is over, gathering reputation won't be easy. I'm afraid I'll have to look a little further away. For example, the 9 realms. The process of upgrading was fast and straightforward, and he didn't experience any pain. Luke was prepared to accept the possible changes. For example, the body would emit golden light, hair color becoming red, orange, blue, or purple. Or, like Roger's serum injection, he would suffer inhuman pain and needed a strong will to survive. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and the upgrade was completed quickly. Is this what it's like to use a cheat? Luke stretched out his hands and clenched his fists hard. His perception became sharper, and he could perceive the terrifying power rushing through his body that was tens of times greater than before. The whole person was like a quiet, active volcano, which could cause devastating and terrible disasters at any time. This isn't the limit, Luke murmured. The rapid rise of power brought about a rapidly expanding desire. For a while, he had the illusion that he could punch Odin and kick the Ancient One and do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, his remaining reason suppressed this impulse. But beating a few Aryan Supermen isn't a problem. Luke's eyes slightly glowed with heat, and he only needed to concentrate on releasing a high-temperature ray that evaporated flesh and blood. The yellow sun energy, which wasn't enough to support the attack, was continuously absorbed and transformed. He even felt that his body became lighter, and Earth's gravity no longer bound him. I've come this far because of my natural talent and hard work. The card is just an aid. Got to give it to him. Luke was quite shameless, just like his crossover predecessors. He opened the panel with his thoughts. Host Luke Cavill loaded card. Super Demon LV2 ability. Nature Extraction active. Bioforce Field active. Flight active. Heat Vision active. Psychic Immunity passive. Stellar Energy passive. Achievement. Legendary Man, the Bioforce Field seems to have changed. After glancing at the updated data, Luke converged his thoughts and refocused his attention on the battlefield. It's well known that when a critical breakthrough is made, a near-death explosion is made, or an off-court commentary is provided, the outside world is typically in a state of suspension. So, when Luke finished his upgrade, Siegfried hadn't gotten in front of him yet. "Brigadier General, let's embrace death together." Before Siegfried finished his last words, Luke subconsciously put away the bio-force field and stepped forward. Boom, just one step. Smoke fluttered and spread everywhere. The concrete can't bear the terrible force, and cracks spread like cobwebs in all directions, as if a loud prehistoric creature stomped the earth. Heat vision. Luke's eyes focused to one point, and a glowing red light filled it. The majestic energy poured out, turning into two beams of high-temperature rays. Just like cutting butter with a hot knife, it cut Siegfried straight down the middle. TSSSSSS. The dazzling balls compressed inward, a burst of white energy. They were about to level the street. Luke was in the center of the explosion, but no hurry. He directly opened the bioforce field and wrapped himself in it. Rumble. Like dozens of tons of hammers, strong shock waves hit the invisible barrier head-on, sending out a booming sound wave. Luke's expression didn't change, and he walked on. He expanded his bioforce field to cover the bruised and battered Rogers to prevent him from being affected. Immediately after, a crimson beam of light streaked straight through. The horrified expression on Sieglin's face solidified at that moment. The high-temperature rays that evaporated flesh and blood penetrated this battleship-class female soldier's heart. She died without pain. There's one more. Luke kept walking amidst the flames of the explosion and the smoke and dust that swirled. The bioforce field both isolated everything for effective defense and allowed him to control the output better. For example, when Superman lifted an airplane, according to the power analysis, he should pass through the aircraft like a needle instead of directly raising the plane. As well as the most classic problem, when Superman catches his girlfriend, Lois Lane, who was falling from the sky at high speed. Usually, the latter's charming body would be broken into 3 pieces instead of lying in her boyfriend's warm, solid arms and giving him a lingering kiss. The answer to all these questions. It was the bioforce field. Cough, cough. Hail the M. Siegmund, who Luke beat initially, lost his fighting ability and left early, still wanted to say a few loud villainous slogans. But Luke didn't give him a chance, taking his head away with a burst of his heat vision. After completing the card upgrade, the Aryan Superman, who had initially been able to fight with him toe-to-toe, was too weak. Even if it was a hand-to-hand fight, 1 against 3, Luke, whose strength was constantly rising, could still dish out a one-sided beating. "I thought I could help you." Rogers, who remained conscious, was dragged forward by the bioforce field and spoke with some frustration. Captain America thought that when he became a battleship-class soldier, things would be different. Unexpectedly, he couldn't get an advantage against Sieglind, and he needed Luke's help. "Everyone needs to grow, Steve. Being a combat genius doesn't happen overnight." Luke consoled aloud. "Do you think it's easy for me to have this power? It's not. I suffer every moment of my life in ways that ordinary people shouldn't. It's something you can't imagine or experience. Muscle repeatedly reconstructing, mental suffering, and keeping my sanity and losing myself to external things. This is the price of gaining strength." Rogers couldn't help believing Luke's solemn expression and low tone. Captain America bowed his head in shame. He only saw Luke's strength but never thought about the pain that the other side silently bears. "You stay in Paris and send the news of victory back to London. I have one last thing to do." Luke removed the bioforce field covering Rogers when the fallout cleared and the smoke subsided. He looked at Paris, which was almost in ruins, and his eyes flashed slightly. It was time to end the war. "What are you going to do?" Rogers subconsciously asked. "Going to Berlin." Luke stepped forward a few steps, and the ground shook violently. His tall and straight figure instantly shot to the sky. The dark red cloak was like a flag fluttering and waving until it disappeared into the clouds. He can fly. Roger stood in ruins with a blank face. When did this happen? Flying wasn't a great feeling. There was no such thing as a smooth, comfortable, and accessible experience. On the contrary, with the increasing speed, the air compressed into a dense and highly thick substance, which was like sticky glue, making it impossible for people to do anything. It looks like I'll have to get used to it in the future. Luke felt the turbulent flow of air and silently thought so. If he hadn't opened his bio-force field at high speed, he would have been on fire, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere. A little faster. Boom, boom, boom. In the clouds, a continuous explosive sound emitted. If Luke was compared to a fighter plane, he would be in a full sprint at about Mach 1 or 2. The bio-force field could isolate the external high-temperature friction, but it couldn't stop the turbulent air currents from wrapping the entire body tightly. Every time he accelerated, the resistance was like an iron wall in front of him. The seemingly weightless gas would become extraordinarily strong after being continuously compressed. If only we had the power of the Speed Force. Luke was thinking wildly and remembered Superman and the Flash's race. Considering the unscientific and extraordinary existence of the Speed Force, a powerful plug-in that could beat down the rules of physics to the ground repeatedly, Superman would most likely not be able to outrun the Flash. There have been several such matches in the comics, except for 2 ties. They were won by the Flash. It's a pity that the Speed Force is only of use to the Flash in terms of sacrificing to the heavens, restarting the universe, pushing people, saving people, and so on. It rarely played a role in frontal combat. So much so that it's often teased that the way the Flash fights was to spin around like crazy, make the enemy dizzy, and then push them down. I wonder if the heart of the Justice League would come over the wall for a visit. Luke smiled, but he had to admit that the existence of the Flash, Barry Allen, diluted the dark style of the studio next door. If Central City and Gotham are put together, it looks like 2 cities from 2 different worlds. Berlin, here I come. Ending the meaningless thoughts, Luke, like a human supersonic aircraft, blasted through the sound barrier. Above the clouds, cone-shaped clouds kept appearing. The journey from Paris to Berlin was about 800 kilometers. It took 12 days to walk. It took a day and a half by bus. It took 6 hours by train. Luke, on the other hand, only needed a few moments to get there. Bang! A loud sound erupted, like a bomber dropping shells. The Underground Research Institute in Berlin suddenly shook. A tall figure passed through the thick concrete floor and slammed into it, the steel armor like battle suit, the fluttering dark red cloak, and how it descended from the sky shocked people. Are you the Allied Superman? Good heavens. Luke's photos had been published in newspapers worldwide, and his appearance has long been known to everyone. However, this is the first time the Superman image was officially used. The Third Reich is finished. Leave or resist. You're free to choose. Luke used his supervision to scan through the structure and layout of the Underground Institute and recorded it all in his mind. The concrete brick wall couldn't stop Superman's gaze, and it took less than a few seconds to locate General Sankt. When they heard the news that the Third Reich had collapsed, the researchers in white coats were at a loss, not knowing whether to believe or remain suspicious. But they were all intelligent enough to get out of the way, whether the news was accurate or not. None of the people here could stop Luke. Instead of being punched and killed by this allied Superman, it's better to retain a sound body and strive for continued loyalty to the Third Reich. This was not cowardice, but following one's inner will. The researchers look at each other and reach a tacit understanding. The allied bastard. Meanwhile, a fanatic stood up and bravely stood in front of Luke. Before he could finish his words of rebuke, he was vaporized by heat vision and turned into a charred black skeleton. Courage is commendable. Who else? Luke looked around, spoke with a gentle tone, and no one could see any cruelty at all. But just moments ago, everyone witnessed him take the life of a fellow human being. After a few moments, the room was silent, and no one answered. Luke walked forward with a straight face. He didn't have a no-kill policy and held no compassion for the enemy. During those years of painting the house in Brooklyn, Uncle Frank had said countless times of what would happen if he kept ridiculous compassion on the battlefield. Therefore, even if Sieglind was a woman, Luke didn't hold back. She wasn't a sinless person without blood on her hands. There was no need to waste too much emotion. Boom! Luke kicked open the door of the war room. General Sankt, who took the lead in the rebellion and became the new leader of the Third Reich less than a month ago, sat in a chair. In front of him are many maps of war zones, and many places were marked with red pens. It was clear that the general was determined to save the Empire from its downfall. Unfortunately, in the end, it failed. I thought the Empire could hold on for a while, at least until the next batch of Aryan supermen was made. General Sankt looked calm and wasn't surprised at all by Luke's sudden visit. Baron Strucker assured me that as long as I was willing to join Hydra, they would provide for my departure. You just came too soon, Brigadier General. Luke smiled and asked, "Will you really run away, General Sankt? Leave the Third Reich, hide where no one can find you, and wait for the day when you make a comeback?" When he entered the door, he had already swept the war room with supervision to ensure there was no problem. After all, in so many film and television works, the desperate villain always makes a crazy move in the end. In the second drawer on your right, there's a Luger P-08 pistol and 4 bullets. Luke said quietly, "General Sankt, it seems that you plan on being buried with the Third Reich, which has already lost its power." The new leader, who had forcibly renewed Berlin's lifespan, nodded and said thoughtfully, "How can a qualified captain abandon his ship, even if she's going to sink? I respect your passion for your country, but you should know that the Allies would prefer to have you tried in a military court, preferably in front of the whole world, and executed in public as a butcher, executioner, and conspirator." Luke said indifferently. The Führer left early, leaving General Sankt as the target of the crowd's anger and hatred. I can give you a copy of the original Brood plan, which hasn't been completely deciphered yet. General Sankt was at a loss. After learning from Baron Strucker that the battleship class was probably not Luke's opponent, he lost interest in the perfect Aryan. Aryan supermen who couldn't even defeat a super soldier, they can't be called perfect. Let me end my life decently, Brigadier General. Luke thought for a moment and accepted the deal with pleasure. It didn't make any sense to catch General Sankt and give him to the Allies anyway. Trial by a military court is just a process. Allied leaders were looking forward to sharing the cake and distributing benefits. As for the post-war liquidation, it was just an after-dinner dessert to show the victor's power. In the original historical timeline, after the Führer committed suicide, he asked his men to burn his body into a mass of charcoal. Many people once doubted whether this was a trick to get away by faking his death, but they didn't track anyone down after looking for his whereabouts. A few minutes later, the sound of a gunshot came from the war room. Immediately afterward, Luke came out, broke the roof without saying a word, and bolted into the sky. He was looking down on the devastated Berlin. He seemed to have seen the collapse of an empire, the end of a war, and the end of an era. So, who will be the master of the new era? The corners of Luke's mouth rose as he stood quietly above the clouds. With the death of 3 battleship classes in Paris, General Sankt shot himself at the Underground Research Institute, and the crumbling Third Reich finally collapsed. The world war that lasted for many years came to an end. When the news of the victory was sent back to London and then sent to the White House by radio, the top leaders of the Allies were excited. Many members immediately held a press conference, which was widely publicized to win public opinion. Those looking forward to the arrival of peace and the smoke dispersed have also taken to the streets and revealed all night. It was said that New York was brightly lit that night, just like a sea of light. But a few days later, more attention was drawn to Luke, who once again made headlines in the newspapers. A black and white photo on the front page of the New York Times. It shocked half the world. It generated a frenzy of debate. The photo shows a young brigadier general in metallic armor standing high in the sky with his cloak fluttering like a flag. Because the angle and light were well grasped, Luke, whose face was blurred, gave off a strong overall presence. Just like those heroes who came out of mythical epics, bathing in golden light, imposing. A flying Superman. I heard that the brigadier general flew to Berlin and ended the war. I also know that Commodore Cavill fought for 3 days and 3 nights in Paris alone, against hundreds of Aryan demons summoned by the Führer, and finally used up half of his life before he sealed them and sent them back to hell. Haha, you know nothing. The latest news is that the mustached Führer in Berlin sacrificed millions of lives and turned himself into the king of hell, If General Cavill didn't show up, the whole world would have been destroyed. Yeah, long live the Allies. Brigadier Cavill is a war hero. Before long, similar rumors spread throughout the United States. There was even a tendency for exaggeration and spreading even more. Everyone in pubs, restaurants, streets and alleys talked about it as if they had seen it with their own eyes. The most outrageous thing is that Luke's heart touched an Aryan female demon named Sieglind and details of emotional entanglement. After this version, the tragic story of a German country girl was cruelly transformed into a devil by the Führer, but fortunately, she was helped by the Allied Superman to restore her conscience, came out. Even the people in London weren't idle. Many third-rate writers started to use the plot of Merlin, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table on Luke, making up all kinds of strange experiences. One of the most widely spread is that Luke came from a mysterious family of demon hunters, known as the Walking Pile Driver, and friend of the female warlock, and was later inspired by the fairy in the lake to join the Allied nations to fight against the evil Axis. Because of all kinds of news flying around, the general public ignored the most crucial information on the photo. That is, the Allied Brigadier General, who is a super soldier, could fly. The battleship class, soldiers who punched and kicked tanks in Berlin, were still within the acceptable range. However, the sudden flying ability, as well as the metal armor that no one had ever seen before, quickly aroused some people's inquiry. "Colonel, I'm just asking you to help spread the word. I never intended it to be ammunition for all kinds of stuff. Look, the secret past of Brigadier General Luke Cavill and the Aryan Devil must be revealed. And this, the truth behind the demystification of the Allied Superman, the years I spent as a demon hunter in London." At Bletchley Manor on the outskirts of London, Luke spread out the recent newspapers and looked at Colonel Phillips, who looked smug. He said helplessly, "Uncle Frank called me the other day and told me that the reporter from New York Times came to interview him and asked him if he knew that his nephew went from a demon hunter family and had an indescribable romantic relationship with many female sorcerers. That's a good thing, Luke." In private, Colonel Phillips didn't adhere to the strict hierarchical designation and laughed. "At least you're now a debated young brigadier general, a war hero, and not overlooked like Rogers. We all understand the virtues of politicians. They could kneel and lick your boots when they need something from you, but if you are no longer of use, even looking at you would be a waste of time for them." Luke nodded in agreement. The photo that caused heated discussion was a pose. After he left Berlin, he specially asked Colonel Phillips to find a photographer. Afterward, it was sent to the New York Times under the name of the other party. There was no image manipulation technology in this era, so there was no need to question the photo's authenticity, and people happily believed it. The reason for doing this is because the war was over. Luke had to hurry up and collect more reputation points. However, he didn't expect Colonel Phillips to make such a big deal out of it. The secret story of the Allied Superman and the Aryan Devil has quickly become part of the local American pop culture. A few days ago, Paramount Pictures asked Luke if he was interested in bringing this experience to the screen, and it would be better if he were willing to act in it. Although the actor is undecided, the script isn't available, and the funds aren't enough. But as long as the Allied Brigadier General nodded his head, everything else was easy. Paramount patted their chest and promised to invite such big stars as James Stewart, Clark Gable, and Katharine Hepburn. "If I write a few memoirs or join Hollywood after I retire, I'm sure I'll make a lot of money." Luke didn't mean to blame Colonel Phillips. Raising awareness is one of the purposes. Even if the topic got more and more distorted, it's okay. According to Hollywood's business practices, these true stories about himself will probably be adapted and brought to the screen many times. Maybe he could get an Oscar, make a name for himself. The story was indeed a good one. "Luke, you should have a broader vision." After the casual conversation, Colonel Phillips put on a smile and whispered, "It's just a temporary need to stay low and wait for the right time to soar." Luke picked his eyebrows. After returning from Berlin, he received awards from the top leaders of the Allies. Leaving the wartime cabinet and returning to the Prime Minister's office, Churchill called him the liberator of the free world. The president, far away in the White House, was even blunter. He said that Luke changed the course of the war and saved the Allies with his own efforts. It's just that both sides praised him verbally and didn't give him many tangible benefits. Indeed, the Allies had a headache too. What practical reward could be given to a brigadier general who was only 20 years old, major general, lieutenant general, or admiral? With such a fast promotion rate, when Luke turns 30, he would be sitting in the position of Secretary of Defense. In this regard, Britain was holding the mentality of eating popcorn and sitting on the sidelines. The Prime Minister expressed such merit. Giving the rank of a 5-star general was nothing much. If the United States was reluctant, Luke could join England. The British Empire welcomes him with open arms. The president had a smile on his face, but his heart was already spitting out curses. It looks like you got wind of it, Colonel. Luke didn't value the rank very much. Although he was now a high-ranking officer, he had no real power at all. He's only holding an empty title right now. The Allies are now busy liberating Berlin. When the war is truly over, they will sit down to share the cake and reward their heroes. At that time, Luke and Captain America Rogers will return to New York to receive commendation and honors. Someone suggested that you continue to lead the Strategic Science Reserve. Colonel Phillips' face was sunken. It was clear that the military was trying to keep Luke away from the center of the power structure. The main reason may be the fear that the young brigadier general will enter the Defense Department too early, which would cause a series of problems such as excessive power and difficulty in restraining him. Of course, more importantly, Luke didn't have a strong enough support behind him. Superman is powerful, but those accustomed to thinking like a politician or in profit only see the other party as a weapon for the country, a foolish but accurate idea. Even when faced with thugs, politicians and capitalists always think of using their status and money to ensure their safety. But they forget that some people don't follow this set of rules. This is just a proposal. If you don't want to, no one will force you. Eisenhower will be happy to reach out and help. Luke waved his hand to stop the colonel's good intentions, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, seemingly not angry. Of course, he knew that the military owed him a favor, and those higher-ups were willing to take this opportunity to pay it back to him. Luke gave Eisenhower such a significant contribution in capturing Rome and assisting the Allied forces in landing in Sicily without blinking. At the same time, the honor was handed over to the president to ease the contradictions at home. If he wanted to enter the Department of Defense and step into the center of the power structure, he would have been able to do so. Unfortunately, I just want to develop quietly, Luke silently thought. From the current perspective, the Strategic Science Reserve is only a tiny and insignificant organization. But when the era of superheroes comes, the giant, SHIELD, will surface as its predecessor. The Strategic Science Reserve is very promising. The first director of SHIELD. Luke's mind flashed to the image of a particular hard-boiled egg and expressed his satisfaction with the decision of the Allied superiors. The aftermath of the end of the war gradually subsided, and during this time, many significant events happened that were enough to go down in history. For example, the Yalta Conference. The 4 countries held a summit meeting at Levadia Palace to discuss the formulation of a new post-war world order and the distribution of interests. In layman's terms, it means dividing the big cake. It was worth mentioning that seeing Berlin create the Aryan supermen to recover its disadvantages, the Asian side of the Axis powers also started a related project. They received a portion of Worden's blood from General Sankt as research material and worked overtime to expand their technology, and finally succeeded in producing 31 tank classes. The freshly baked, newly created Nehan Supermen was torn clean by a group of mysterious people before they could cross the Pacific battlefield and beat the Allied forces. After investigation, the other party claimed to be a member of SBAR as a result. The Yalta Conference included one more participating country. Soon after, 2 atomic bombs were dropped on the still restless Japan. The bomb, codenamed the Little Boy, bombed Hiroshima. The second bomb, codenamed the Fat Man, bombed Nagasaki. The mushroom cloud that rose with a colossal boom forever became a nightmare for Japanese people. After their representatives signed the unconditional surrender letter on the deck of the USS Missouri, the worldwide war finally officially came to an end. The smoke has cleared, and peace has come. As a rising star of this era, Luke has witnessed the changing situation and historical innovations. First appeared among the Yalta Four as the hero who ended the war and posed for pictures with the heads of state. The atmosphere was delicate and tense at that critical meeting on the reshuffling of dynamics of the world. The Soviet Union's representative looked at Luke with intense vigilance. Who knows if this Superman will suddenly fall from the sky and smash through the Kremlin? The representative made up his mind to vigorously develop the nuclear industry when he returned to cope with possible threats. As for the British Prime Minister, he smiled and greeted Luke with a box of high-grade cigars from his collection. He also said that the US was stingy with the actual reward for the true heroes, which disgusted the tired-looking Roosevelt a lot. Later, after the meeting, the president, who is suffering from cardiovascular disease, explained that he hoped Luke would understand the military's decision. To sum up, it was to write a lot of bad checks in an attempt to dispel each other's dissatisfaction. It's a pity that the president didn't know that he didn't have long to live. Before the end of the war, he should have died of a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving earlier than the Führer who was ready to shoot himself. Maybe it was the butterfly wings flapping a few times that made the president forcibly continue for a few more months. Brigadier General Cavill, when I get back to Washington, D.C., I will grant you the rank of Major General immediately. The president held on to his spirit and soothed Luke's emotions, from the White House down to the military, including Colonel Phillips. No one believed that the young Brigadier General didn't care about being excluded and was willing to lead the Strategic Science Reserve. If he had set foot in the Department of Defense, he would have become the youngest official general in the history of the United States in the blink of an eye. Luke is also helpless about this. I have shown a sincere attitude, but why don't you believe me? Later, even Rogers came to comfort Luke, telling him not to care too much about status and power. In any case, the greatest hero of the Allies was always Superman. No one could question this. The reputation points have gone up again. It seems that this wave of publicity is beneficial. After giving the president a few perfunctory words, Luke returned to his room. With the help from Colonel Phillips, his name spread quickly, although most of them were accompanied by some bizarre or sappy stories. Luke did have some resistance at first, but it was Superman. He had to save face. However, after seeing the sharply rising reputation points, he can only say one thing: this is nice. In the days that followed, it was a tug-of-war between countries, each trying to get a more significant piece of the cake. The Soviet Union said, "If I hadn't succeeded in preserving Moscow and crushing the Third Reich's myth of invincibility, you would have surrendered like France." Britain said, "I launched a counter-offensive in El Alamein to turn the tide in the North African War. I made outstanding contributions." The United States said, "We have Superman." The others. Then the meeting fell into a brief silence. The Soviet Union and Britain skipped this topic with tacit understanding. Luke saw all of this. Unconsciously, he became a powerful weapon comparable to the atomic bomb, with a pivotal strategic position. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in being the Dr. Manhattan of the Marvel Universe and helping the bold eagle conquer the world. After the Yalta Conference, Luke went to London first to reorganize the Strategic Science Reserve. After seeing SBAR, Hydra, and other organizations, the United States urgently needed to set up a similar official organization. The Strategic Science Reserve that gathered the elites of the free world is naturally the first choice. During this period, there were also several unpleasantnesses. The Allies were able to maintain a superficial harmony while fighting against the evil Axis. But after the war, the surging undercurrent began to surface. No one wanted to see each other grow and surpass themselves. The Strategic Science Reserve not only had all kinds of talents, but also accepted the remnants of Hydra. For example, Dr. Zola and related researchers were excellent resources. There was also the Tesseract collected from Hydra's headquarters, which was a precious treasure. Britain didn't want to sit back and watch Luke take them away and try to interfere. However, the Prime Minister stopped such a move, feeling that there was no need to offend Superman over such a trivial matter. After all, The other party is a powerful individual who could pose a threat to the country. So, in the absence of external pressure, humans have an innate talent for killing each other and internally devouring themselves. Luke sighed silently. He was currently sitting in the Oval Office of the White House, waiting for a meeting with the president. Today was the award ceremony. A major general rank, leader of the Strategic Science Reserve. This was how the United States rewarded Luke. From a third-class soldier to a major general, it looked like no one would be able to surpass his promotion speed. As history would have it, Roosevelt had a sudden brain hemorrhage a few days earlier and passed away. The new president, Harry S. Truman, took over. Major General Cavill, it would be a waste of your talents to lead the Strategic Science Reserve temporarily. The new president pushed his glasses and smiled. It's just that the decision that has been made couldn't be changed. I hope you can understand. I would like to stay in the Strategic Science Reserve. The work here suits me better. Luke was smiling and spoke with a calm voice. This was the truth. He expressed satisfaction with the Strategic Science Reserve in the developing stage, but the future, a colossal institution directly under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council. Luke remembered the one-eyed director who assembled a group of superheroes and ignored the White House and the military. Not only could he blatantly refuse to take phone calls from the president and ignore senators, but he could also jump through the hoops from Congress and the White House to carry out cross-territorial law enforcement. It could be said that the duties and powers of SHILD are entirely above all the intelligence departments in the United States, which isn't comparable to that of a mere Department of Defense. Even if Luke becomes the top executive of the Pentagon, he may not have the same glory as of the director of SHILD in the future. Major General Cavill, it's good that you think so. The new president was relieved, but the military's attitude towards Superman was a little more complicated. Both wanted to win him over, but fear that Luke's power would be too great to restrain in the future. Fortunately, the young Major General didn't show any dissatisfaction. But I think the name Strategic Science Reserve is too much of a mouthful. Since it is necessary to restructure, it's better to change the name. Luke looked at the stunned new president and smiled. I think SHILD is pretty good. In this way, Iron Man will no longer complain that he couldn't remember the name. After leaving the White House, Luke drove to the Army Club in Northwest, where Rogers waited for him. Since his return to New York from London, he has been busy with various public appearances and military awards ceremonies, leaving little time for himself. Luke didn't get rid of his busy schedule until Roosevelt died and came to Washington to attend the funeral and complete the medal ceremony. I wonder if Steve will be able to adjust to his new life. The black car stopped at the entrance of the club. An officer drove Luke. After being promoted to Major General, the military provided him with an exceptional secretary, driver, and bodyguard. The last one was unnecessary. If there was a problem, who would be protecting who? If you could be Superman's bodyguard, you should at least be the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin. But then again, I need to find myself some people who can handle things. Luke had a few suitable candidates, just not decided at the moment. In his opinion, there's no future in fighting alone. If the Chitauri army descends on the Earth in the future, I would have to swing my fist around myself. The only enemies worth handling personally are the ones like Thanos, Apocalypse, and Dormammu. The recruitment campaign of SHILD is about to begin. I wonder how many people can be recruited. Luke's mind wandered as he walked up the steps. As soon as he stepped into the hall of the Army Club, a small wave of surprise sounded. Luke, dressed in a crisp military uniform and had his hair combed meticulously, instantly became the center of attention. He couldn't help it. He was now a celebrity, and the recruitment posters had changed from Uncle Sam to Superman with the red cloak. The aura of a legendary hero was more than enough to attract people's attention. This is just like the tailies of Washington chopping down a cherry tree in Columbus, making an egg stand that so many people enjoy. As to whether it's true or not, no one cared. On the other hand, Luke had many legendary stories, which were worth talking about at the dinner table. Hello, Major General Cavill. I'm from the second batch of recruits from Camp Lehi. Major General, I'm a big fan of yours. Can I have your autograph? Thank you for stopping those Aryan demons. You're a great hero. Chattering noises poured in, drowning out the soothing music flowing in the hall for a while. The club's atmosphere became lively as retired soldiers or off-duty officers surrounded Luke in the middle. "I'm sorry. I have an appointment with a friend." Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more distorted, Luke put on a gentle smile without losing his manners while rushing out of the encirclement and headed for the second floor. It would seem that the name Superman will be tied to the Aryan demons and the female warlock in the future. He didn't know whether he should thank Colonel Phillips or worry about his reputation being damaged. Luke already foresaw the awkward scene when the reporter came up to him with a microphone and asked Superman how many female sorceress friends he had. "I prefer to live a low-profile life, but unfortunately my strength wouldn't allow me to do so." The young Major General shook his head and went to the relatively quieter second floor. The first thing that caught his eye was Rogers sitting at the bar. "Hey, Colonel Rogers of Brooklyn, why are you frowning? Are you having problems with your cute little girlfriend?" Luke tapped his colleague on the shoulder and teased. "Or are you just mourning the memory of the late president?" "Neither." Rogers, who was already a colonel, was a bit depressed. He took a sip of whiskey and said, "The war is over, which should be a happy thing, but I feel like I've lost my purpose." As the well-known Captain America, Rogers' fame isn't far behind Luke's. In the eyes of many children who loved reading comics, the Stars and Stripes uniform is more iconic than Superman's red cloak. "You look a little depressed." Luke snapped his fingers and asked for a cup of fruit gin. Because of him, the trajectory of Rogers' life changed. He didn't fall into the glacier, let alone sleep for 70 years. Captain America has since embraced a new life, though it's not clear whether it's good or bad. He made it back to Brooklyn, topped off with the honor of being Captain America, was honored by the president, and fell in love with a blonde girl who looked like a little rose. Except for the temporary whereabouts of the best friend, all of it seemed to be so beautiful. "I found myself with nowhere to go, Luke." Rogers smiled bitterly. Not long ago, he was received by the new president and awarded the Medal of Honor. Those who have the same treatment include the Howling Commandos who followed Luke and essential members of the Strategic Science Reserve. Logically speaking, Rogers should feel satisfied. But after he stayed in Brooklyn for a while, he felt utterly lost, as if he had lost his direction. "The doors of SHIELD are always open to you." Luke smiled and shook his glass of alcohol. He could understand Rogers' feelings, just like many veterans who leave the battlefield and are unable to integrate into society so quickly. Soldiers accustomed to guns and smoke often find it challenging to adapt to the laughter around them. Rogers was a little surprised. He hadn't heard of this organization. "It's the Strategic Science Reserve," Luke explained. At the end of the war, the Strategic Science Reserve, which was initially used to fight Hydra, faced restructuring. "I just changed the name. Doesn't SHILD sound better? In that case, you have something to do again. Unlike me, who hasn't found a goal yet." Rogers's eyes reveal a trace of envy. What he wanted the most was Luke's determined attitude of always being on the move and never feeling hesitant. "Steve, don't always think about what you experienced on the battlefield. Even if you aren't a good soldier, you can do something else. What's more, this country still needs you." Luke once again played the role of a spiritual mentor and persuasively says, "Peace is only temporary. Even if fascism is dismantled and the Nazi camp is crushed, the politicians in the White House will soon find a new enemy, a red bear standing on the Siberian plains. It's a vast country that occupies 1/5 of the world's landmass and is the central core of the dual power." "You mean there will be another war?" Rogers was shocked. He didn't doubt Luke's judgment. Because after many factual trials, it has been proven that his good friend's vision was always accurate and could always pinpoint the truth very sharply. In a sense, it's indeed a war. Luke took a sip of his alcohol. Before long, the new president would implement Truman Doctrine, which started the Cold War. The Warsaw Pact and NAY, which imply the emergence of two militaristic political blocs, also confront two social systems. So consider this. Sooner or later, Captain America will have to pick up his shield and get back out on the battlefield. SHILD would be a good place to stay. Like a broker selling stocks on Wall Street, Luke said that to Rogers, who had planned to retire and return to ordinary life. He was somewhat shaken. "Let me think about it. Thank you, Luke." Rogers sincerely thanked him. "It's not just you, Steve. The country is in mourning for President Roosevelt. At the same time, reveling in the victory of the war. Everyone is confused and no one knows where to go. Luke drained his glass of gin and patted Rogers on the shoulder. Captain America was actually in an awkward position. In the original storyline, Rogers fell into the glacier and was posthumously recognized as a war hero by the military. Of course, for a dead person who couldn't speak, one could praise him infinitely, no matter how high. But now it's different. Rogers is still alive. So, in addition to the heroic name, the military has no intention of giving any tangible rewards. Luke understood this point a long time ago. The so-called hero was nothing more than the mascot of the military. When the country needed you, naturally, they would highly regard you and vigorously publicize your heroic stories and positive image. But once the war was over, you would lose your usefulness and become dispensable at any moment. This was the case with Rogers. With the war won and preparations to sit down and share the cake, the United States no longer needed Captain America to sell bonds. So he was abandoned. The army did not care about him, and the White House had nothing to offer but honor. Luke, who knew the future trajectory, started preparing a long time ago. By capturing the Italian city of Rome, he got an incredible and unforgettable result. He then defeated Hydra, initially laid his foundation, and gradually gained a personal voice. Today, he is no longer a hero with only a name, but a general with absolute power. I hope you can give me an answer when we meet next time, Steve. Luke raised his hand to look at the time, placed the tip under the cup, and helped Rogers pay the bill. He had to go and meet his next guest. Back to the Pentagon. Walking out of the Army Club, Luke got into the black limousine parked at the door. He thought of the words he had just used to fool Rogers, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. How can SHILD not have the Captain America? Beat Nick Fury to the punch and build the Avengers team. Then cheer them on. That would be very interesting. In the future, if the two armies were to face each other, the Chitauri fleet would form a single line. The crowd on the side of the Family Planning Commission of the Universe Director, Thanos, is enormous and powerful. If he went on his own, he would be very lonely. Wouldn't it look bad? Therefore, it was imperative to recruit people. Apart from Captain America, who was considering retiring, Luke will also pull Howard in to fill the numbers. Together with Carter, who is a managerial expert, he could form a general framework. Otherwise, it would be too bleak if SHILD only had 2 or 3 big cats and tiny kittens. General, we're here. Luke, who sketched the blueprint for the future, opened his eyes when he heard the driver remind him aloud. Through the lowered window, he saw a massive building complex. The black car drove straight in, through several layers of gate guards outside, and went inside. The Pentagon was established because the Department of War was caught up in the conflict after World War II, and the workforce expanded rapidly, requiring centralized office space. At that time, the War Department was scattered everywhere, such as the National Mall, Maryland, and Virginia. When there were traffic jams, or when the railroad was out of service, there weren't enough people to hold a meeting. After heated discussions at the hearings, the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, came close to saying, "If you don't grant it, I'll wait outside," before Congress reluctantly granted a reasonable request for a parcel of land near the Potomac River. Otherwise, the members of the Budget Committee might not necessarily nod their heads. For them, it didn't matter if they were pointed at and cursed, but don't blame them for turning the other cheek when talking about money. Luke thought about the fact that SHILD hadn't applied for funding yet and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache coming on. He didn't want to learn from the Secretary of War's rogue attitude of shamelessly asking for money, which is embarrassing to say out loud. It looks like I still have to seize the opportunity to make money. Luke stepped out of the car with an unusually young, unfamiliar face and a shoulder patch with 2 silver stars on his uniform, immediately drawing a lot of attention. This pentagonal building was officially authorized and funded by Congress in 1941. It was completed and opened only the year before last, with a total investment of $83 million. Most of the staff who had access to the interior were middle and senior officers of the War Department and the Defense Department. Some of them recognized Luke's identity, tried to resist the urge to ask for his autograph, and turned to whisper. This shows that even the Pentagon's military officers had little resistance to the aura of a celebrity. Luke didn't look away, maintaining his aura of being a senior officer all the way forward. The first floor of the Pentagon was home to banks, post offices, bookstores, clinics, telegraph offices, and various shops. The second floor was known as the Gold Room due to the gold carpeting on the office floor and was dedicated to various joint meetings. And Luke's office was located on the third floor. It was the office of the Secretary of Defense and the War Department. There was a Hall of Heroes in the corner of the corridor to commemorate the highest Medal of Honor recipients since the Revolutionary War. There are more than 3,000 bronze plaques engraved with their names, origins, and biographies. All of them were outstanding soldiers who made heroic sacrifices in the war. Luke's photo, along with Marshall, Eisenhower, and MacArthur, was hung in the memorial hallway for public display. "General, you are here." Seeing Luke come in, the female secretary sitting outside the office quickly got up. "Your appointment has arrived." Seeing a beautiful secretary with blonde hair and curvy lines, Luke couldn't help but feel the corruption of capitalism. In other words, he had a strong will. It wasn't easy for women. Otherwise, if it was someone else, who could stand it? Uniform seduction, coupled with too heavy ammunitions. It was difficult not to learn from Clinton, caught with his pants down. Luke smiled and nodded as he pushed open the door to the side meeting room. Inside sat a small, dwarf-like middle-aged man. The other side stayed peacefully in the chair, with a somewhat apprehensive look on his face. "Hello, General. I'm Bolivar Trask." As Luke pushed in the door, Bolivar jumped off his chair and greeted respectfully with his head held high. It took a lot of effort to turn up his neck with his height to see the young Major General's appearance. "I have kept you waiting, Mr. Trask. Please have a seat." Luke, who settled into a chair, said with a gentle face. He looked at Bolivar without blinking, although he was short in stature and unremarkable in appearance. He was a giant in knowledge. Not only is he well known in genetics, but he has published many far-sighted papers, especially for the solution to the mystery of human DNA, and even put forward some incredible views. Even in the Marvel Comics world, where talented scientists aren't worth much, he was considered a #1 character. For Luke, however, what interested him in Bolivar was the study of mutants. This dwarf-like scientist is the future father of the Sentinels. In a particular timeline, he almost annihilated mutants, and by the way, destroyed the root of all human evils. "General Cavill, I don't know what I can do for you," Bolivar asked stiffly. At this time, he hadn't founded Trask Industry and was not an internationally acclaimed weapons expert. So, when faced with the military's famous war hero, it was inevitable that he felt nervous and had little confidence in his words. "Mr. Trask, I have read some of your papers. To be honest, it's fascinating." Luke crossed his fingers and put his elbow on the table. He faintly said, "Do you think there's some magic code in human genes that opens the door to evolution?" They even claimed that there might be a new race in this world that's more powerful than human beings. "General, let me explain. I'm not a racist, and I'm not a Nazi." Bolivar turned pale with fear and explained nervously, "I disagree with the Aryan master race theory of that Führer. Please don't get me wrong. I also donated money for my country during the war." Luke was stunned on the spot. He hadn't even gotten to the point yet. How did he scare the future father of the Sentinels into such a state? Then, on second thought, he understood the reason. These days, cutting-edge theories about the human race and genetic research can easily be associated with the extreme racism of the Third Reich. Presumably, Bolivar had suffered such a significant loss before and has fallen victim to the aftermath of the fallout. "Don't be afraid, Mr. Trask. I just wanted to talk to you about mutants." Luke waved his hand, gesturing to his opponent to relax and not be so nervous. "I agree with your papers and opinions, which is why I invited you here." It was Bolivar's turn to be shocked. He couldn't believe that the powerful young Major General would be interested in his research theory. "Major General Cavill, you know about mutants too?" the dwarf scientist asked cautiously. "Of course, I not only know but also saw them with my own eyes." Luke smiled faintly. The Hellfire Club was noted in his small book, and he will get even sooner or later. Had seen a mutant. Bolivar suddenly got excited and changed his previous reserved attitude. He eagerly said, General, mutants are hazardous species, is the greatest threat to human beings on this planet. Do you know Neanderthals? They are close relatives of European ancestors and once ruled the whole continent. But 24,000 years ago, these ancient humans disappeared and became extinct because Homo sapiens eliminated them. Both lower animals and higher animals could only survive if they adapt to the environment. However, due to the limited resources in nature, multiple animals in the same ecological niche are subject to fierce competition. Human interference in similar species was stronger than other animals. Because we stand at the top of the food chain, we can use and transform nature. In the era of natural selection, fierce competition will inevitably occur among different races. Therefore, Neanderthals were destined to be replaced by Homo sapiens. In my opinion, mutants are the race that's likely to replace human beings. The dwarf scientist spoke quickly and anxiously, as if afraid that the young Major General wouldn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Luke picked his eyebrows. He didn't expect Bolivar to be a staunch human supremacist, and he was highly wary of mutants. William Stryker, who also hated mutants, was due to family misfortune. Then his teacher, Bolivar, saw a future in which mutants might replace humans and chose to develop the Sentinel robots. Of course, there must be selfishness involved. For example, describing mutants as ticking time bombs and then selling weapons against mutants. Just like arms dealers, keen on provoking regional conflicts and then making money from both sides. Don't get excited, Mr. Trask. Luke didn't show any apparent emotions. His views were quite different from those of the dwarf scientist, Bolivar. Mutants simply didn't have the conditions to compete with human beings as the creatures at the top of the food chain. First of all, compared with the vast population base in the world, their numbers were pitiful, and it was difficult to form an effective social system. Secondly, mutants are essentially the evolutionary direction of human beings in the future and don't constitute a necessary prerequisite for competition. There may be a high probability that the child might be a mutant in a family and the parents are not. Does it mean that the mutant would hate their parents and even exterminate them as offspring? So objectively, mutants should belong to the evolutionary branch of human beings. The contradiction between the two sides was more discriminatory than an unending feud to exterminate the race. Magneto always wanted to build a mutant empire, but he never thought that a harmonious world made up of fellow mutants would be less than fantastic. Because in the end, mutants couldn't even live a self-sufficient life. Cars in factories wouldn't be produced automatically, and food in supermarkets wouldn't appear out of thin air. And could the mutants, who are still in the minority, accomplish this? Magneto could destroy a building with a gesture, but he couldn't build a factory alone. With the powerful force that can lift continents and reverse the poles, it still wouldn't be able to fill stomachs. From this point of view, the genocide war is nothing but nonsense. Besides, what's the difference between a totalitarian society where a few elites enslave many lower classes and the Third Reich? As a persecuted Jew in turn, he became the most hated person, you have to say. That's a huge irony. Comrade Magneto's ideological level is too backward, clearly. He never read the Marxist theory. Luke's mind flashed with many thoughts. He looked at Bolivar and smiled. Since you are so interested in mutants, I'll take you to meet them. The scientist froze as if his brain was on hold, and his expression was somewhat dazed. General, you may not understand what I mean. Mutants are dangerous. They have all kinds of strange abilities. Luke seemed to turn a deaf ear, stood up, and eagerly invited Bolivar to go with him. Before, in Rome, Italy, he had dealt with the Hellfire Club and even briefly dealt with mutants. Perhaps, after some convincing and friendly exchanges, Luke thought they were easy to talk to. Not as scary as Bolivar described. The two walked out of the Pentagon and got into a black car. Luke gave a specific location, and the driver started the engine and drove slowly to the enormous building complex behind the Pentagon. The Satan, Azazel, and the Poison Woman, both captives, were held in prison in Arlington County. Trask, have you ever heard of Sebastian Shaw? On the way there, Luke began to inquire about the Black King of the Hellfire Club in the car. Initially, he also expected the other party to join forces with Hydra and come forward to gift them his head. As a result, he didn't expect this mutant to be too cautious and didn't show up until the end. Sure, I know him, a very radical biologist. Bolivar frowned and thought for a moment, then continued. Sebastian, who firmly believed in the theory of the perfect race in the Third Reich, once told me that the Aryans with blonde hair and blue eyes could rule the world. We met several times in England before, then he returned to Germany and wrote to me several times asking about the progress of the research on the mutant X gene. Luke thought about it. The villains among the mutants, with a slightly higher threat level, may be Mr. Sinister, who is far away in England. This bastard is Apocalypse's #1 horse, nearly obsessed with chasing Phoenix's powers. Then, it was Sebastian Shaw's turn. This guy was more about using mutants as tools to pursue the tedious and conventional grand task of ruling the world. Like a salesman, he packaged the Third Reich's extreme racial theories and sold them to many simple-minded mutants. Sebastian Shaw is a mutant, Luke said straightforwardly. He joined an organization called the Hellfire Club and is gathering his compatriots to prepare for a grand entrance. Bolivar showed a thoughtful look. He seemed to guess Luke's purpose for meeting him. What can I do for the country, General? If it's against mutants, I'm sure I can be of use. The scientist sat straight up. As a scientist who could set up a large enterprise, he wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he could sense people's motives. Luke's lips showed a smile. This was precisely the answer he wanted to hear. The Hellfire Club was a problem that must be solved. As the veterans had already said, treat the enemy as ruthlessly as a harsh winter. Instead of waiting for Sebastian Shaw to build up his strength and find him, he might as well strike hard and take the initiative to eliminate them all. Very well, Mr. Trask. SHILD needs your kind of talent. Luke smiled and quietly pulled Bolivar into the future. Father of the Sentinels is still qualified to be a supervisor in the scientific research department. SHILD. Bolivar's eyes twinkled. Although he had never heard of this institution, he didn't show any resistance. As people know, doing research was very expensive. He hadn't hooked up with Nixon and founded Trask Industry yet, but he was a famous scientist. He had no backers and no financial backers. He lived in a confined space like any other independent researcher and couldn't afford to rent a lab. At this time, Bolivar felt happy to have an official organization knock on his door. And as we all know, the military's always the wealthiest investor and the most scientist-friendly sugar daddy. Luke sensed Bolivar's excitement, and his smile grew gentler. All this was in his expectation. Even a guy who thought highly of himself, like Howard, sometimes had to socialize with senior officers in the purchasing department to pull orders, in his words. Bunch of guys with less brain capacity than primitive mammals. What's more, Bolivar was a down-and-out scientist. SHILD Human Resources +1. Scientific Research Strength +1. Creak. The heavy iron gate was pushed away, and a ray of light streamed in. Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel, like a precise pointer, and finally stopped at the door of the 12th cell. Azazel, it's been a long while. Azazel curled up in the corner. His hands were shackled with metal, and the two legs, which had been trampled down, were simply bandaged to the extent that they recovered without deterioration. He heard the clatter of keys and saw the tall figure standing outside after the cell door opened. There was an uncontrollable look of fear in his eyes. I didn't run away. Azazel shrank into the corner, and the handcuffs on his hands made a crisp sound. The original arrogance of being a mutant had disappeared without a trace. He and Poison Woman were previously held in the Strategic Science Reserve interrogation room before being transferred here. To prevent the demon, who could move in an instant, from running away, Luke specially told them that they didn't need to find a doctor to treat his legs so that he couldn't walk. Every time he was moved to a new place, he had to be blindfolded, and the layout and route wouldn't be leaked. The ability to move instantly sounds very inexplicable. The user can enter and exit any place at will. But the size and range of movement and the determination of space orientation are fatal shortcomings that are difficult to remedy. As early as in Venice, Luke worked out the approximate range of the Red Devil's rapid movement. For a single space jump, the other party can move at a maximum speed of 10 miles. Therefore, Luke can only complete this mutant holding project by making the other party lose spatial and directional judgment, coupled with restrictions on mobility and other means. But surprisingly, Satan, with his highly long lifespan, didn't try to escape. "Thank you, Azazel. I won't do anything to you. Don't be so nervous." Luke smiled kindly. Azazel didn't believe it at all. He just felt even more afraid. With the bandages wrapped around his legs, he felt a faint pain. The young Major General stepped on his legs and killed Colossus with his fist. Every time he thought of that violent picture, Azazel shuddered. The seeds of fear took root and thrived in his heart, even exceeding the oppressive feeling brought by Sebastian Shaw. Trask, he's a mutant. He not only can move instantly, but also has a far superior physical quality and lifespan. Luke leaned on his side. Bolivar, who resembled a dwarf and peeked inside, red skin and a slender tail, just like the devil. It's a mutant with dominant characteristics. Demons. I have seen an angel with wings in England, Bolivar said quietly. He couldn't help wondering what the Major General did to the mutant named Azazel that had scared him to such an extent. There's a woman in another cell. She's also a mutant and can release poison gas. Luke closed the prison door. He hadn't finished the main quest of opening of the third camp. The gene fragments of Chameleon, Azazel, Colossus, and Poison Woman have been obtained, but the last one is still missing. If he got the leech serum, it would be easier to deal with Sebastian Shaw. After visiting 2 mutant prisoners, Luke looked down at Bolivar and said, "In fact, mutants are not so terrible, are they?" The dwarf scientist didn't know how to answer. He felt that the young Major General might be a devil in human skin. Otherwise, how could he scare those 2 mutants into silence? "If I join that, SHILD, can I study them?" After getting out of prison, getting rid of the dark, damp and narrow space, and rotten and unpleasant smell, Bolivar raised the key questions. He can't wait to find the code hidden in the human genes from the mutants. "That's why I'm recruiting Trask." Luke nodded, but he added, "I don't want a weapon to kill mutants, let alone a human body modification plan. I take a fancy to the mutant itself. Their genes are a vast treasure trove and the key to evolution. So I want you to draw a complete gene map, find the critical nodes of the evolutionary curve, and decipher the mysterious genetic code." Luke wasn't interested in persecuting mutants. They were an excellent card to control and to hold. There's no need to push himself to the enemy's camp, and he could just sit down and negotiate. Why use violence? Of course, the premise of all this was that he set the terms and conditions of the negotiations. Otherwise, it's better just to turn the table. "I'm a pacifist," Luke thought. "Understood, General." Bolivar gulped. He wanted to study a weapon to exterminate mutants. The blue planet beneath their feet, where life is nurtured, may not withstand the consumption of resources by 2 intelligent races. Sooner or later, this racial war of survival will happen. The scientist looked up at Luke, who was calm and vaguely felt that the Major General knew this. In other words, that's exactly what the other party expects to see. But what good will the war do for Major General Cavill? Bolivar pushed his glasses and thought so with some doubts. If it's for promotion, the 20-year-old young Major General was unlikely to be promoted again in a short time. At most, the military would give some honorable distinctions. Besides, at Luke's age, he only needs to work steadily and accumulate qualifications and background. His future achievements were limitless. There was no need to use mutants to achieve his goals. "Trask, deal with the things at hand. Remember to report to SHILD in a few days." Luke didn't know what the other party was thinking. He told him, "I'll ask my secretary to tell you the specific address." Right now, SHILD's headquarters hadn't been determined. The Pentagon is where the Department of War and a national defense agency was. Allowing a group of agents to go in and out of the building wasn't good for publicity. Besides, as the first director, Luke didn't want to stay with all kinds of generals of land, sea, and air. He didn't have any private space. "Okay." Bolivar got into the car and stopped trying to guess what Luke was thinking. The thoughts of influential people were often bizarre, and perhaps the Major General was a warmonger. After dropping Bolivar off at home, Luke told the driver to drive to the airport, as he had to return to New York today. "If I flew by myself, it may take less than 20 minutes. Luke leaned back and smiled at himself. He had to make himself more like an average person to lower the vigilance and defensiveness from others. Compared with Clark Kent from the studio next door, his only advantage was that he is a human being. He didn't have to worry about being rejected. The phrase, "if you are not one of us, you're one of them," is sometimes quite accurate. Any creature would have a certain degree of hostility to outsiders who break into their territory. Even in the studio next door, Superman was called a beacon to guide the world. Batman was also wary of all kinds of things. Where do I find another mutant? Luke tapped his fingers on the seat, and a person popped into his head. He didn't have a deep impression of mutants. Except for the two leaders who were still children, Magneto and Professor Charles, the only clear thing was that there's only that guy. Connor, look up James Howlett for me. He also had a brother, both of whom participated in the Normandy landings. Luke ordered him to go down and find a soldier who had served in the military. It wasn't difficult for him. Luke returned to New York before nightfall. He still lived in the Tower Suite in Waldorf Astoria and hadn't changed locations. The next step is asset placement. Luke had already sketched out the rough shape of the business investment plan in his mind and talked to Howard about cooperation for a while. He believed the other party would be interested. Iron Man's father could be said to be prosperous recently. As a participant in the Manhattan Project, he entered the White House with Oppenheimer and was honored by the president. Stark Industries, which the Stark owned, had seen its stock prices soar. Of course, Howard wasn't responsible for this. The current U.S. stock market is different from the era when Warren Buffett fought the ups and downs of the Great Depression and told himself that he had too little knowledge. After the Great Depression and the war-era slump, the U.S. stock market was like a fountain that had been suppressed for a long time. It was about to usher in a sustained bull market for a long time. When the unstable situation disappeared after the war, those Wall Street stockbrokers closed their eyes and randomly selected 5 stocks out of 10 stocks that will go up. If he only wanted to make money, Luke could easily arrange to become the most successful businessman after the 20th century with a precise vision beyond the times. Then the script would become a rebirth in Wall Street instead of the Marvel Universe. Wealth and status were icing on the cake for him, not the primary purpose. After all, the 5 cosmic beings and the higher beings in the living tribunal didn't care about his social status and official rank. Just leave this to the hotel waiter. Luke returned to the hotel and quietly walked behind Maelna. After looking at the beautiful girl with her apron tied and constantly busy, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. I like to do it myself. Maelna, who did not know beforehand, was startled and turned around to see the familiar face and smiled softly. Like a wife waiting for her husband to return home, she carefully helped Luke take off his uniform jacket. These days, he was busy dealing with official business, waiting for the award, and preparing for. They haven't seen each other for a while. I just made mushroom soup, so I asked room service to bring over some more staple food. Maelna was wearing a beige floral skirt and a pair of flat-heeled shoes under her feet. Her wavy black long hair was rolled up high, giving off a homey vibe. Casa said that you stayed in the hotel all day and never wanted to go out. That's not good. Luke put his arms around Maelna's plump waist. This beautiful woman who came to New York from Sicily had a very different personality from Carter. The female agent was independent and self-reliant and always wanted to prove her ability. And Maelna was the typical little woman who likes to stay at home. She only wanted to have a solid reliance and give herself enough security and never ask for anything else. Luke sometimes enjoyed the feeling of being depended on, so he often spent the night at Maelna's. I read books, listened to the radio, and occasionally go for a walk in the garden below. Maelna retorted, revealing a lovely romantic feeling from the corners of her eyes. Luke glanced at the magazines on his desk. Most of them were about cooking and flower arrangement. I'll ask Casa to introduce a reliable real estate agent someday. It's not good to stay in a hotel all the time. Luke put his plan to buy real estate on the agenda. He traveled back and forth between Washington, D.C., and New York, but he didn't ask too much for accommodation. Maelna was different. A long-term stay in Waldorf would inevitably make her feel bored. Moreover, as a traveler, buying a house should be the top priority engraved in the depths of the soul. Mr. Alessandro is usually very busy, so there's no need to bother him with this small matter. Maelna came over with some fragrant mushroom soup. He could see that she was an excellent cook. The rich cream, the sliced mushrooms, the scattered corn kernels, and the diced bacon were genuinely delicious. Trust me, he'll be happy to. Luke remembered the mafia leader, and the first thing he did after the meeting was to send himself a woman. This shows that the other party was a seasoned veteran when it came to pleasing the powerful. To win the favor of a military major general with a bit of effort was something many people would kill for. I'm going to have to put a mark on you later. Using the Super Demon card, Luke had recently mastered a new skill, the ability to imprint a specific person mentally. Like in the other studio, the shortcut to find Superman was to throw Lois Lane down the stairs. Even in Washington, D.C., if something happened to Mailner, he will come as soon as possible. However, the above situation is unlikely to happen. If Hydra or the Hellfire Club dared to come to New York to cause a mess, they would be annihilated. Luke was happy to let them experience what an iron fist of justice was. Eat first. It's getting cold. Mailner flicked her hair and looked forward to his evaluation. Before long, the room service pushed the dining car and delivered all kinds of main courses. There was foie gras, leg of lamb, as well as oyster and vegetable salad. Luke began to feast and enjoy the pleasurable dining experience. Stellar energy could support daily consumption, but it didn't fill his appetite. Mr. Alessandro said he wanted to see you. When Luke finished his dinner, Mailner said so in passing as she cleared the table. The mafia leader who came to North America from Sicily and traveled across the ocean with all his family members was said to have established a firm foothold in New York. Luke asked Uncle Frank to introduce Alessandro to the Irish mob, and with a major general behind him as an umbrella, the NYPD turned a blind eye to these Italians. Alessandro was also brilliant. He had no plans to snatch the business from his compatriots and the Irish people. He didn't touch the lucrative business of smuggling and contraband. Instead, it took a different approach and started in the grey industry, such as casino games and money laundering. With great efforts, several underground casinos had been opened. Recently, the business was booming, and it had gradually gained a little fame in Lower Manhattan. What can I do for you? Luke was lying on the sofa, narrowing his eyes slightly. He didn't want to have too much contact with Alessandro's gang unless necessary. Since the end of the war, Luke's high status had led him to deal with a heavy workload every day. Carter was in charge of SHIELD, which was still in preparation. The mutant aspects could be given to Bolivar. He just had to wait for the results. The most important work still came from the White House and the Pentagon. Politicians on Capitol Hill competing with each other, military dignitaries who come to show goodwill and make friends, and some prominent entrepreneurs who wanted him to invest in themselves. Social parties and banquets take up most of the time. Sometimes the limelight was too strong, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Luke sighed with emotion. Mr. Alessandro wants to follow the family name in Sicily and name the mafia the Corleone family, which of course requires your approval. Mailner walked over and reached out to rub Luke's temples with moderate, gentle, and soothing pressure. She squatted on the edge of the sofa, plump and charming, stretching into a beautiful curve. There is no need to ask my permission for such a trivial matter. After enjoying the massage for a while, Luke turned his head to Mailner and said with a fiery look in his eyes, I just want to taste the dessert after dinner now. Long nights with no mood to sleep, active physical exercise, was the best way to live a healthy life. The next day, early morning, Luke took a deep breath and lifted his head from Mailner's full breasts. The world was bleak, and the hearts of the people were cold. Only bed activities could provide some warmth. I wanted to exercise in the morning. Luke couldn't help but feel a little pity when he saw the afterglow of the woman beside his pillow and seemed to be still immersed in a sweet dream. Although Mailner worked hard, last night's exercise wasn't gratifying. He was reaching down and pulling up the thin quilt that had slipped off to cover the Sicilian darling's shoulder. Luke rolled out of bed and went into the bathroom. After washing, he opened the heavy curtains that blocked the light to welcome the rising sun of a new day. This kind of quiet life is desirable. Luke began to stretch his muscles. After becoming a Superman, he still hadn't put down his 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups routine. He ordered breakfast through room service. After enjoying the meal, Luke kissed a sleepy Mailner on the forehead and walked out the door in his Major General's uniform. Stark Industries. When he got into the black sedan, Luke told the driver the location. He was going to talk business with Howard. Only with sufficient funding to keep SHIELD running properly, it could escape from the constraints of the White House and the Pentagon completely. Otherwise, while the purse was held in someone else's hand, he wouldn't even have the right to speak. Stark Industries building was located on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. It stood opposite the Empire State Building, which was currently the tallest building in the world. Luke's clothes were conspicuous, like an unimpeded entry permit. "Why do you have time to visit me today, Major General Cavill?" "Damn, you're moving up faster than a rocket." Howard, who had a mustache, smiled and brought over 2 glasses of whiskey. The receptionist called a long time ago to say that an unusually young military major general had come to visit. Howard knew who it was with little thought. "I just had to come back to New York, so I'm here. Drinking in broad daylight, you've indulged." Luke took the glass and looked at Howard with his legs crossed. Because the Manhattan Project was disclosed, the other party was in the limelight recently. He's much more popular than the out-of-fashion Captain America and Superman, who gradually reduced their public appearances. "You don't understand, Luke. This is a sign of inner emptiness." Howard drank a mouthful. With a lazy look, he frowned and said, "If there's a goddess of wisdom in this world, then I think she has already left me. Ever since the Manhattan Project's research group was disbanded, my heart has been empty, and no number of women can fill it." Luke raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You look pretty ill." "Yes, that's what Jarvis said. I even had sex with 3 pretty girls at once, but it still didn't work." Howard looked at the ceiling and spoke with a melancholy expression. "After a short period of pleasure, there's an endless emptiness. Everything is so dull and tasteless." Seeing Howard almost speaking like a sage, Luke shook his head and laughed. The Stark family father and son were the same. The difference is that every time Tony was in high spirits, he would go to his underground tinkering room to play with those machines and vent his sense of excitement and energy. After studying the atom, his father seems to have lost interest in ordinary things. "Can the Tesseract interest you and bring back your desire for knowledge and vitality?" Luke took a sip of whiskey. As if he saw a fish on the hook, he lightly said, "I remember you were interested in it." The lonely and empty Howard suddenly turned over and sat up. His eyes instantly regained their light, and he rubbed his hands with passion. He asked, "When do we start?" "After you join. The Tesseract is a top-ranking item. Access wouldn't be granted by non-personnel." Luke threw out the conditions. Now he thought it would be better for Nick Fury, the 3rd-generation director. Carter and Howard laid the foundation, and Alexander Pierce laid the framework. Wait until the hard-boiled egg director is on top. It could be said. He only needed to sit on his hands and think of various ways to appropriate public funds. SHIELD, the Reorganized Strategic Science Reserve. No problem. Howard didn't think much and nodded quickly. He was almost like a sage and desperately needed a challenging problem to stimulate his empty mind. Luke was quite satisfied. Bringing Howard in was great. Human resources +5. SHIELD scientific research strength +5. Capital reserves +10. "Wait, you didn't come to see me today just to get me into SHIELD, did you?" After nodding in agreement, Howard seemed to react and looked at Luke with eyes as if he was looking at a schemer. "Give me back my feelings." "The Tesseract, for a scientific research consultant title. You're not losing anything." Luke ignored Howard's complaint and continued. "Back to the topic. I came to see you today for other things too. I want to talk business with you." When it came to business, science, and women, Howard usually showed 100% seriousness. After thinking for a moment, he thought carefully and said, "Talking about business. Stark Industries recently won 2 orders from the Defense Department, and its military factory and weapons research and development center is saturated in industry. If you are short of money, I can." "Howard, you misunderstood my meaning." Luke waved his hand to interrupt the other party's words. As a businessman and the helm of a military enterprise, any judgment Howard made should be based on a reasonable consideration of the company's interests. This is correct and won't make him unhappy. "I'm not short of money." Luke put down his glass, leaned back on the sofa, and uttered this somewhat ostentatious truth. Before going out, Colonel Phillips called and told him some good news. The funding for SHIELD has been approved, and the site has been confirmed. Now Luke has an enormous budget of $16 million, so he wasn't short of money. $10 million in this era was plenty enough. Although it is not his personal property, as SHIELD director, embezzlement of public funds was naturally a traditional niche. There would be no problem. Congress did me the honor of not letting SHIELD stay in the same dilapidated building as the FBI. Luke said this because intelligence agencies, such as the FBI and CIA, were established to work in a few old apartments near the White House, and the funding allocated to their activities was only $450,000. Compared to them, SHIELD has been very well favored. Well, it looks like you want to talk business. Howard shrugged his shoulders and corrected his attitude. Let me hear what the youngest major general on American soil and the greatest war hero of all time has to say about his ideas for making money. Does Stark Industries have any idea of entering the communications industry? Luke was ready to build mobile phones and communication networks before the age of communication would arrive. The reason why he thought this way was simply because he wasn't used to the era when information transmission was too backward. In the 1940s, Bell Telephone Laboratories in the United States manufactured the first digital scrambled speech transmission system. In 1958, Leonid Kuprianovic, an engineer of the Soviet Union, made further improvements to the handheld transceiver, reducing the weight from 3 kg to 500 grams. The wireless phone, the size of bricks, had to wait until 1973 when researched by an engineering technician from Motorola, Martin Cooper. The current communications industry was like a gold mine waiting to be mined. Communications industry. AT&T has already done it. They have the core technology from Bell Labs. Even if Stark Industries enters, they may not be able to compete. Howard shook his head repeatedly when he heard Luke's proposal. The Department of Defense's contracts were not as good as those of the communications industry. Moreover, the initial investment was enormous. Laying cables and building communication systems were all necessary tasks that would take a lot of time and cost. The most important thing was that Stark Industries had to face the terrifying enemy, Bell Labs. Even with Howard's critical eye, he had to admit that it was the most extraordinary laboratory in the world. It may not be as good as the Manhattan Project, where talents and geniuses from all over the world come together, but it could also be called a pool of talents, which shouldn't be underestimated. Unlike his son, Howard occasionally sprang up with naive, idealistic romanticism. For example, give up the company's main activities, close the weapons manufacturing plant, put on the iron armor as a superhero, and so on. As a businessman, Howard was very rational. He wasn't optimistic about Luke's proposal. He thought that the communications field wasn't an excellent choice to expand the industry. Don't be in a hurry to answer yet. Read my proposal before you say anything. Luke wouldn't come empty-handed since he wanted Howard to cooperate. With his super brain, quick thinking, and previous knowledge of related technologies, he spent several days working out a plan. Frankly speaking, once Superman used his brain, he could surpass over 90% of the world's geniuses. It was like turning on the grappling hook and frantically climbing on the technology tree. In the same 24 hours, Luke seemed to become +1 in intelligence every second. It was a complex problem to solve. He could get the answer after a few glances. Bell Labs is indeed the greatest laboratory on the planet, but this doesn't mean that AT&T could always monopolize the communications industry. While Howard was reading the plan, Luke explained his thoughts. You may not have noticed. As more and more people own cars due to the development of the automobile industry, mobile phones are in high demand, and communication is no longer limited to the home. According to my plan, Stark Industries will surely open a new era of mobile communication, and even AT&T, supported by Bell Labs, may not be an opponent. Luke certainly knew that AT&T had a trump card, Bell Labs. There have been 11 Nobel Prize winners in physics, 4 Turing Awards winners, and 16 winners of America's highest scientific awards. Since its establishment has obtained more than 30,000 patents, with an average of 1 patent per day. Many critical technologies of computers, televisions, mobile phones, cameras, and the internet in future generations would come from Bell Labs. It's no exaggeration to say that it changed the world. In the original timeline, AT&T relied on Bell Labs to dominate the communications industry for more than 100 years, and it had always been the leader. No one could surpass it. It's unlikely that the communications empire built by Bell Labs would have collapsed, had it not been for the subsequent anti-monopoly laws that led to the dismantling and dismemberment of the giant. What Luke wanted to do is to take the lead in bringing the era of mobile communication, but with the help of Stark Industries' power to easily arrange it. It would be pervasive in every household, from communications services to the internet, mobile, and TV. As long as this business is done, it wouldn't be worse than Stark Industries' businesses. Did you do this all by yourself? Howard listened and flipped through the plan. The expression on his face changed, from the first careless to the later serious. Halfway through, as the most successful weapons tycoon in the country, his breathing became heavy, and his speed of turning the pages became faster and faster. Luke, you know, because of you, for the first time, I feel that God isn't fair. Half an hour later, Howard spoke in a complicated tone. There was a surprise, excitement, and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. I've never been jealous of your Superman physique, except when faced with too many pretty girls and being a little overwhelmed. I've always been proud of my genius brain too, but you've refreshed my perception today. It's not that you found any novel technology or made some amazing breakthrough. Instead, your vision is completely beyond this era. This plan is like a key to the future 50 years from now. Luke shrugged his shoulders and leisurely took in Howard's restless excitement. He thought that this was only the essential operation of someone traveling worlds. If he wanted to defeat Bell Labs, which was famous in the world, of course, he had to pull up the technological achievements of the same era. Besides, could a world traverser be regarded as a plagiarizer? This was only a good advantage, leading the technological innovation in advance. Luke reassured himself. That's not scientific. I don't mean to be rude, but Luke, you didn't even go to college. How did you come up with this? Howard gripped the thick project proposal and paced back and forth to calm his mood. This thick stack of paper simply depicted a blueprint for the future of the communication era. From the internal integrated chips, precision parts to the core technology of analog signal and frequency diversity, multiple access, even encrypted channels, automatic connection, etc., including the establishment of urban communication networks, the development of cellular mobile communication networks in the later period, and mobile phones. Such content filled 50 to 60 pages. The dense and extensive arguments had almost mapped out development for the next 20 or 50 years. That's why Howard was shocked. Luke gave him not just one single technological invention, but a path forward for the entire industry. Did you come back from the future in a time machine? Howard took a deep breath and stared at Luke sitting on the sofa to find out the honest answer from the other party. Yeah, the future world is fated to be ruled by artificial intelligence. To stop its evil plan to enslave humankind, I lead the resistance to build a time machine and use it to go back to the World War Roman II era. This is my biggest secret. Don't tell anyone because it may attract danger. Luke was talking nonsense with an earnest look. Howard's half-believing expression amused him. Forget it. Only having one genius in this world doesn't make sense. Well, Luke, welcome to the Genius Club. I'll give you credit for that. After a long time, Howard shook his head and sighed, seemingly somewhat dejected. Now, even the proudest genius had lost the capital to show off in front of Luke, which was depressing. How do you want to collaborate? Howard, who had calmed down, began to test Luke's bottom line. He had no interest in the communications industry and didn't think Stark Industries would beat Bell Labs for the market share of U.S. telephone and telegraph companies. But things were different now. With this plan, not to mention taking over the market, Howard was even confident in building a communications empire. I'll take 60% of the shares with the technology. Stark Industries will put in the capital and can take the remaining 30% and give the rest away. The establishment of a mobile communications network must have government support. Luke didn't beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. He took a fancy to the substantial financial resources of Stark Industries and the deep foundation behind it. If the communication industry was to develop, it must have the support of the government. Although Luke had a place in the military, he was weak in politics. As long as Stark Industries was in the market, its development wouldn't have any difficulties in the later periods. It makes sense. With your proposal, your design, and technology, Stark Industries quickly picked up a bargain. Howard nodded and agreed to this simple distribution plan. If there's a change in the terms and conditions, it had to be done later. In that case, let's have good cooperation. Luke smiled and held out his hand, which Howard held tightly. The two looked at each other with a smile and seemed to see the arrival of a new era. After agreeing to finalize the cooperation, Luke and Howard had a detailed discussion on some specific issues to complete the initial establishment of a mobile communication system. Strong support from the government was needed. Next, the public relations team of Stark Industries would meet with the mayor and various council members to obtain preferential policies and tax exemptions. It's best to get a few trial runs to see how it works. To sum it up, this was a massive project. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for the early industrial layout and urban communication network to be laid, not including the obstruction of the competitor. Howard didn't care about short-term interests. He was more interested in the prospects of the communication industry. Although the contents in the plan seemed to be ahead of schedule, on reflection, Howard thought it was more like an accurate prediction. Considering the anti-monopoly bill, I think the communications business shouldn't be placed under Stark Industries' name. Howard was cautious, and he proved to be correct. AT&T, which originally monopolized 80% of the market, was forced to split into more than a dozen subsidiaries under the pressure of the anti-monopoly bill, thus going down. You can't ask me to start a company as a major general. It won't look good. Luke curled his lips. His mind flashed, saying, if we have to deal with the anti-monopoly bill, you can send a representative, and I will send another representative to set up a new company together. Howard gave a crisp snap of his fingers in agreement. What's the name of the new company? He asked. Skynet. Out of bad taste, Luke came up with such a name. Does the name have any other meaning? It looks like you've already thought of it. Howard frowned. Luke's image became more and more mysterious in his mind. So much so that this weapons tycoon began to doubt the bullshit rhetoric of going back in time with a time machine. After all, there had been so many incredible miracles involving the other party. Before that, no one could have imagined that the war would end in the hands of one person. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Luke shook his head regretfully. Citing movies and stories lose half the fun if the other party didn't know it. Well, what are you going to do next? From what I know about you, Luke, you don't seem like a quiet guy. Howard didn't bother to inquire too deep. Everyone had secrets, so there's no need to get to the bottom of it. After the war, Rogers lost his goal, and I was in a void. Why don't you look like you're in any of these situations? Luke smiled at this question. He had so many things to do that he's almost overwhelmed. Develop SHIELD to get rid of the constraints of the White House and the military as soon as possible. Gather the mutants, bring down the Hellfire Club, and get rid of Sebastian Shaw. Get even with Hydra. How and collect information about the Inhumans to avoid them living on the moon and becoming ticking time bombs. If he had time, he should take the initiative to go to Karma-Taj to talk to the Sorcerer Supreme and confirm whether the other party was hostile. There were so many things waiting for Luke to deal with or plan. How could he have no goal? He had always been a man who disliked being passive, rather than waiting for reality to come to pass and revel in frustration. Luke preferred to take the initiative and be fully prepared for anything. Only in this way could he feel safe as a traverser. To put it simply, the young Major General had a strong desire for control and wanted to bring all the changes under his control. In essence, this was somewhat similar to Batman, with countless plans in his head. They were both suffering from severe persecution paranoia and needed psychological treatment. I'm looking forward to the future, Howard, because it was wonderful. Luke replied vaguely. Is that so? I think you look like a cheating student who knows the answer and can't wait for the test to start. Howard's observation ability was quite sharp. He continued, back to the topic. I also hope that the Tesseract can stimulate my genius, stimulate my inspiration, and keep me from being so sluggish. Addicted to alcohol and women. This life is too boring. It's not the life I'm looking for. Howard, who got out of his descent to sagehood, looked upright. It looked as if he wasn't the one who rolled in the sheets with 3 beautiful girls a few days ago. Trust me, soon your self-confidence will be shattered by the Tesseract. Luke gloated. Studying the Infinity Stones is difficult. Even back then, 2 famous geniuses in the Marvel world, Tony Stark and Banner Bruce, Iron Man and Hulk joined forces and spent a lot of time trying to understand the Mind Stone thoroughly, but created Ultron, that filial son. We'll see what happens. Howard himself was full of confidence, but his eyes couldn't hide his tired look. In addition, I think you should find a managing CEO. Business management will consume most of your energy, and you can't concentrate on the research. Luke warned aloud when he saw the other person rubbing his swollen temples, excessively using his brain. He remembered Iron Man's father. There should be a bold partner who had always been there. Obadiah Stane, the villain who almost made Stark Industries change its leadership and provided experience value for Iron Man. I'm also looking for the right person for the job. I intend to devote 100% of my energy and time to the Tesseract research, and I intend to hand over the management of the company to professionals. Howard, who held several meetings in succession today, leaned against the wide and comfortable leather seat. Stark's industry was on the right track, and it only needed to develop steadily step by step. Sooner or later, it could surpass those old military enterprises, so he was ready to devote his thoughts to the places he was more interested in. For example, studying the Tesseract. By the way, where's Rogers? I heard that he has gone through a second transformation, and his chest muscles are even stronger than before. After talking about work, Howard began to chat. He was also a well-informed person, and had long heard about the subsequent events on the European battlefield. Steve, he is considering whether to retire honorably and then return to Brooklyn to be an ordinary person. Do you think a super soldier could adapt to the life of mowing the lawn and watching football games at home? Luke shook his glass. He wanted to bring Captain America in and add Howard to form the first generation of the Avengers. The world's first superhero band to debut sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? However, after the war, there were no decent opponents at all. He still didn't know where Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club were. As a villain, Luke was disappointed because that guy didn't have the spirit to make. How any mischief? As for Hydra, Baron Strucker had disappeared after bringing down the wickedness of the Third Empire. With all due respect to Rogers, he never wanted to admit the fact that he was different from the rest of the world. Howard took out a box of cigars and lit them with long matches. He said, "In fact, super soldiers like you are essentially different from us. Isn't it funny that you can lift a car, punch through steel plates, and still pretend to be normal? Luke, do you know what I admire most about you? As Superman, you never hide, and you don't intend to package yourself as a harmless and benign figure. This is the reason why the military is lenient with you. I remember they had planned to hold a hearing to ask you about your suit and other questions, but it ended in vain. Because some people said, what if Superman refuses the summons? Do we have the means to compel him to submit to the will of the country?" Luke put down his glass. He had heard Colonel Phillips say it. After the public debut in Berlin, many people were interested in his Kryptonian battle suit, the ability to fly, and the disposable Green Lantern corpse disc. To be honest, if they do hold a hearing, I will be there on time. The corners of Luke's mouth pursed slightly and gently said, I asked Dr. Zola to improve Worden's blood, thus gaining more power and being able to get rid of gravity. It makes sense, right? Hydra secretly developed a high-tech battle suit that is extremely bulletproof and can automatically repair itself, right? As for me destroying a bomber group alone in Berlin, most of it is Steve's credit. Those bombers were shot down by him, standing on the Eiffel Tower. It's a pity that you missed it. The scene was spectacular. Captain America was shooting down the planes. You see, there are reasonable explanations for all these problems. Even after I returned to New York, the military arranged to take a blood sample from me, and I didn't resist. Luke spread out his hands and spoke with a smile on his face. Am I not cooperating enough? Howard narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, what if the military asks you to hand in your battle suit or participate in the research to replicate the super soldier? They won't do that. Why? Welcoming Howard's wondering eyes, Luke frankly said, have you heard the story of Gordian knot? Legend has it that Gordian was the king of Phrygia in ancient Greece. He made a complicated knot on an ox cart he used before and put it in the temple of Zeus, saying that those who can untie this knot would rule the continent. Then Alexander the Great cut off the complicated knot with his sword. The young Major General sitting on the sofa smiled and said, "I learned from this story that if you can't solve a complicated problem, then find the root cause and eliminate the person who raised the problem. So, the president or the legislators better not give me any problems." After listening, Howard was speechless. Fortunately, the congressmen in Capitol Hill weren't stupid enough to cause trouble for the other party. Time's always passing without a sound, and it wasn't easy to notice. After the end of the war, the people of New York were finally able to live a quiet life. They no longer had to worry about food shortages or the tragic fate of being relegated to the lower class. In its place, factory workers were brutally exploited by their bosses, and there were severe livelihood problems. But in one respect, they were better than their 20th century descendants. Now the people of New York at least didn't have to put up with masked weirdos flying around overhead, and they didn't have to worry about a sudden attack by an alien fleet. A peaceful day was typical for everyone. 2 months later, Luke flew back to Washington, D.C. from Manhattan, and showed up at the door of SHIELD's headquarters. Stark Industries quickly produced a prototype based on the detailed design drawings during this not too long and not too short period. The mobile phone, which was supposed to be available only in 1973, came out ahead of schedule. Although not yet in production, the rapid arrival of the era of mobile communications could already be foreseen. Luke had to lament about this. The father and son of the Stark family, both of whom were very active, never left any problem for the next day. For the sake of the initial stage in entrepreneurship, I reluctantly put up with it. Luke stood at SHIELD headquarters in Potomac Shores, shaking his head and sighing. Compared to the crowded Pentagon, the 39-story building in front of him looks a bit shabby indeed. "General, good morning." Holding his head high, Luke walked into the grand hall and saw a vibrant group of young agents. They all habitually refer to him as General, not Director. Shaking a habit is not easy. Luke took the elevator and went all the way up. After the official establishment of SHIELD, Carter, as the head administrator, took the initiative to request the FBI and CIA to provide human resources and reinforcements. In this way, a lot of elites have been drawn from those intelligence agencies. J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had also gone to the president to complain about this. He said that Major General Cavill received so much funding but still came to steal his staff. Wasn't this bullying honest people? CIA not yet called by that name. The correct term is Office of Strategic Services head. Roscoe Hillenkoetter also nodded aggressively at the same time. At least he was also a rear admiral. His rank isn't any lower than Major General Cavill. So, how could the other party not even say a word of greeting and directly transferred a group of people away? The president had no choice but to call Luke to the White House, intending to hear his explanation. However, in regards to the above charges, the young general's response was, "I greeted at the last reception. I approached Mr. Hoover and Admiral Hillenkoetter and said that SHIELD personnel were tight and wanted to borrow some people." As soon as this remark came out, the heads of both intelligence agencies turned pale. If they didn't know they were no match for Superman, they would have thrown up their fists and charged. Could you take the words said at the wine table seriously? Hoover, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, even publicly took nude pictures of President Roosevelt's wife. Everyone just laughed at it, and no one looked deeper into it. In the end, the matter came to nothing. The president could only reassure the two top administrators of the intelligence agencies and ignore their explicit request for some funding as compensation. Since then, none of the military heads had dared to talk business at the wine table with Luke. After all, if you couldn't mess with him, you can only stay away. I understand the expansion of SHIELD and the necessity to move faster, but don't be so aggressive and leave the president a little dignity. Luke arrived on the 34th floor and walked into the office to see Carter in a brown dress with black heels. The cold and attractive female agent is now the commander of SHIELD, responsible for internal affairs management, field assignments, and all other tasks. They don't give a damn about. Hoover, in particular, touted himself as Washington's secret agent in the shadows. What's the big deal about taking a few nude pictures of the president's wife and knowing about a few Senate scandals? Carter's hands were propped up on the table, and her abundant capital shifted violently, causing Luke to blink a little. The latter made a gesture of surrender and said in a relaxed tone, "Well, we've offended a lot of people anyway, but Hoover took pictures. The FBI director is a pervert and sexually abnormal," Carter replied with a look of disgust. Luke, who was a member of the popcorn-eating audience, was amazed that this group of bigwigs was at the top of the power pyramid. They were good at juggling their private lives. "How is SHIELD doing so far?" Luke, as a hands-off manager, had no perception that he was the boss. SHIELD's work was mainly handed over to Carter, and he seldom cared about specific affairs. Facts have proven that the other party had this ability. In just a few months, the whole organization was already on the right track. Not bad. The total number of people is maintained at about 400. Most of them are logisticians and clerical staff. The real agents and field agents added up to less than 100, which also includes overseas spies and agents. Carter said, in a very organized manner, handing him a detailed list. As for the Hydra thing you mentioned before, there's no exact news. However, I noticed an oil refining company. According to reliable information, it had received an overseas capital injection from the Soviet Union, which is currently being traced. Luke took the information and scanned through it, memorizing the contents in his head. Carter, sitting in the position of commander of SHIELD, fully demonstrated her smart and capable side. She went on to say, "If you look at Dr. Zola's testimony, I have good reason to suspect that Hydra is hiding in the Soviet Union and is in collusion with a group called Leviathan." Luke nodded his head. This coincided with his previous assumptions. After World War II, the Allies won. The Axis camp had fallen apart and lost its potential and possibilities for development in a short period, like fish on a chopping block at the mercy of others. If Hydra wanted to grow, it would choose a country with a rapid rise in power and turmoil. We have sacrificed 4 agents during this time, and they all died at the hands of Leviathan. They have an organization called the Red Room, which trains high-quality spies and agents for assassination missions. Carter collected a lot of information. Even the Red Room was dug up. Most people have only heard of the KGB, but they didn't know that there was such a spy training camp hidden in the shadows of the Soviet Union. "Well done," Luke complimented. Those were small touches. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of mutants. "I heard you found James Howlett." The search for Wolverine's whereabouts was also one of the tasks Luke assigned to SHIELD. More precisely, we found his brother, Victor Creed. Carter found the profile data, opened it, and read, "He should be the mutant you were talking about." Previously, he and James Howlett performed brilliantly in the Normandy landing, but his brother, Victor Creed's character, is much more violent. He disobeyed the orders of his superiors several times and contradicted the officers. Most recently, he killed a senior officer, resisted arrest, and was sentenced to death along with James Howlett. Incredibly, they were both shot in the head but didn't die. Instead, they killed the execution team. This was 4 months ago. Currently, Victor Creed is being held in a military camp in New Jersey, and his brother James Howlett is missing. Luke was standing at the door of a cell in a military camp in New Jersey. "General, Victor Creed is locked up here. He is dangerous and aggressive." The military officer behind him warned. He looked at Luke with a look of admiration. To many soldiers, Superman is a great legend and a hero who ended the war. In recent times, Luke had put off many interviews and reduced the number of public appearances to focus on SHIELD's work. But his reputation was still growing with each passing day, making him an icon for today's young people. "It's okay. Open the door." Luke smiled lightly. Wolverine's brother had a violent temper, which he already knew. The officer pulled out the key and opened the iron cell door. The afternoon sun shone through. He held the gun pouch at his waist with one hand and stood in front of the young general to prevent any incidents. "Victor Creed, from Canada." Luke walked into the damp, dark, cramped cell and was greeted by the stench of decay and murky air. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly and raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, shielding his sense of smell. A tall, rough-faced, tough-looking man with a beard sat in the corner, with heavy handcuffs on his arms and legs. A mouse crawled on his shoulder and let out a squeak. Across the muddy ground, you could still see some scraps of flesh and blood. Wearing a short-sleeved top, he showed off two strong arms. Dense bullet holes are visible on them. You are accused of killing a senior officer and have been sentenced to 1,000 hours of being constantly shot at. Tell me, how does that feel? The tall figure blocked the warm sunlight squeezing through the doorway, which annoyed Victor, teasing the mouse. He opened his mouth like a wild animal, showing his white teeth, and said, "To be honest, that tickles me a little. Well, I heard that you and James Howlett, your brother, were both extremely talented soldiers who participated in the Normandy landing and survived." Luke continued. SHIELD's intelligence work was excellent in that they had almost dug up all the details of this saber-tooth. Simply put, he and Wolverine were half-brothers. The whole childhood story was a very bloody family drama. Wolverine's father is a Canadian businessman with a successful career, but it is a pity that he was cheated on with the estate's groundskeeper. When he was out doing business, the family gardener worked during the day and had worked overtime at night, comforting his lonely wife. The businessman, who later learned of the incident, dismissed the groundskeeper and forgiven his wife. In the end, he didn't expect that one night the drunken groundskeeper Logan caused trouble and accidentally killed the businessman. After experiencing the pain of losing his father, little James triggered his body's ability to grow sharp claws formed by his bones. He used the pair of sharp claws to pierce the groundskeeper's heart, not realizing that the other party was his father. After that, it was the tragic story of Victor Sabretooth. He escaped with his frightened half-brother, and the two wandered around. The mutant brothers have a powerful ability to heal themselves and age slowly. In search of a way to die or a more exciting life, the two men served multiple tours in the military. From the Civil War to World War I and World War II, they had participated in them all and were veterans of 100 wars. Due to the long period, SHIELD didn't do a meticulous background check. Part of it is Luke's understanding of the stories in his mind. That's nothing. I've been in more thrilling battles. Victor grimaced, looking up at the two silver stars on his opponent's shoulder patch, and said with disdain, "General, whose ass did you lick to get this position? President? Or is it just a bunch of random military commanders who give orders?" The self-healing ability, combined with long life, made Sabretooth quite disdainful of ordinary people. Just from the appearance, Luke is at most 25 years old. How many wars could he have participated in? How many dangerous life and death scenarios had he experienced? Young, but had a high position. What was the reason? You wouldn't need a brain to figure it out. Show some respect, you cold-blooded monster. Major General Cavill is a war hero decorated by the president, much better than beasts like you. The young officer in front of Luke snapped at him, almost pulling out his pistol and putting a hole in Sabretooth's head. The name Superman had long spread all over the country. Luke's merit was even more unquestionable. His idol was slandered. How could he tolerate it? War hero? You're the guy called Superman by Roosevelt and Churchill. Victor squinted his eyes, and only then did he fully see the half-lit, half-dark young face. In vain. Thud. Luke took a step forward, past the young officer, and lifted his right leg without an expression. Before Victor responded, his head was stomped into the concrete wall, creating a conspicuous crater. The military boot crushed the distorted face covered with anger. No matter how the opponent struggled, he couldn't lift it. The force was so strong that it caused a bloody trail on the wall. I appreciate talented and capable people. I don't like to talk nonsense. Luke stood upright and calmly said, I can understand that you're a veteran who has seen war and killings, a beast who has adapted to the law of the jungle. You will inevitably be a little wild. But it's best to distinguish the occasion and identify the target clearly before you show your claws, Victor. The young Major General pressed his foot firmly against Sabretooth, who was emitting a muffled growl. His opponent's hard skull felt like it was about to crack. On his 10 fingers, sharp knife-like nails tore the concrete and scraped out clear marks to vent the innermost fury in his heart. I'll rip your heart out and let you die wailing. He gritted his teeth and snarled. He had always been invincible in battle because of his almost immortal-like self-healing ability and keen beast intuition. As a result, he developed an impulsive, bloodthirsty personality. Simply put, he's a cranky old man. I'm good at communicating with guys like you. The corners of Luke's mouth lifted slightly as he released his right foot from Sabretooth's face. With the sudden release of this cranky old man, he immediately rolled over and got up, his two sharp claws raised high. Victor is very confident. Given a second, he could have ripped open the delicate veins in Luke's neck and tasted the incredible sensation of warm blood spurting on his face. On that bearded face, the bloody wounds caused by friction had repaired themselves. This shows how powerful the self-healing ability of his muscular physique is. Too slow. Luke shook his head. This guy was like a feral beast, killing and fighting on instinct. He might be invincible against an ordinary soldier, but when faced with Superman, who took up Deathstroke's Master Assassin card, it was simply clumsy to brush up his proficiency. Snap. The retracted right leg kicked out abruptly, and the air made a loud noise. Like an iron whip, it struck Victor with force. His heavy body, like a cannonball, crashed directly through the concrete wall behind him. If there were no shackles on his hands and feet, the humanoid beast would have flown far away. Cough, cough. Victor spat out a bloody spit. His sternum collapsed as if a heavy hammer had hit him. If not for his robust vitality, coupled with the mutant's self-healing ability, this mutant would have died on the spot. Don't think you could be arrogant just because your injuries heal automatically and you can't be killed. If you ever flash your claws at me again, I'll put you in a box, pour a ton of cement over you, and throw you into the Mariana Trench. Luke walked up to the fallen Sabretooth and smiled kindly. Hearing this warning, the cranky old man finally calmed down. A bit of fear appeared in his eyes. Reduced to that point, wouldn't it be worse than death? I'm sorry, General, I shouldn't have offended you. After struggling for 10 seconds, Sabretooth squeezed the words out of his throat. Very good. Luke nodded with satisfaction and praised. It seems that we have reached an agreement, Victor. Luke shows his kind side after getting to know Sabretooth, Victor. He beckoned to the young officer who was standing in the cell in a daze and ordered, "Get him an ID badge." Victor Creed, a member of SHIELD's task force. As of today, you will continue to serve. Yes, General. Sabretooth, whose sternum had collapsed, coughed twice and slowly rose to his feet. The self-healing ability began to take effect. His shattered bones and injured internal organs healed at an alarming rate. The cranky old man, who had been beaten up a bit, was much more restrained. Most mutants who have never been beaten by society have an inexplicable sense of superiority and consider themselves superior to humans. Sebastian Shaw and his spiritual successor, Magneto, have relied on this approach to either brainwash or unite a group of compatriots. Trask will definitely like you. Luke saw Sabretooth's self-healing ability and began to think about bringing his brother, Wolverine, into the picture. In this way, he will have the proper people to spar in training the future skill card's proficiency. Sabretooth alone certainly wouldn't last long. With the thick-skinned Wolverine, the pair of brothers could withstand being Luke's punching bag. Although he didn't know who this Trask Luke was talking about, his extremely keen beast intuition warned Sabretooth that it probably wasn't something good. At the thought of being a miserable lab rat, a cold chill ran down his spine. The idea of running away sprouted in his mind. Victor, believe me, it's not a good choice. Luke seems to have guessed it and eloquently said, "You will become a wanted criminal of the military. When your photos are published in the newspaper, you will have to face the comprehensive pursuit of SHIELD, the state and county police. Then you can only hide in the woods and live like a beast. You may not care. After all, you are a beast. But believe me, if you get caught running away again, you'll end up in a horrible situation. I have a scientist named Bolivar Trask who is very interested in mutants. Maybe then we will experiment on you, such as cutting your body in half. Which half will be the first to start healing itself? Perhaps we can cut one, Victor, and end up with two Victors. Wouldn't that be interesting?" Sabretooth's hair stood on end, and his heart couldn't restrain the fear. At this time, he realized that the self-healing ability that had allowed him to charge with such abandon on the battlefield could also be turned into a form of torture. This young general is simply the devil. General, I will never run away. Sabretooth gulped, giving a serious expression of guarantee. If Wolverine saw his brother's courteous appearance, he would be shocked. It wasn't his foul-mouthed brother's temperament. He was usually like an explosive barrel full of curses. By the way, what's your name? After a friendly chat with Sabretooth, Luke was ready to fly straight back to New York. Before leaving, he stared at the young officer for a few seconds and vaguely felt that he looked familiar. "Report General, my name is William Stryker." The young officer saluted. "Is this fate?" Luke couldn't help but smile. He harvested Sabretooth, finished the main task, and found the future mutant butcher. Human resources +2, team strength +1. "Stryker, right. How long have you served?" Luke asked with great interest. Right now, Stryker hasn't experienced the pain of losing family members, let alone met his fated, perfect creation, Wolverine. The whole person looks like a hot-blooded young man, full of vigor. Reported General, 1 year and 4 months. Luke glanced at the rank on his shoulder, Corporal. It looked like he hadn't been in the military for too long. It's no wonder that he appeared in the new barracks in New Jersey. "Corporal Stryker, would you be interested in working for me?" Luke asked with a smile. This kind of bad habit of collecting plot characters is as addictive as drawing cards. Once you start, you can't stop. He wasn't a stamp collector before. "Can I?" Stryker was so overwhelmed that he even wondered if he heard voices. It was like a fan going to the airport to meet an idol, but the latter said her house is quite extensive. "Do you want to?" Cough, cough. Seems to be the wrong metaphor. Anyway, that's probably what it was. Stryker still thinks it's unbelievable. "Report to Washington, D.C. next week, Corporal Stryker." Luke didn't bother to say much, leaving a word and directly taking off into the sky. The tall and straight figure tore away with billowing air and disappeared into the clouds, leaving a sea of admiration and eyes looking up at the new barracks in New Jersey. At the same time, Florida has a long coastline of over 1,000 miles, with many islands dotting the blue sea like pearls. This is a resort area with numerous islands that have been kept tranquil and pristine. You could enjoy the charming beach, go boating and surfing at sea, or spend an afternoon at the pier with a fishing rod, and then feast at a seafood restaurant. All in all, life had a slow and comfortable pace here, attracting a large number of tourists every year. What a great place to relax and forget your worries. A middle-aged man wearing some sort of strange helmet lamented at a beach bar on Anna Maria Island. He sat by the window with a glass of beer, looked at the strong young man opposite, smiled, and said, "My name is Sebastian Shaw, a tourist on vacation. Do you mind if I sit here?" The strong young man with long black hair, 2 strong arms, and bronze skin shook his head and said, "Be my guest." He seemed to have no desire to talk, and after giving a brief answer, he kept silent. "Where are you from?" "I'm from Europe. I have to say, the war is terrible. Everything is out of control." The middle-aged man, who gave him his name, spoke as if he was talking to himself. "I have seen too many innocent people being persecuted and killed. Not only Jews, but also many compatriots with extraordinary abilities." The robust young man looked up and spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Shaw, are you German?" Sebastian nodded his head without concealing it. He sincerely said, "Country, color, ethnicity, these are all external aspects. I'm a scientist and I follow my heart. The extreme racial theories from the Third Reich are too radical and superficial. Do blonde hair and blue eyes mean perfect blood? That's ridiculous. So, Mr. Shaw, what do you think?" Strong young man seemed to take some interest and asked with a frown. "Of course it's genes. Only the genes that are engraved in the human body are the true revered spiritual guides." Sebastian was so excited about the conversation that he held up the beer and said, "Genes are constantly evolving. The gift of learning, the ability to adapt to the environment. No, the evolutionary instinct that drove us through genocide, through the Ice Age, through the Black Death. The perfection of a race depends on genes. The Third Reich thinks that Aryans are a higher race, and blonde hair and blue eyes are a sign of perfection, which is foolish. That's just the result of genetic variation and has nothing to do with evolution." The young man was lost in thought. He subconsciously asked, "What is evolution?" "Ability." Sebastian smiled at the corner of his mouth, looked up, and took a sip of beer, saying, "Humans learned to make tools, learned to make fire, and got rid of the primitive error of ignorance. When Prometheus stole fire for the world in mythology, was it only fire he brought with him? No, it was the ability to learn and inspire wisdom. The degree of evolution of a race depends on ability. For example, a longer life, a stronger body, and more difference from others." The young man frowned, oblivious to the fact that the guests in the bar had already gone away. A woman with snow-white skin and an icy face appeared behind him at some point. The woman's fingers were placed near his temples, and his lips were slightly opening and closing, repeating Sebastian's words. Evolution is cruel, and the higher races should eliminate the inferior races, just as Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals. Sebastian said with a smile. Don't you think so, Nama Mackenzie? The young man's eyes were confused and gradually became empty. After a long time, he nodded with certainty. That's right. Evolution is cruel. Does he approve of mutants? In the luxurious suite at Anna Maria Island's waterfront hotel, a cold, beautiful woman with snow-white skin held a glass of red wine and handed it to Sebastian Shaw. Nama Mackenzie, unlike ordinary people, isn't mentally fragile. His mind is at my mercy. I can only guide him to believe in the correct theory that mutants are supreme. Sebastian Shaw smiled confidently, took the glass and said, Sure, I could see Nama Mackenzie's flaws right away. He isn't a determined person. His face is full of confusion, hesitation, and lack of direction. As a puppet, he is easy to control. The cold woman nodded as she delved into Nama's mind and felt the overwhelming emotion that was evident. If I hadn't worked with Hydra before, I wouldn't have known that in this world, apart from humans and mutants, there are also Atlanteans. They exist in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean and have never been attacked by outsiders. Sebastian was a little thrilled. He has been hiding with the people from the Hellfire Club since the Third Reich collapsed and disintegrated. This mad scientist wasn't a quiet, mundane type of person. On the contrary, Sebastian is power-hungry and ambitious and has always seen mutants as tools and weapons. Therefore, he hopes to find an opportunity to lead the Hellfire Club towards its rise. But a world where war has just ended, the order is being rebuilt, power is being reshuffled, and there is no room for mutants to develop. Atlanteans live at the bottom of the ocean. Unlike humans, they are born with blue skin and the ability to breathe underwater. Sebastian told her the information he got from Hydra. Nama Mackenzie is an exception. Born from an Atlantean princess and an American naval captain, he had the skin color and appearance of a human and was once discriminated against and banished from Atlantis for this reason. Hydra and Atlantis had contact. The beautiful woman was a bit surprised by the strength of the organization. Although Red Skull lost, Hydra's capabilities were still preserved. They have studied many ancient civilizations of humankind. It isn't surprising for them to know the existence of Atlantis. Sebastian savored his red wine and whispered, Emma, only relying on mutants won't be enough to fight against the massive society that humans have built up. We need to make them kill each other and consume each other so that we could have a chance. And that's what humans are good at. Emma Frost, the beautiful and cold woman, listened silently. She was the White Queen in Hellfire Club, ranking second only to Sebastian Shaw. She is a rare alpha mutant with similar mental abilities to Professor Baldhead, who can read other people's thoughts and memories and even perform mind control. Had Sebastian Shaw not found a unique material in the Soviet Union that isolates the mind and made a helmet out of it, he could have been restrained by the White Queen, not to mention convincing the other side to join the Hellfire Club. What about Superman? The White Queen turned on the TV and stared at the young Major General's image on the news. Luke Cavill is a formidable opponent, but not as scary as I thought. When I master my abilities, along with your mind control, sooner or later, this Superman will kneel in front of the Hellfire Club. Sebastian's ambition is so intense that he could absorb all forms of abilities, convert them, and unleash them. This included electricity, heat, kinetic energy, and so on. It can be said that even if tanks and bombers came together, they might not be able to hurt the Black King of this Hellfire Club. The only drawback may be that Sebastian's energy storage has a limit. Once exceeded, his body would explode, and he would die. I once thought about helping the Third Reich and destroying Luke Cavill. However, at that time, I wasn't able to fully control my ability. Now it's different. I received a greater level of evolution. Sebastian looked out at the night sea, full of ambition. He carefully studied Superman's ability, which is nothing more than a substantial strengthening of physical qualities, in addition to flight and heat vision. He has just the right amount to restrain him. Wait until I convince Nama Mackenzie to join the Hellfire Club and identify himself as a mutant, then go after that Superman. Sebastian looked at the tall figure reflected in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. By the way, get the Azazel and the others out. Emma, the White Queen, frowned slightly but did not comment. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered slowly. Heavy rain was about to fall. SHILD headquarters, Washington, D.C. Luke turned his seat and turned his back to the door. Looking through the French windows, we could see the bright night along the Potomac River. Thoughts arise and fall like waves and settle into a plan. When the night got darker, Luke leaned back in his seat. He seemed to sense something and frowned. The stable space was cut open and sparks of magic pulsated. The scent of incense from Kathmandu, the chanting of bells and meditation drifted through. I have been waiting for you, Ancient One. Luke, with a glass of whiskey in his right hand, smiled and said, I thought you would come earlier. For example, in Brooklyn or Sicily, Rome or even Paris. I didn't expect our first meeting to be in Washington, D.C. The folding and changing void space opened a circular passage, and a figure in a yellow robe arrived. Lifting the hood that hides her face, a bright and shiny bald head emerged. You knew I would come, the intruder asked with great interest. I was just ready for the day when the Sorcerer Supreme would come to my door. Luke turned his chair, put down his glass, and looked directly at the other person. There will come a time, won't there? What do people like me look like to you? A stowaway or a visitor from another world? The young Major General didn't conceal his intention and directly asked his question. Since Sorcerer Supreme took the initiative to come to him, she must have understood his identity. Pretending not to know and continuing to play dumb will only make the other party look down on her for no reason. In the Marvel studio, bald heads are more difficult to deal with. For example, a mutant professor who is currently still a child, or perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme that appeared in front of him. Their presence leaves no doubt that a bald head was most likely a sign of strength. Or maybe there is some kind of addition to personal strength. Then again, Thanos has no hair, right? And Nick Fury, forget it, the hard-boiled egg director has no other skills except using public funds. Luke's eyes drifted off as if he had discovered some big, shocking secret. There are many kinds. The Sorcerer Supreme seems to have entered a conversational mood. Her right arm slightly lifted, and a chair automatically slid over. She sat in the chair and talked with Luke face to face. The three sanctuaries often capture strange spirits from other dimensions or other worlds. The standard measure is for them to be returned, the Sorcerer Supreme said patiently. Occasionally, there will be exceptions. For example, when the dimensions overlap and the space are turbulent, many innocent people are unfortunately killed. The soul passes through the gap between the dimension of space and the universe. After judging that there is no danger, the sanctuary will give them a place to stay. Luke adjusted his sitting position, seemingly to make himself more comfortable. The Sorcerer Supreme is the protector of the earth. She and the Temple of the Three maintain not world peace, but balance and stability in multi-dimensional space. The group of sorcerers is generally uninterested in the fierce disputes in the human world, even if the Third Reich won, colonized the whole world, and promoted extreme race theory. The Temple of the Three and Taj would most likely not intervene and change the trajectory of history that should have happened. The enemies that deserve their vigilance are the many demons in hell, the dimensional demon guards watching. So, which am I? A target for deportation or an innocent person in protective custody? Luke asked calmly. You are very strange. Sorcerer Supreme's eyes glowed slightly, and there was a rare hint of doubt on her pale face, where it was hard to distinguish her gender. In this world, there are not many things that could puzzle the Ancient One. She has an infinity stone and can foresee future changes and see through the fog of fate. General Cavill, your soul belongs to a human being, not creatures of other dimensions. This is a fact that has been confirmed after repeated examination. There is no smell of sulfur and no crimson glow. Luke saw the Sorcerer Supreme subconsciously twitched her nose. He was somewhat speechless. The soul has a smell. Can you smell it? He, a non-magical world outsider, indicated that he didn't understand it very well. Before you took Rome, you had no magical talent at all, let alone learning black magic. But now you're different, and your efficiency at drawing on natural energy is terrific. The Sorcerer Supreme narrowed her eyes. She didn't quite understand why Luke had suddenly gone from being a non-magical human to a highly gifted magical amateur. If the other party signs a contract with the Vishanti Trinity, he will pass the threshold of becoming a grandmaster in sorcery. As for Dormammu, he hasn't come out for a long time. Mephisto, after I destroyed one of his human incarnations in Greece last time, I guess the cunning demon had to take some time off. Listening to the Sorcerer Supreme's words, as if it was a family history, talking about the Marvel world's dimensional guards. All the big shots were said one after another. Luke's mouth twitched. He could only say that she was an ancient one, talking and laughing with these big bosses every day, up to the dimensional demon guards, down to the devils of hell. You had to respect her. The title of the strongest sorcerer on Earth is well deserved. So, the Temple of the Three couldn't figure out where I came from. Luke picked his eyebrows and kept his face calm. If the Sorcerer Supreme knew of a certain chatty mercenary who could break the fourth wall, she would probably know where he came from, provided that perhaps the unborn Deadpool had not been cancelled. That's right. The Supreme Master sighed as if with some regret. This is a problem she has never encountered before. Luke's soul didn't belong to this world, but she couldn't find a specific origin. All kinds of strange things that don't make sense at all. Even the Grandmasters of the Temple of the Three had difficulty in giving a reasonable explanation. After a period of investigation, I initially think that you are human, not a creature of another dimension. This is a problem, because you don't belong to this universe, but you also don't belong to the multi-dimensional world. So according to the rules, the Temple of the Three can't dispose of you at will. Every human soul should be respected and protected. Just like the sorcerers guarding this planet, this is our mission and cannot be violated. After some discussion, the Temple of the Three chose to observe quietly, and I often watched your movements from Karma-Taj. General Cavill, if you hadn't shown something unusual, you probably wouldn't have seen me in your life, until the moment you held the Infinity Stone. Luke remembered Red's skull, and the plane incident when he vaguely felt as if he was being watched. That should be the Sorcerer Supreme herself. The moment you grasped the Tesseract, the space stone, the timeline diverged into countless streams. Destiny became obscure. The future with many possibilities kept changing and fell into a precarious and chaotic state. The Sorcerer Supreme looked at Luke sitting across from her. There were complex emotions in her eyes. She didn't seem to expect such a consequence. Souls from other dimensions or otherworldly beings were not uncommon in the three sanctuaries. Some of them were harmless, while others were threatening. The Temple of the Three has its own set of rules for disposal, either receive or destroy them. But Luke is unique. He doesn't belong to any of them. This caused the sanctuaries to fail to deal with the situation on time, which led to worse changes. Then, what should I do now? Luke asked curiously. After noticing that the Sorcerer Supreme wasn't showing any apparent hostility, he became much more relaxed. There was still vigilance in his heart, but his words were more casual. Although it sounds like the Temple of the Three is having a hard time with his existence, the Sorcerer Supreme doesn't seem to know how to fix it. I don't know. The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head. She's not omniscient and sometimes confused. This is the reason why I came to find you. Finally getting down to business. Luke thought. Frankly, he would like to reach a consensus with the Sorcerer Supreme. In this way, his existence can become reasonable and legitimate. Then the Temple of the Three will not restrict and supervise him. Superman is indeed powerful, but punching Mephisto, kicking the dimensional demon guard, may not end well. Unless Luke can immediately pull out the ultimate Superboy Prime or Silver Age Superman, the card that could go against the heavens. When you had an unexpected and massive impact on the future, I tried to go back in time and try to change it. Luke's eyelids jumped, and although the Sorcerer Supreme spoke politely, he still noticed the cold meaning between the words. Change things. Does it mean using the time stone to go back in time and fix him? No, no, no. You misunderstood what I meant. The Sorcerer Supreme seemed to guess Luke's thoughts, shaking her head and smiling. The past is unchangeable. When it happens, it becomes a fact. If I go back to the past and kill you in the cradle, it wouldn't affect you now. It will only open up a new branch for the line, a world without you. Luke frowned. He seemed to remember Marvel Studios' time settings are a little different from other movies. If you go back to the past, you can change the setting of the future. So, what did you do? Luke suddenly found that the Sorcerer Supreme was an interesting person to chat with, not refusing to answer any questions, not to mention using vague language like other mystics. Most prophets like to hide the correct answers in confusing words. I can observe the future. Your appearance has brought more than 6,300 different possibilities to the timeline, and the number continues to grow. The Sorcerer Supreme's eyes looked quizzical. In those futures she saw, the other side caused both good and bad impacts. I wanted to choose the best one and fix it as the only ending, but you can't do that. There are no definite answers in countless branches. Sometimes you become the hero of the whole world, and sometimes you become the public enemy of all people. Anyway, you would always shake the world as a whole. But there is one thing in common. No one can stop you in the future, Luke. The power you have is unprecedented, and the room for growth is frightening. I can't reach the end of time and see with my own eyes what you will finally become. Luke pursed his lips. It was all like a simulation game with countless choices. Every decision leads to a different direction for the story. This is why I came to find you, something like a routine inquiry. The Sorcerer Supreme's eyes slightly condensed, and with a serious face she said, "Since there is no other way to solve the problem, let's go back to square one and have a face-to-face conversation. Tell me, Luke, what is your purpose?" Luke, who had been listening seriously for a long while, figured out what the Sorcerer Supreme was thinking. She can't use the time stone to smooth out the impact he brought, so she had to speak face to face to determine his intentions and whether his presence would endanger her. Just like immigration, the authorities would ask various questions before you could obtain permanent residency. To be honest, I feel like it's more like an exam. Luke smiled and replied, "Survival is my first goal. Then live a relaxed and secure life without being distracted by other surprises." The Sorcerer Supreme was silent, seemingly using magic to confirm the truth of these words. A moment later, she asked the following question: "What do you think of human beings?" "A complex creature. The noblest morals and the most despicable means will be embodied in them." Luke picked up the whiskey on the table and drank it in one gulp. The cold liquid refreshed him. "I am not some anti-human madman who takes pleasure in depriving others of their right to live. I like to drink Coke, often taste whiskey, and occasionally go to Chinatown to eat Chinese food. No matter how powerful I am, I can destroy the planet with one punch. Still, I always need to satisfy my desires, power, position, and material enjoyment. These are not things I could get by killing and enslavement." "The last question." The Sorcerer Supreme nodded, seemingly agreeing with Luke's statement. "What will you choose when you encounter a crisis? To protect the planet under your feet or to abandon it?" Luke was silent for a moment. If he compared the Marvel world to a game, then he was deciding on his guild's dynamics right now. As he thought before, the sole purpose of the Temple of the Three and Sorcerer Supreme is to guard the Earth. To be more precise, it should be to defend against the alien creatures outside the main universe. For example, the annihilation wave bugs in the negative zone that once annihilated the Nova Corps are also a group of more than the usual 5 people. A bizarre group whose strength directly dropped by 90% at the time. Then there was Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, a miserable guy who suffered from Doctor Strange's time cycle and infinite negotiations. It was the same case with those ancient gods, such as the God of Black Magic, Thon, the Great Serpent, Set, and so on. They existed 4 billion years ago, as indigenous gods of the Earth, were born in the early ancient comics period, and belong to the background characters list, with very few appearances. They were plenty powerful, sometimes comparable to the 5 gods of the universe. Due to the defense system established by the Temple of the Three, it was difficult for this group of ancient giants to interfere with the main universe. Therefore, they either leave the Earth or go to other dimensions. The reason why the Sorcerer Supreme could fight against dimensional demons is mainly because of her excellent backing. The Temple of the Three Vishanti, composed of Ashtar, Agamotto, and Hoggoth, is worshipped by the many masters of Kamar-Taj. They were in charge of white magic. Among them, Ashtar is an ancient god and has family connections with Gaia, mother of the earth. Agamotto is the first Sorcerer Supreme that she nurtured. Therefore, in Luke's view, The Earth was simply one of the most dangerous places in the universe. There was Asgard. Odin, the king of the gods, is the pinnacle of the heavenly father class. They're the temple of the three and the Ancient One, backed by ancient gods. Not to mention Thanos. Even if Galactus came, he would still fall back. Why can't there be a third option? Faced with Sorcerer Supreme's last question, Luke's mind turned, and he quickly organized his words. The Ancient One must have a way to ascertain the truthfulness in his words, so deceitful lies wouldn't have any effect. But truthfully answering, Luke suspects that the Sorcerer Supreme will directly enact a set of infinite time loops after hearing this, putting himself into a hellish state. Therefore, he shouldn't only give a reasonable answer, but also prove that his existence poses no threat to Earth. A third. The Ancient One was a little surprised, and asked in a friendly way. Most of the time, she is a very good-tempered master of the mystic arts. Unlike the bunch in the temple who carry shackles, hammers, heavy axes, put all kinds of defense spells on themselves, and then yell and smash demons' heads with their muscles. The Ancient One belongs to the moderate faction, which will only start with reasoning. Physical violence is the communication solution used to deal with stubborn elements. From the good attitude shown by Luke, it seems that he could communicate normally. Therefore, the Sorcerer Supreme is willing to give a little more patience and listen to the other party's explanation. For example, unite as one, unite forces, end the war before it begins, and nip the disaster in the bud. Luke's eyes flashed, trying to look sincere, and said, "The temple of the three's enemies are hell demons and dimensional demons. There are far more people behind the scenes who are interested in the Earth. Instead of waiting for the crisis to happen, why not take the initiative to develop and strengthen our strength until we have the confidence to face any storm?" The Sorcerer Supreme shakes her head. As the owner of the Time Stone and having future foresight, she is more inclined to act conservatively. Excessive interference in the timeline will only lead to worse results. The threats among the stars, naturally, has Asgard and Odin to stand up to them. The task of Karma-Taj and the temple is to hold our line of defense. The Ancient One replied with a smile. She has dealt with the Allfather several times. The strength of the other party, even in the multiverse, could also be called superior. With Asgard as the solid barrier of the 9 realms, those alien empires and cosmic overlords who dare to provoke should seriously consider the consequences. Centuries ago, Odin, his daughter Hela, and the great might of the Valkyrie army could be said to have swept through the 9 realms. But the twilight of the gods will come, won't it? Luke meaningfully reminded. Earth can't always rely on Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme, as the old powerhouses will have to retire sooner or later. When the time comes, Doctor Strange, who will take over the throne, may not be able to cope with the hidden crisis among the stars. General Cavill, you really know a lot. Sorcerer Supreme's eyes gazed at him like a sharp blade sweeping through. She is now increasingly curious about Luke's origins. The ancient prophecy of the twilight of the gods was unknown to many, even most people of Asgard. "So, what do you want to do?" the Sorcerer Supreme asked with great interest. "You can change your way of thinking," Luke said in a determined tone, like a tireless interviewer trying to promote himself. "First of all, Temple of the Three has limited power. You should acknowledge that." The Sorcerer Supreme nodded her head. The number of sorcerers in the groups is less than that of mutants. It's not that the conditions for becoming a sorcerer are harsh. But in modern society, with all the materialistic desires, there aren't many ordinary people who are willing to stay in Karma-Taj to practice for that long. Usually, the purpose is to achieve a goal, such as a cure for a terminal illness, or to get out of a difficult situation, and then return to modern society. For this, the Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't stand in the way. We can expand the number of masters, for example, by establishing a specialized educational institution to provide a living force for Temple of the Three. Luke came up with an idea. In this way, the pressure on Karma-Taj would reduce, and so there would be enough people to deal with hell demons. The Sorcerer Supreme was silent for a moment, thinking about the possibilities. "Major General Cavill, there is a price to pay for using magic. It may also cause great harm if that forbidden knowledge spreads." After a long time, the Ancient One shook her head and said so. "The magic of the Marvel Universe requires the user to pay the price. The specific process can be seen as a loan. Each time the users use a high-level spell, it is like an additional charge on their bill. White magic allows payment in installments, and the cost wasn't so terrible, so many mages accepted it in Karma Taj. And black magic belongs to the lone shark kind, which is very cool when used, but very miserable when the payment is due. The cost of magic can be circumvented, right? There's no need to stick to the old rules. Luke was persuasive. He tried to convince the Sorcerer Supreme. Doom, the master of science and magic in Marvel, tried to pass on the cost of casting spells with machines. The Ancient One herself often gathers the power of Dormammu and secretly transfers the bills she needs to pay to the Dark Dimension. I'll think about it. This is the end of the question and answer game. The Sorcerer Supreme didn't reject it outright, nor did she nod in agreement. When it comes to difficult decisions, she prefers to be patient and wait for a while. General, for your arrival, I don't know whether it is good news or bad news. However, on my behalf, I welcome you. The Sorcerer Supreme stood up and gave a very modern handshake. Thank you. I hope one day I can set foot in Karma Taj. Luke also got up and stood. The Ancient One was the most talkative one amongst all the Sorcerer Supremes from previous dynasties. If the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, replaced this, he would take him away in an instant. By the way, Ancient One, I have a question, Luke asked curiously. How can you tell if I'm lying or not? Is it some special spell? Because you answered the same question 420 times. The Sorcerer Supreme seemed to be smiling. The eye of Agamotto hanging down on her chest emitted emerald green light. She created a time loop when I wasn't aware of it. Luke was dumbfounded, but it was indeed the Sorcerer Supreme's style of doing things. However, the other party was too patient, and the single infinite cycle wasn't too dull. By the way, General Cavill, I just have one thing I want from you. Before leaving, the Supreme Master smiled mysteriously and faintly said, when foreign people settle permanently, they always have to pay a little something and do something good for the world. You think so, right? 20 minutes later, the office in SHILD's headquarters was quiet again. Luke shook the empty glass, went to the wine cabinet, and poured himself a glass of whiskey, all of which were high-end goods from Howard. Every time he went to his mansion, the Major General had to order 1 or 2 bottles of good wine, and Jarvis, the housekeeper, was kind enough to tell him the price and year to help him choose. So much so that Howard began to complain that Luke had emptied his stock. The Sorcerer Supreme from Karma Taj came quietly and left quietly, with a wave of her sleeves. She only left a few wisps of power. Kang the Conqueror, trouble one after another. Luke leaned his head back and drank it all in one go. With the help of the cold liquid and burning alcohol, he sorted out his chaotic thoughts. Kang the Conqueror, for many, was an unfamiliar name. This guy, like Deadpool's good friend Cable, was someone of the future. He was a supervillain who had never appeared in the movies. Kang the Conqueror himself didn't have any super ability, and his mind was average. So, he wasn't very conspicuous among various villains. The Sorcerer Supreme couldn't mention him precisely because he could travel in time and was an expert in this field. In the comics, Kang the Conqueror often pretended to be a historical celebrity and conquered the world with the help of time machines, high-tech armor, and future weapons. For example, a pharaoh of Egypt or Darius of the Persian Empire made a guest appearance as a superhero, like Iron Lad. To sum up, Kang the Conqueror was a person who liked to get into trouble. He claims to be the king of kings and is passionate about time travel, ruling one branch world after another. He gave the Sorcerer Supreme a headache. More and more time, branches can lead to unforeseen catastrophes of enormous proportions. Kang the Conqueror will permanently ruin one world, then finds the next one. He enjoyed this boring game. Even with the Ancient One's gentle character, she was so annoyed that she once wanted to kill this opponent with the Time Stone. You can see how much trouble this time travel expert had brought the Sorcerer Supreme. So, Kang the Conqueror took a fancy to my timeline. Luke shook his glass. This is one of the costs of obtaining permanent residency. He must expel Kang the Conqueror or wipe him out completely. Of course, the second option was impossible, because this bastard's footprints were all over the timelines. Killing one, there was always another. His vitality was stronger than that of a cockroach. Otherwise, the Ancient One would have done it herself. This isn't too difficult, Luke agreed with the Sorcerer Supreme. He took care of Kang the Conqueror, and the Temple of the Three and Karma Taj wouldn't come after him. They wouldn't interfere with each other and live in peace. This is still a good deal. Although the title of Conqueror sounded a little bluffing, his strength is quite average. Most of the time, he was relying on future technology to run amok. When encountering real, strong people, he could only flee. For example, the first mutant in history, Apocalypse, once made Kang the Conqueror suffer. Pretending to be Darius, even the 300 Spartan warriors could give him a headache. All Spartans in that timeline were real men who could tear apart tigers and leopards with their hands and carry a lot of weight. As a reward, the Sorcerer Supreme also gave me a spoiler. Luke learned about Atlantis and Nama the Sea King from the Ancient One. As we all know, the two major American comic book studios often borrow and pay tribute to each other's works. Therefore, sometimes it was customary for characters to be highly similar. Nama, the Sea King in Marvel Studio, actually appeared earlier than Aquaman, the seahorse rider next door Arthur Curry. He was the first mutant to appear in the comics, and also the first superhero. He was nicknamed the Rip-Off Little Prince, Adulterer, and Double-Crosser. Specific deeds were almost flooded New York and became enemies with Wakanda, was old enemies with Black Panther, and had conflicts with superheroes in the Avengers. He joined the secret organization Illuminati and joined Thanos, whose biggest hobby was to make trouble and cuckold others. He belongs to the type of character that jumps back and forth between superhero and villain. Since Atlantis has appeared, will Wakanda be far behind? Luke let out a long sigh. The whole face of the world began to show. This was the tip of the iceberg. He wasn't nervous, but rather full of anticipation. Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, Atlantis, Nama, and Kang the Conqueror. Looks like I'm going to be busy for a while. Thinking silently, Luke added a few names to his notes. I saw the lights in your office was on. Someone pushed open the door of the office. The clacking of high heels came closer and closer. Still not off duty at this hour. The young Major General put his glass down and turned around. Aren't you? The female agent came in with a frown. Her nose twitched and she said, the office smells like someone else was here. Did you entertain a guest? Maybe before, but now do you count as my guest? Luke smiled gently. Seemingly aware that the atmosphere felt wrong, the female agent subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then she thought that she had lost momentum. Instead, she held her head high and stared at the eloquent Major General, unwilling to show her weakness. I just came in to see since it's nothing. Then I go first. As the manager of SHILD, Carter is determined to escape from this place. Office romance has always been taboo for her. Besides, Luke is her boss. If people found out, the gossip that had subsided would come flooding back to overwhelm them. Carter didn't want to be labeled as that woman who gets promoted by sleeping with her boss. I'm almost done. I'm getting ready to leave work. Why don't you join me? Luke leaned against his desk and tapped his fingers lightly. I heard that you live in an apartment on Northwest Boulevard, just down the road. And it's early. I can come to your house for a cup of coffee. You won't refuse, will you? Carter pursed her lips. She didn't want to invite Luke to her house for coffee. With her own understanding of this man, the other party would push his luck and make more unreasonable demands. I remembered I had some work to do, so I'm going to work overtime tonight. Carter tried to dispel Luke's other thoughts diplomatically. She couldn't help feeling a little proud when she thought of the other party's disappointed expression. Is that so? Since you're going to work late, it's still working hours. Can you make me a cup of coffee? Luke hung a smile on his lips. I'm not your secretary. Carter mumbled something, but her body still moved. She walked on her heels to the wine cabinet and pulled out a washed mug. By the way, Peggy, I'd like some hand-ground coffee. I'm a bit unaccustomed to the taste of instant coffee. Luke sat down in the chair and called out to the female agent. Instant only, Carter replied stiffly. Carrying a steaming cup of coffee, she placed it heavily on the table. If there's nothing else, I'm going to continue my work. Carter avoided Luke's eyes. Since the last dance, both of them were crazy that night. Looking back on it, the female agent was blushing. Why don't you work overtime here? Luke rested his elbows on the table. His fingers cradled his jaw, and he looked at Carter with fierce eyes. The latter bit her lip and remained silent. The office lights seemed to have dimmed a bit. A flying bird swept through the window, its dark eyes swiveling, looking at the intense struggle between the two mammals inside. The SHIELD, the headquarters building, stood quietly as the water flowed swiftly along the Potomac River, a small vortex wrapped under the current, flowing into the deeper night. The underground area of SHIELD, floor -3. This place is forbidden to ordinary agents and civilians. Only Luke, as the director, and Ms. Carter, as the commander, have free access. Many people have guessed that SHIELD may be conducting some kind of secret research, but it isn't clear what exactly. This is the laboratory where Bolivar's project team is participating in the genetic mapping of mutants. Under this pretext, Luke also applied for an experimental grant from the Congressional Budget Committee. He had to say that the hairs of Congress were easy to pull. He had his staff write up a few reports and bring Bolivar to the White House to give a few speeches about mutants. He could then get hundreds of millions of dollars, which is simply more profitable than robbing banks. In response, the FBI and CIA's leaders could only watch in envy. In the same way, they had to catch a bunch of spies to cheat the funds, get strong evidence, and wantonly preach the threat of war. In recent years, it was hard to impress the president and get him to allocate the money. It was a great advantage over others. No wonder Nick Fury was so fond of embezzling public money. It was so easy to get money. It felt like a dream. Luke thought to himself, when Atlantis emerges, they will be able to get another grant from the White House. Then Hydra, the Inhumans. At that time, he wouldn't have to wait for Skynet's establishment to become a first-class millionaire. It's true that being a SHIELD's director is much more promising than being a Secretary of Defense. Stryker, you should like this place. Luke took the elevator and went all the way down. In the future, William Stryker, who would become a mutant butcher, couldn't be compared to Bolivar's scientific mind and Sabretooth's combat power. But even a piece of toilet paper has its use. Luke believed that Stryker and Bolivar, teachers and students, could collide and create different inspiration sparks. General, are you studying those monsters? Stryker remembered the violent scene when Luke kicked Sabretooth in the cell of the new barracks. The latter's injury was severe, but it didn't take long for him to recover independently without even looking for a doctor to give treatment. They are called mutants, Luke corrected. Pay attention to what you call them. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that won't be torn to pieces by some bad-tempered mutant. Stryker nodded silently and noted down the word mutant. As he walked along, he saw many researchers in white coats walking in a hurry. The more they went inside, the quieter the atmosphere was. General, Dr. Trask is in Lab No. 3. A person in charge stepped forward. Recently, the whole institute was busy copying the leech serum and worked overtime for several days. Luke nodded his head, indicating that he knew. After finding Sabretooth, he collected the gene fragments of 5 mutants and completed the main quest of opening the 3rd camp. The leech serum that could suppress the ability of mutants was the reward. Not only that, but the next stage of the main quest has also been updated. Main quest. Opening of the 3rd camp, the Legion is back. Requirement. Become the leader of either side of the mutant camp. Reward. Clark Kent's glasses. You mean I could become a big, strong, cheerful journalist at will? Luke saw this award at that time, thinking that he didn't need to disguise himself. He wasn't interested in applying to the Daily Bugle. That's Dr. Trask, who is in charge of everything in Lab 3 and is your supervisor. With Stryker looking left and right, full of curiosity, Luke pointed out Bolivar, who was having a fit of rage. Although he looks angry now, he's a very gentle person in private. Stryker looked at the dwarf scientist and heard every fuck this and fuck that remark, thinking that he wasn't convinced. You work in Lab 3 and get every information you can about mutants, then join the Weapon X program later. After arranging Stryker, Luke walked toward Bolivar, smiling, and asked, "What's worth getting so worked up about, Dr. Trask?" "Motherfuck. General, you came." Bolivar found a tall figure hanging over him, quickly turned around, and calmly said, "These idiots. I can't even communicate with them properly, just like a human that can't talk to monkeys at the zoo." The dwarf scientist's venomous tongue could occasionally be compared to that of the future Iron Man. Luke had to wave off the researchers, all graduates of prestigious universities, to avoid even more heart-wrenching verbal insults. How far has the leech serum replication project gone? The Major General changed the subject. Geniuses will always have some insufferable defects or faults. Howard, for example, had a family tradition of narcissism and arrogance. In his eyes, military order procurement officers are no different from chimpanzees in human form. And Bolivar is the same. When he found that his researchers couldn't keep up with him, he would swear and make personal attacks at every turn. Many poor newcomers with fragile psychological qualities were even cursed to the point of doubting their lives and crying bitterly. Almost finished. Bolivar held his head high with confidence. From an independent scientist with no funding, no investors, and no personal lab, Dr. Trask is now in charge of many researchers and has all the experimental equipment and office space under his control. He is satisfied with his present treatment and life. The only pity is that Major General Cavill had forbidden him to dissect mutants. Very good. Keep working hard. I need to develop it into a weapon, Luke said with his head down. Nama, the Sea King, is also a mutant. The leech serum can pose a threat to the other party. After visiting Lab 3 and checking Bolivar's work, Luke turned and went to Lab 2. It is Dr. Arnim Zola's office. He is responsible for deciphering Brood's ancient texts and researching Worden's blood. At the end of the war, the Allies took back all the surviving tank-class soldiers. According to the follow-up observation, more than half of them could only live to 35 years old, and the other half was seriously aging, with an estimated life expectancy of even 3 to 4 years. Such a deep level of depletion had put the military off the idea of mass production. The main reason Luke asked Dr. Zola was to study it because Worden's blood can transform cells at a deeper level, enhancing energy storage and absorption. As for the increase in other areas, the effect on Superman isn't significant. Besides, Rogers is a battleship class. Logically speaking, life consumption will be more serious than tank class. If one could decipher all of Brood's technology, one might be able to find a solution. I don't see any hope for the time being. Dr. Zola shook his head. The Brood's original intention in developing this technology was to create a weapon of war. The survival period of the experimental subjects wasn't that important to them. Luke nodded and asked Dr. Zola to continue his research. Then he went to Lab 1, Howard's place. The main project is to extract the infinite energy of the Tesseract, about which Dr. Zola provided a lot of ideas. After all, Hydra's energy weapons came from him. The Tesseract seems to have run out of energy and doesn't respond to any external stimuli. Howard was a little upset when he saw Luke coming. He tried many methods, but they all failed. Even Dr. Zola's precious metal instruments that successfully extracted infinite energy are useless now. Luke averted his gaze. This might have had something to do with him. When he held the Tesseract, he had absorbed a lot of energy. Maybe that's why it's in an indefinite standby mode. What's new? Luke changed the subject. I'm starting to think about building a fusion reactor. Is that a new discovery? Howard scratched his head and said, create a circular vacuum chamber with coils wrapped around the outside, and then electrify it. In this way, a huge spiral magnetic field could be generated inside. If I heat the plasma to a very high temperature, I can achieve nuclear fusion. If it does, it will be enough to solve a future energy crisis. Then keep up the good work. When you succeed, I'll give you a gift. Luke smiled meaningfully. He did not expect Howard to have the fantastic idea of building a large arc reactor right now. If it can be scaled down, then Iron Man will be able to appear in advance. After visiting the 3 laboratories, Luke turned back to Bolivar's mutant project team. SHIELD's intelligence network hasn't been rolled out yet. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive to unearth and cultivate elite agents. James Bond, Ethan Hunt, Jason Bourne, Yan Xiungying. They were all rare elite cards, and it was expected that they wouldn't be available for a while. As for the hard-boiled egg director, Luke didn't purposely go looking for him. The low-end version of Nick Fury, who hasn't grown up yet, isn't instrumental in recruiting. Anyway, these plot characters will appear sooner or later. After all, as the saying goes, traversing worlds, you need a cheat. That would be the unshakable Coulson. The man with the increasingly dangerous hairline was like a rookie village guide on the Marvel set. He knew everything. General, he's James Howlett. The person in charge pointed to a tall, strong man with a beard. Lab 3 is further inside the break area where the mutants are housed. Not long ago, the army found Wolverine, who had been missing for several days. No one knew how he got so far to Japan, and they heard that he almost got hit by the atomic bomb. Luke looked at Wolverine's lively and energetic appearance. He deeply sighed. The self-healing ability is irrational. Wolverine was destroyed by the atomic bomb's high temperature and shock wave, leaving only a skeleton. He could still repair himself. Really fast and efficient. Luke smiled. MacArthur, the commander of the Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific War Zone, is in charge of the military occupation of the Japan Islands. He heard that the major general in the US was searching for a missing soldier. The other party was happy to do him this favor. With one command, he mobilized his forces and quickly found Wolverine. A tall white man stood out in Japan. "Congratulations on your brotherly reunion." Luke walked into the rest area, where besides the brothers, Sabretooth and Wolverine, there were some other mutants. They were all paid particular attention to by. After a period of investigation, they were contacted and taken in. However, there are very few mutants worthy of being recruited. Not everyone in this particular group of genetic mutations enjoyed the satisfaction brought by having different abilities. Since it is genetic evolution, there are bound to be instances of failure. Mutants also have different levels, the epsilon-level mutants, many of which are typical cases of evolutionary failure. Either the skin color and appearance are altered, or they have significant defects. Luke once saw a child, like a hedgehog. When he was excited, sharp hair like steel needles appeared on his skin. Frankly speaking, this ability not only affects life, but is also useless and lacks room for improvement. For that child, it was like a curse. Therefore, he took the initiative to become a leech serum subject and wanted to eliminate his identity as a mutant. There are many similar situations, such as the powerful alpha mutants like Professor Baldhead and Magneto, and the gifted omega mutants like Phoenix and Franklin, which were always a minority. More and more people are suffering from genetic mutations, and in their view, mutants were a disease that deserved to die, not a gift from God. According to Bolivar's analysis of the data, 20% of the mutant population is in the epsilon level, which failed in evolution. 50% were delta level with no significant defects but weak ability. The number of alpha level mutants may be only 10%. As for the legendary omega level, it belonged to the golden card class, which rarely appears. Therefore, it was ridiculous for Sebastian Shaw and Magneto to build a mutant kingdom and a powerful world-ruling kind of regime. This is because there is no way to compensate for the genetic defects of the mutant population alone. Not to mention normal reproduction and population increase. "Thank you for helping me find Jimmy, General." Sabretooth thanked Luke while calling his brother's nickname and acting as a brother. Wolverine, standing beside him, was dumbfounded, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. It was unbelievable that Victor, his grumpy brother, should say the words, "Thank you. I thought you were just going to curse again." Wolverine couldn't resist spitting and was directly elbowed in the abdomen by his older brother Sabretooth. The latter smiled stiffly and tried to show his docile side. Sabretooth did this to avoid being pulled over and sliced up by the dwarf scientist named Bolivar. These days, the damned dwarf is always looking back and forth at himself with eagerness, as if he's wondering which part of his body would be better to cut. Sabretooth was already scared enough to leave a trauma. He couldn't fight his way out, and he had to endure Bolivar's covering eyes every day. This is no way to live. If Luke hadn't been there, Sabretooth would have to complain to his brother, Wolverine. "Sabretooth, do you know how I spent my days lately?" Wolverine, shaking his head. "Sabretooth, you'll find out soon." Wolverine, "James Howlett, let me see your ability." Luke glanced at the young Uncle Wolf. When he saw the sharp bone claws, he couldn't help feeling pity. Wolverine, with no adamantium metal injected into its body, doesn't live up to the name. "Since both of you are here, come on and let's practice together." After a few casual exchanges, Luke took off his coat and moved his muscles and bones. These days, thanks to Sabretooth as a sandbag for practice, Deathstroke's skill card, Master Assassin, has almost become muscle memory. "Fight, can you?" "General, forget it. Anyway, we aren't your opponent." Sabretooth interrupted his brother's death flag. He understood very well that the so-called sparring was to be a human sandbag, even if there's a self-healing factor in his body, and the injury would recover. He isn't a masochist who liked to be beaten, so there's no need to experience being beaten that badly. Wolverine looked at his old brother in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the Victor I know? What on earth happened to him these days? How did you become so polite and friendly? Wolverine suspected that this wasn't his grumpy brother, but someone else with a string of suspicions popping up. Then let James come first. Mutants here all have a code name. You can take one too. Luke was too lazy to pronounce his name and said, "How about Logan? Use your middle name." "No problem. You are the boss here. You have the final say." Wolverine's eyes dimmed, nodding in agreement. James and Logan are both his father's names. "Victor, you don't look like a tough guy now. Aren't you good at fighting?" Wolverine, who got a new name, laughed and then said, "General, if I hurt you, will I be locked up?" Luke shook his head and smiled. "No, Logan. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of being hurt, and I'd be happy if you could let me relive it." "On the contrary, General, I am injured almost every day." Logan grinned. His whole body revealed a bit of wildness. He isn't as violent as his brother Sabretooth, but his temper wasn't mild. He remembers that when Professor Charles and Magneto searched for fellow mutants, they found Wolverine and just introduced themselves. They only got a "fuck you" back, directly letting the leaders of the two mutant camps return without success. It's no wonder that later, when Magneto saw Wolverine, he was severely beaten. It must have been more than a grudge. "Be careful, Jimmy." Sabretooth patted his younger brother on the shoulder and told him, "When you find that you can't resist, you can try to enjoy that feeling. It won't hurt too much, only for a while." Logan was puzzled by his brother's remarks. Then he followed Luke into the spacious, reinforced training room made of alloy. Not long after, there was a continuous booming sound that came from inside. "Victor, guess how long your brother could last?" a big, burly man asked. "His name is Fred, and his code name is Blob. His own strength is endless, and his physical defense is fantastic. He once tried to punch back a shell fired by a tank. Usually, besides Sabretooth, this guy was also one of the sparring partners. He's mainly responsible for taking punches and giving Luke practice punches." Jimmy said, 20 minutes. Sabretooth crossed his arms in front of his chest. This was his first achievement. The demon-like Major General had been beating him for over 20 minutes. It almost drained him. When he walked out of the training room, his legs were weak, as if he had lost all his strength. "I think he could last a little longer than you," a Texan man laughed. "His name is John, and his code name is Kestrel. Like Azazel, he can move instantly, but the range was much smaller than the other party." "I think so too." The last speaker was a young girl named Kayla, code name Silver Fox, who can control other people's thoughts through physical contact. These mutants are the suitable candidates found by SHIELD recently. They had all revealed their identities before, so the agents quickly discovered them. As Luke led SHIELD, the attitude towards mutants wasn't as brutal as Bolivar Trask or William Stryker. He prefers to use gentle tactics, to package himself as a kind man. Unless he was facing a cranky old man, he would fight and skip the small talk. One hit, and it's over. Therefore, these mutants, who have special abilities, are favored by. They completed their recruitment without much resistance. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Bolivar had been taken under Luke's wing. Mutants in the 20th century encountered two crises. First, they were captured by Bolivar as the material for studying Sentinel robots. Second, Stryker's research on Weapon X also persecuted and massacred them on a large scale. The mutants, which the capitalist society hadn't educated, hadn't reached a serious level of hostility towards humans and the military for the time being. Sabretooth was quiet. He didn't think his brother could be better than him. When it came to killing people and fighting, it's apparent that he should be better. "Phew, Victor, your brother is such a stubborn guy." After the warm-up period, Luke walked out of the training room with a satisfied expression. Sabretooth glanced at the time, 34 minutes. "Damn, I lost to that weak Jimmy." Sabretooth, an older brother, was a little upset and took the initiative to apply for a beating. "General, do you want to continue? I can hold on longer." Luke was refreshed and had a good vent. He looked at him strangely. "What's going on, addicted to being beaten? You've been a sparring partner for a week now, Victor. Are you sure you want to continue?" Luke asked. "Yes, it's an honor to fight with you, General." Sabretooth nodded. How could he lose to Jimmy? He had to prove himself. It doesn't matter if he was beaten. Luke raised an eyebrow and wondered if he had brainwashed Sabretooth. Considering the positive attitude of the other party, the Major General, who had just completed his warm-up, couldn't reject him. Well then, I hope you'll make some progress. Luke turned and walked into the training room, and Victor eagerly followed him. Crackle, rumble. The violent sounds penetrated through the training room. Even with its excellent sound insulation, it transmitted outside. The rest of them looked at each other. Fred, the blob, closed his eyes and showed some sympathy. Having been a punching bag a few times, he could imagine Sabretooth's tragic end. 40 minutes later, the spar was over. Luke was full of energy as he strode out. The mutant brothers weren't so bad. He could force him to exert 50% of his powers. Anyway, as long as he doesn't cut off their heads and crush their hearts, they could heal quickly. Okay, the exercise is over. Luke clapped his hands, ignored Sabretooth and Wolverine lying inside, cleared his throat and said, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Luke Cavell. You should all have heard of this name. In the days to come, you can call me Sir or General." The free and scattered mutants, who had been separated from each other, stood together and listened attentively to the young general's words. They have heard a lot about Luke since SHIELD recruited them. The other party is a celebrity, a war hero, Superman and other titles, like a bright halo, incomparably dazzling. In addition to SHIELD's identity and powerful personal strength, he was a person no one could provoke. After all, not every mutant is as violent as Sabretooth. The existence of mutants is no secret to SHIELD. As Luke talked, he took out Constantine's expert in deception skill card and used it. Many people may think you're freaks and deviants, but that's not true. Mutants are just a branch of the evolutionary path of humankind. You're no different from us. Genetic evolution has given you special abilities, not for hiding or escaping. It's an innate mission. Join the military, serve your country, and put the power you have to reasonable use. That's the future of mutants. Constantine's ability to fool, coupled with Luke's pep talk, quickly made these young mutants' blood pump and emotions stir. Compared to Sebastian Shaw's extreme theory, the world belonged to mutants and rebellion against human tyranny. The Major General's speech is much more moving. However, the latter didn't overemphasize loyalty to the country, but put SHIELD and himself in a higher position. "General, will we be sliced up by Dr. Trask?" Big Fred asked. Every mutant had this concern. "Why would he slice you up? You're all valuable assets of SHIELD. You are trained, nurtured, and spent money on every day. These expenses are almost comparable to several bombers." Luke seemed to find it ridiculous and asked rhetorically, "Did I spend all this money just to put you guys on the autopsy table?" Fred scratched his head and smiled. The Major General's answer made him feel relieved and gave him a sense of belonging in. "General, are we still free?" Kayla, the young girl, raised her hand like a student and asked. "I'm sorry, but no." Luke shook his head. "You can go out and have regular holidays, even travel around the world. But you still belong to SHIELD from mind to body. Ladies and gentlemen, the federal government has different views on mutants. Some people think you are freaks and are ticking time bombs. SHIELD provides you with protection from trouble and asks something in return. Obey orders and never betray until retirement. This is the price." Luke didn't just take a gentle tone. He was hard when he needed to be hard, soft when he needed to be soft. Both go hand in hand. This is the basic quality of a leader. "Understood, General." Kayla silently put down her hand. Luke took an extra look at the young girl, not because she was pretty. According to the information from SHIELD, the other party had a sister named Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. The sisters were similar to Sabretooth and Wolverine, and both had identical mental abilities. "Starting from today, you have all been incorporated into Task Force X," Luke said seriously. "The only task is to search and track a secret organization called the Hellfire Club. Anna Maria Island, on the beach. Nama, who had two strong arms exposed, walked under the parasols carrying a surfboard. As an Atlantean who could breathe underwater, he didn't need it at all. But in order to make himself look normal and not attract other people's attention, Nama always brought a surfboard with him and pretended to be a surfer. "Mr. Shaw, you're here too." Compared with the coldness of the last meeting, Nama took the initiative to greet him this time. These days, He often chatted with this middle-aged man who claimed to be a German scientist. Nama is always impressed by the ideas that the other party occasionally threw out. Like a lost ship, he suddenly saw the light from a lighthouse from the darkness of the sea. Unknowingly, Nama came to see Sebastian Shaw as a life mentor, with a little more respect in his heart. The warm Florida sunshine isn't often seen in the cold climate of Berlin. Sebastian took off his dark glasses and smiled kindly. Because of the Third Reich's high-handed policies, there's a tension in the atmosphere. Everyone is worried that they might be the next victim of persecution and execution. War is a terrible thing. Don't you think so, Nama? Nama, who had put down his surfboard and sat next to Sebastian, nodded his head. He also hated the war. In the past, the Allies and Axis powers threw mines and bombed submarines everywhere in the Pacific and Atlantic waters, which caused a lot of trouble for Atlantis. It's like someone fighting and quarreling in front of your house every day. If Atlantis didn't hold on to the conservative and reclusive old ideas and didn't want to communicate with the outside world, Nama would definitely teach these people a lesson. As for joining the Allies or the Axis powers, it depended on his mood. Mr. Shaw, do you think a powerful person must hide himself? After these days of in-depth communication, Nama began to let go of his defenses and trust Sebastian Shaw. Of course, there were psychological hints from Emma, the White Queen, and Nama had his own reasons. His father was a captain. When he went to the Antarctic to explore, the route was blocked, so he ordered the sailors to blow up the ice floes, but ended up injuring the Princess of Atlantis and brought her to the ship for treatment. After that, it was the usual soap opera tragic romance story. The captain thought that the Princess of Atlantis was very pure and unpretentious. She was different from all the American girls she had known before. The Atlantis princess had no contact with the outside world and knew almost nothing about human beings, so she was easily seduced by the ship's captain. The two of them fell in love, got married, and did everything they had to do. However, when the king of Atlantis saw that his daughter hadn't returned for several months, thinking that something had happened, maybe being kidnapped or abducted by human beings, he directly dispatched his army, found their whereabouts, and killed everyone, including the ship's captain. A few months later, the widowed princess gave birth to Nama. This is the tragic story of the Sea King on Marvel's side. If there are similarities, it's purely for reference. When Sebastian appeared, he played the role of a knowledgeable mentor and instantly brought Nama into the equation. Why would influential people want to hide themselves? Would lions hide among a flock of sheep to make themselves look harmless, unless it's to hide from hunters? Sebastian smiled. So many days of brainwashing finally took effect. Before he came into contact with Nama, he learned about Atlantis through Hydra. Nama's skin color is different from that of a normal Atlantean, which caused him to be discriminated against by his people and considered a lower-class deviant. To protect her son, the princess had to take Nama to the slums and later to Manhattan. When the king grew old, he remembered that he had a grandson. So he called Nama, who had grown up, back to him. After a series of struggles and battles for the throne, Nama was finally recognized as the ruler of the four seas and the new king of Atlantis. Some of this information is the information held by Hydra, and some are the intelligence that Emma, the White Queen, heard by going deep into his mind. All in all, Atlantis had just completed the transfer of power. The old king died, and Nama succeeded. There were still many old conservative forces in the nation, and it was in a relatively chaotic state. Nama, who ascended to the throne, never received royal education. He grew up in slums and land and was confused about how to be a king. Nama, do you remember the mutants I mentioned before? They have all kinds of special abilities. So they could be said to be gifted and pioneers on the path of evolution. Sebastian sat up, left the deck chair, and said, word for word, but they have driven away and hunted by humans. Why is that? Because they lack a leader. A king who can unite the mutants around him and give them the courage to stand up against tyranny. Feeling Sebastian's expectant eyes, Nama couldn't help but feel the illusion of I'm that guy. The fierce emotions were like roaring waves, one after another, washing away what little sanity he had. Mr. Shaw. Nama hesitated to disclose his status as a mutant. He had no sense of belonging to Atlantis for the time being, and he knew nothing about being a good king. Hearing Sebastian talk about the plight of his fellow mutants, Nama felt compassionate and wanted to be the one in a million leader. Nama, if I'm not mistaken, you're a mutant, right? Sebastian struck while the iron was hot and sincerely said, When I saw you at the beach bar before, I had a subtle hunch, Nama, you're the one I'm looking for. We are compatriots. Genes are far more reliable than the bonds of blood. Nama, who just wanted to tell him about his identity, looked shocked and asked in surprise, Mr. Shaw, are you a mutant too? The latter nodded and smiled. Not only me, but also Miss Frost, whom you met before. We formed the Hellfire Club together. The purpose is to save the suffering compatriots, resist the tyranny of mankind, and build a beautiful world belonging to mutants. Nama frowned as he remembered the conversations he'd had with Sebastian over the past few days. It was mostly about race, genetics, evolution, and other issues. Maybe Mr. Shaw had been testing him. Was he testing him? That's right, Sebastian affirmed. His sharp eyes pierced Nama's heart as if he could see through people's hearts. You are the leader the mutants have been waiting for, the king who will save his people and lead us to a new future. Although Stanislavski hasn't written, an actor prepares. Yet at this time, Sebastian Shaw thoroughly explained what superb acting was with determined eyes and a sincere tone in his voice. He was almost convinced by himself, let alone Nama. Why me? Nama, who no one had ever recognized since he was a child, seemed flattered and asked back. You're both an Atlantean and a mutant. You are the only bridge connecting the two worlds underwater and on land, Sebastian replied, selectively ignoring the fact that Nama still has some human blood in his body. Join us, Nama. When the time comes, the Atlantean civilization could rule the world together with the mutants. You occupy the 4 oceans, and we would own land. When faced with this invitation, a strange voice deep inside Nama's heart kept urging him to say yes. Mr. Shaw, I am willing to participate in the great cause of saving our compatriots. The fooled Sea King pursed his lips, nodded, and replied, Very well, the welcome to the Hellfire Club. Sebastian held out his hand. His downcast eyes flashed with a hint of light. Finally, Atlantis was tied to his ship. The next step was to seek revenge from Superman. Before that, the account in Rome hasn't been settled yet. Luke, who is staying in Washington, D.C., is still unaware of the news that the Hellfire Club had added a new member. An Atlantean and the mutants have allied. Although he had started searching for Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts, it's difficult to accurately locate a mutant without Professor Charles and the brainwave amplification device. The artificial satellites wouldn't be launched until the 2 superpowers start their arms race. What Project Insight? What global surveillance? In this era, even science fiction writers wouldn't think that up. As for contacting Atlantis, it was even more impractical. It has been almost 9 years since the first nuclear submarine, the USS Nautilus, was launched. Currently, the maximum depth to which humans could dive didn't exceed 1,000 meters. For an underwater civilization, this was still far away from their front door. That's why we say that technology changes lives. Luke silently lamented. Compared to the future of steel armor, air and space carriers flying everywhere, this era of technological development seemed backward. So, he specifically urged Howard to put aside the Tesseract research for the time being and shift his focus to the fusion reactor. Bring out the nuclear submarine, and then consider launching a satellite. Skynet is a communications company anyway. In the future, if the Kree fleet invaded and destroyed their satellite, Ronan the Accuser will see what Superman's iron fist was like. Luke's vision has always been looking forward. He's even thinking about asking Howard to scale down the arc reactor. In the future timeline, Tony Stark's phrase, "I am Iron Man," officially opened the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Instead of waiting until that day, Luke thought it would be nice for Howard to complete this thing. It's all in the family anyway. As for the technical bottleneck, he believed it would be easy to solve the problem by visiting Wakanda first. Then, establish a diplomatic relationship and friendly exchange with Atlantis. These 2 countries, in addition to the Fantastic Four's old rival, Dr. Doom's hometown of Latveria, could be called the most high-tech places on Earth. Not to mention nuclear fusion technology, time travel, steel army, and spacecraft could be completed. General, that's Lake Alkali. The accompanying striker shouted, So, The whirring of the helicopter, combined with the strong air current, forced him to do "It's a great place." Luke looked down from mid-air at the concrete dam standing tall. It was nestled between snow-capped mountains and dense forests. This was once an industrial area, but it was abandoned during the Great Depression. Later, the military was interested in it and bought it in the name of building a dam. Stryker explained at the top of his lungs. Luke wanted to say that he didn't have to shout so loudly. He could hear him. Superman would never be deaf enough to need him to do that. When World War II began, the Department of Defense, fearing a Third Reich attack on their homeland, began to build strong and reliable military bases throughout the country, one of which was in Lake Alkali. Pointing to the concrete dam, Stryker said, "War supplies were stored deep in the dam, but unfortunately, they were never put to good use. Now that the war is over, these bases have lost their original function. The Pentagon generals took over responsibility for the allocation. Of course, only you, General, would have the honor to use a military base large enough to withstand a missile bombing as a laboratory." In the latter part of his speech, Stryker deliberately praised him. This upright-looking soldier was well versed at flattering others. "It's just the generals showing some mutual respect," Luke said humbly. In the current Pentagon, who didn't know that the recently established SHIELD's director was a young general who was good at reaching out to Congress for funding? From cultivating the super soldier rebirth project, researching the Weapon X project, churning out the space exploration project. One after another, he was close to draining the budget committee. The most annoying thing was that, in the face of Luke's insatiable demands, they couldn't refuse. The reason was that those programs seemed to be very promising and worth investing a lot of money into. Howard, who heard the news, laughed with Luke. He said that if Luke were to mingle in Wall Street, he would undoubtedly be able to cheat countless investors. At this, the Major General smiled but didn't say anything. He learned this from a Chinese entrepreneur who kept avoiding his return to the country and facing indictment. The first, plan out a big, profitable-looking project, excite the concept, and look for a few well-known scientists to support it. The White House and the group of politicians in Congress would naturally fork out the money obediently. I was weeding out capitalism, Luke's feelings of guilt. "William, who do you think is most deserving of development in Task Force X?" The helicopter landed slowly. Luke stepped on the soft snow and exhaled a white breath of air. He was dressed thinly but didn't feel cold. Wrapped tightly, Stryker rubbed his hands, looking enviously at the Major General walking in front of him. Was this Superman's physique? "Logan, of course," Stryker answered without thinking. The same mutant, the young officer, seemed to have a fondness for Wolverine. Every time he saw those bone claws, his eyes showed a hint of yearning. So much so that when the two mutant brothers communicated privately, Sabretooth said that the dwarf scientist Bolivar was a pervert who always stared at him with a strange look. Wolverine thought that Stryker was more disgusting. The two brothers looked at each other and felt a chill down their spines. They can't go on like this. "Logan, have you taken a fancy to his self-healing ability?" Luke wasn't surprised at all. Stryker and Wolverine are destined for each other. "Yes. I think Logan can be turned into an invincible killing machine. Sabretooth is too irritable, and his emotions would affect his judgment, but Logan is different. His claws, the wildness in his eyes, and the stubbornness in his bones. He was simply born to fight." Stryker is thrilled to be involved in Bolivar's research and to learn more and more about mutants. As a soldier, almost subconsciously, the young officer considered applying the X gene to his weapons. "General, the Pentagon's attitude towards mutants is far less gentle than yours." Stryker followed Luke deep into the snow and wondered. The use of mutants for weapons research could yield more results in a shorter period. But you don't seem to want to do that. After these days of getting to know him, Stryker figured out part of the Major General's temperament. Most of the time, the other party was easy to talk to and never showed an angry look. Strangely enough, this didn't affect the respect and admiration that other people had for Luke. Stryker attributed this to personal charisma. The head of the Third Reich thought the same way, which is why they used Jews and Poles to test the poison gas and conduct human experiments. Luke pushed open the heavy steel gate and entered the flood control passage. Deep inside this concrete dam, there's something else. All kinds of war supplies, ventilating facilities, weapons, and ammunition are readily available. It was more like a nuclear bomb or a doomsday preparation. It's easy to plant a seed of hatred, but it's hard to get two races to live in harmony with each other. Luke's voice echoed in the empty dam base. I want to be a bridge, not a butcher. A bridge, for humans and mutants to connect. If he heard this sentence from other people, Stryker would only sneer at it and feel it was ridiculous. But he is facing Luke, a war hero who often creates miracles and has done many unthinkable things as the great Superman. The exact words, coming from different people, carry different weights. War hero, Superman, Allied savior, World War II ender, female warlock pile driver. The titles represent unparalleled prestige and status. Many people say that if Luke announces his candidacy for the next presidential election, he will take over the White House by a massive margin without any doubt. It's a pity that this major general is persistent and has no interest in becoming the youngest president in United States history. General, please forgive my short-sightedness, not being able to see the future that you envision, Stryker said, after thinking for a long time. He didn't think human beings must live in harmony with mutants. According to the primitive law of the jungle, wouldn't the simplest and most direct way be to eliminate them? Do you think it's easy to defeat mutants? Luke visited this vast and solid military base and whispered, as long as Congress allows you to mobilize armed troops, you can rush into their homes and arrest all these ticking time bombs. Put electric shock collars on their necks, throw them into metal cages, inject leech serum regularly, dissect, abuse, and conduct inhuman and cruel experiments just like livestock. Stryker was silent. He thought so. The concepts that Dr. Trask taught you might not necessarily be correct. Luke sneered. Of course, he knew that the dwarf scientist would prefer to use the mutant as a tool to create a sophisticated weapon. But what good can this do for oneself? Let the bald eagle rule the world. It would be more interesting to establish a Superman regime similar to the Third Reich. Your perception is limited by your mindset. Stryker, you have been with Dr. Trask for so long. Have you ever thought about the true question? Luke was thinking about how to use the military base while he was talking to Stryker. Where do mutants come from? Do they appear regularly? Must a child born between a mutant couple be a mutant? Or what are the circumstances under which mutants are more likely to be born? Stryker frowned and whispered, Sorry, General, I don't know. Dr. Trask's current research is limited to the mapping of genetic profiles for the time being and hasn't reached that stage. Let me tell you something, Stryker. Luke stopped and opened the door of the control room. The damp, musty air poured in. There is no rule for the birth of a mutant. They are simply a divergence from the human species. Even bolder assumptions, every person in the world may carry the X gene in their body. Once it's activated, then will turn into a mutant. Do you have a girlfriend? Stryker was listening intently when he was caught off guard by one of the biggest headaches for singles. He shook his head and explained, Cough, I'm from Arizona, where the culture is a bit more conservative. Stryker tried to save a single dog's last shred of dignity. Imagine if you were to get married and have lovable little children. But he or she is a mutant. What would you do? Luke's mouth quirked up in a smile. You want to put that cute little one in a cage too? Stryker had nothing to say. After a long while, he said, I was wrong, General. You are the one who sees the farthest. You're the first to realize the contradiction between the two races and the essence of interdependence. At this moment, it can be said that the young general convinced him in front of him. What started as idolatry became firm devotion. Well, the visit is over. Tell Dr. Trask that I found him a better place to live. Luke gently touched the complex buttons on the console, and an idea came to mind. If Sebastian Shaw took the initiative to look for him and raided the dam base in Lake Alkali, could he directly open the floodgate and destroy this guy without effort? The talent of absorbing and transforming energy will not affect the face of a terrible water torrent like a tsunami. I hope Sebastian Shaw will take the initiative and deliver himself to my door. Luke chuckled lightly at the thought. Anna Maria Island, a waterfront hotel. Nama, who just joined the Hellfire Club, met his compatriots for the first time. Not only Sebastian Shaw, Emma Frost, the White Queen, but also various other mutants. This is Nama Mackenzie, the King of Atlantis and a leader worth following. Sebastian acted like a White House spokesman, introducing himself instead of Nama. In his view, Nama, who had just ascended the throne, was young and green. There is no charisma or leadership aura to speak of, but he could be a good tool nonetheless. But this is just what I wanted, an easy-to-control puppet. Sebastian smiled. His eyes flashed with pride. By virtue of Nama's identity as a mutant, he gradually approached the other party. After gaining trust, he began to manufacture violent conflicts between mutants and human beings that couldn't be reconciled, making Nama hostile towards human beings, and then striving to start a war between the underwater civilization and the people on land. This is his plan. As for being a hero who saved his kin, a leader who will lead the mutants to create a future. Those were all false lies designed to coax a child. It's like when your parents put away those cash gifts for you during Christmas and say they'll return them to you later. If anything, mutants must have a leader. That will only be me, Sebastian Shaw thought so. The mutants have always been in a bad position. Humanity treats us as freaks, outsiders. They reject and persecute us. They don't want to admit that their ignorance, stupidity, and blindness cause all this. In the same way that they burned Giordano Bruno and sent the witches to the stake, Sebastian's voice was passionate. He was in full passionate public speaker mode. Because they are just a bunch of short-sighted, inferior creatures who are scared, panicked, and can't sleep at night once they find something they couldn't understand or accept. They must be completely stifled before they would stop. My fellow mutants, we are pioneers on the road of evolution, but now we are forced to hide like rats in a sewer. Is this fair? There was silence in the hotel suite, but everyone's faces were full of hatred, and their eyes were bursting with anger. You have to give it to Sebastian Shaw. His remarks are very provocative to mutants who have been treated unequally. Even Nama beside him was reminded of his painful childhood experiences, and anger filled his chest. Crack! A silver bolt of lightning struck down, tearing apart the thick, dark clouds. At some point, the sea was surging with fury, as if echoing everyone's mood. Now it's time to stand up and resist. Sebastian looked at Nama, who was standing tall, and said, "We have a new leader, and we are no longer scattered. If you want to be the leader of the mutants, you have to prove yourself." A young man in a suit and tie came forward. He is Riptide, with the natural ability to spin at high speed and create tornadoes. He belongs to the inner circle of Hellfire Club. "I'm not questioning you, Mr. Shaw, nor am I targeting Nama, our new brethren." Riptide, like an invited extra side character, shouted, "But the leadership position is not just a matter of choosing someone at random. At least we have to trust him enough, and he has to show his strength to convince everyone." "Riptide, how can you talk to His Majesty Nama like this? He is the king of Atlantis and the master of the seven seas." Sebastian flew into a rage when he heard that, just as if he was the one questioned and insulted. His eyes were full of anger. This kind of reaction made Nama, who was preparing to express his opinions, secretly moved. He lacked family warmth from his parents since he was a child. Atlanteans killed his father, and his mother was afraid to stand up for herself due to the kingdom's traditions. Even the people who should have addressed Nama as prince looked at him with strange eyes, regarded him as a freak, and wanted him expelled from Atlantis. Sebastian Shaw's support and approval simply surprised Nama. The young man, nicknamed Riptide, stuck his neck out and retorted defiantly, "Mr. Shaw, we all respect you, but it doesn't mean that you can just find someone to be a leader and get everyone's approval." Before that, we had never met Nama. We don't know what kind of ability he has. Do we have to obey just because he is the king of Atlantis? Does the Hellfire Club want to hand over the future of our compatriots to a stranger so easily? Riptide has wholly entered the argumentative mode. His face is red, and the veins on his forehead were bursting out, like a hot-blooded young man who was thinking about his compatriots. Once these words were spoken, they drew a large chorus of agreement. Except for Sebastian Shaw, who remained silent, and Emma, the White Queen, everyone else agreed. Then fierce quarrels and arguments came one after another. It's like a pre-rehearsed stage play, with some acting as the good guy and some as the bad guy. Sebastian acted as Nama's defender, while the mutants, led by Riptide, expressed their opposition, and the two sides were at odds. "That's enough." Nama, who didn't even notice that it was all a ruse, stopped the crowd. He thought that Sebastian Shaw supported him and felt sympathy for the tragic fate of his compatriots. If the new king of Atlantis could calm down and think about it, he would have found many strange and odd things. Unfortunately, when impulsive emotions dominate the intellectual landscape, reason becomes useless and thrown to the back of the mind. Mr. Shaw, they are all very reasonable. Although we are both mutants, we have never been in contact with each other. We have no understanding of each other and no familiarity. Besides, as a new member, it would be inappropriate to take the leadership position. Nama graciously showed his understanding and continued, "My fellow compatriots, I am also a mutant. My natural ability is flying. In addition, I can breathe underwater and withstand the cold and pressure of the deep sea. I was 16 years old when I awakened my powers. At that time, I slipped and fell down the steps of the subway. I thought I would fall and get injured, but I didn't expect to see myself floating in the air as if I was free from gravity." Sebastian's eyes flickered, and he quietly noted the information. Then he glared at the riptide and said, "Are you satisfied? Nama has shown his sincerity. He is really on the side of mutants, and he's also eager to save his suffering compatriots, which is exactly why the Hellfire Club was founded. Mr. Shaw, I would like to apologize to Nama Mackenzie." Riptide softened his attitude and sincerely said, "Nama, I hope you can forgive my rudeness just now. It was all out of caution. We are hiding in the darkness and have seen too many ugly, vile human beings." The ruse ended successfully. After quarreling and reconciliation, Nama had a strange sense of belonging to the Hellfire Club, as if he had integrated into it and was entirely accepted by his compatriots. In a deep voice he said, "Human beings are always afraid of the unknown, then they raise their swords. I can understand your feelings. In those years when I lived in Manhattan, I was often oppressed. After awakening my ability, I was regarded as a freak. I didn't find my true self until I returned to Atlantis, won the affirmation of my people, and succeeded the throne. So, I'm willing to do something for my compatriots. I have no intention of being the leader of the mutants, but we have all suffered so much and should unite." "Nama is right," Sebastian took the time to interrupt. "He will not give the other party a chance to build prestige and rally people's hearts. The Hellfire Club is a bargaining chip to grab power and status for him, so why would he let that brat Nama take the limelight? By the way, Riptide, why didn't Azazel Satan come?" Sebastian changed the subject, frowned, and asked, "Today is a gathering day for the club. He shouldn't be absent." "Mr. Shaw, Azazel can't come." After receiving the prompt to enter the next scene of the play, Riptide looked sad and bowed his head. He was arrested by the military and put in prison. During this time, many compatriots were caught, and they suffered unimaginable terrible torture, becoming cold bodies on the operating table. The Hellfire Club's ability is limited, and it's impossible to fight against the government. Not to mention the one responsible for capturing the mutants is the youngest Major General of the Pentagon, the Superman who defeated the Axis. Sebastian glanced at Nama, who had accumulated anger, and added fuel. "It's Luke Cavill. I heard his name when I was in Europe. He's an ambitious and unscrupulous guy. The so-called war hero, allied Superman, is all false propaganda. Poor Azazel, he may be lying on the operating table now, enduring cruel human experiments." Nama is an impulsive character. When Sebastian said this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. His face turned as dark as the deepest parts of the sea. "Are we just going to sit back and do nothing while our compatriots are being hunted?" he asked indignantly. "Nama, you may not know. Luke Cavill isn't an ordinary man. He is a product of human military experiments. He is a legendary super soldier. He was once alone deep into the Axis, penetrating an army, and even a bomber group couldn't harm him." Sebastian sighed. "The Hellfire Club alone can't cope with Superman, not to mention he is a major general of the military, leading the famous intelligence agency, SHLD, with the support of the government. I am the king of Atlantis." Nama's eyebrows raised, and his head held high, emitting a domineering aura. For him, a major general from the land civilization was nothing. Sebastian's dissuasion didn't work, but added fuel to the fire. That's what he wanted to see. "Luke Cavill, Superman, I will not stand by and watch my compatriots being slaughtered, arrested, and treated like livestock," Nama said in a loud voice. "Mr. Shaw, it's time for the Hellfire Club to take action. We can no longer hide ourselves and escape from reality. We should let the human world know what kind of power the mutants have. But how can we fight against Superman? Sebastian asked hesitantly. Humph, Superman, I'll take care of it. Namor crossed his arms to inform his chest and looked at the outside world through the French windows. The dark clouds, the silver lightning, and the roaring sea were like the curtains opening for Atlantis, welcoming it to the world stage. I will show that guy that there are stronger fighters than him in this world. Time quietly advanced to November 1945, and the lively atmosphere before Thanksgiving became more and more intense. People began to prepare for the parade, and many supermarkets or shops planned price reduction activities and distributed coupons. New Yorkers were looking forward to gathering with family and friends soon to enjoy a turkey dinner. Well, it was a fierce battle. Luke woke up from bed contentedly, glanced at the clothes and high heels that fell on the floor, and couldn't help smiling. He went into the bathroom naked, washed, and threw on a robe. He opened the heavy curtains to welcome the morning sun and beautiful day. A calm New York City is a rare sight to see in the future. Luke stretched out and bathed in the warm sunlight. He had lived a relatively relaxed life recently, and the operations of SHIELD were gradually getting on track and growing at a steady pace. The headquarters expanded from 3 departments to 8 departments. The number of spies, agents, operatives, and field teams was also increasing. All this was Carter's credit. He had to say that she's suitable for this job. Luke was able to get things in order without much effort. We keep up this pace of development, we might soon be free from the constraints of the Pentagon and the White House, Luke thought with satisfaction. Recently, the 3 labs have also gained something. The nuclear fusion reactor proposed by Howard has created its latest model, waiting for the test results. Dr. Zola's idea of using Worden's blood to transform cells and improve energy absorption efficiency has achieved initial success. Maybe in another week, Luke will be able to receive the injection. As for the mutant genetic mapping project led by Bolivar, it's in progress. It's worth mentioning that Task Force X, led by Wolverine and Sabretooth, performed well. Acting as SHIELDs outside helped several times, and helping the agents complete their missions has demonstrated outstanding results. So much so that the Pentagon generals, at every meeting, hinted at Luke to recruit more mutants as soon as possible. It is better to form a large enough army, put them into the overseas battlefield, attack in all 4 directions, and easily win. Toward this, the Major General was unmoved and pretended that he hadn't heard anything. These old guys who experienced World War I and World War II knew how to turn all available people or things into mass-produced assembly line weapons. But Luke has his ideas so that they won't influence him. It feels good to have a new house. He stood in front of the French windows, overlooking Manhattan at his feet, the constant flow of traffic. At the fantastic height of the 46th floor, there's a breathtaking view of half of the Upper East Side. Thanks to the enthusiastic sponsorship from Congress, Luke has enough money at hand. He bought a 48-story apartment building in Manhattan without even blinking. According to the real estate agent, this high-rise is called the Baxter Building, designed by a famous French architect with a high-end and upscale atmosphere. The only drawback is that it is expensive. This can be considered an investment for its future value, Luke muttered. Now, shortly after the end of World War II, the United States hasn't seen inflation yet. In the future, on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where every inch of land is valuable, the cost of buying a high-rise building wouldn't be covered without owning billions. But what impressed Luke wasn't just the demand, but also the fact that the Baxter Building is only 3 blocks away from the New York Sanctuary. It's safe to put Mailner here. It's a ruse to make the Sorcerer Supreme a bodyguard. General, there's an emergency. Stryker's anxious voice came through the phone as if his house was on fire. What happened? Luke asked, frowning. It was the weekend. He wanted to have a slow breakfast, then go to Brooklyn to talk to Rogers. After catching up with old friends, they could go to their luxury yacht docked at the Hudson River port to bask in the sun and talk about their life ideals. Considering the integrity of Captain America and the paparazzi waiting outside, Luke gave up the idea of calling a group of models to have a party that's Howard's style. Before the boring and tedious rich man's day could begin, a phone call from Stryker put a damper on the whole plan. What the hell happened? A tsunami? Luke shook his head, sighed, and said to Mailner, who was still lying in bed, "It looks like I have to go save the world. Tell Steve that the noon get-together is cancelled." Boom. As his voice fell, the tall and straight figure rose to the sky. A few minutes later, Luke appeared in SHIELD headquarters. Stryker couldn't speak clearly on the phone, so he simply came over. "What's the situation? What made you all look so frightened?" Luke walked into the conference room. Carter, who was sitting on the left-hand side, looked solemn, and Howard looked severe. Stryker, who was still a follower, stayed quietly in the corner. In a word, the atmosphere is rather depressing. Maybe the Kree came early. Luke narrowed his eyes and sat in the main seat. A horrible, diplomatic incident. Carter spat out these words. She turned on the heavy projector and projected the blurred black and white photos on the wall. A tsunami. Luke's eyebrows were frowning. The continuous flicker, which eventually formed a coherent picture, presented a wrecked scene after a disaster. Buildings were washed away, bridges collapsed, and the waves never overshot the land. This is Florida's Anna Maria Island, just yesterday. Local residents were hit by the tsunami, which is probably at a level 2 orange alert severity. Carter grimaced and explained, "But that's not the point. Look at this." The female agent brought up a photo, an image of the gloomy sky, wind, rain, and a vague figure. His hands open, like a sorcerer casting a spell, manipulating the changes in the weather. The man claimed to be Nama Mackenzie, the king of Atlantis. Because the government arrested his compatriots, he artificially created the disaster. Carter's voice was a little low. She softly said, "He sent a tape to SHIELD and the FBI admitting that the tsunami attack on Anna Maria Island was made by him alone, and said, if the military doesn't stop the brutality of catching mutants, the next city hit by the tsunami will be New York." Finally, Nama Mackenzie warned SHIELD, and "You in the name of the King of Atlantis." Luke listened quietly, tapping his fingers on the table, his face unreadable. He didn't expect the one to take the lead in getting himself into trouble was Nama, the Sea King. The rip-off Little Prince reputation is true to his name. Before he provoked the other party, the guy came to the door himself. "Has SHIELD collected a lot of mutants recently?" Luke asked subconsciously. "Nama is a mutant." "Yes, but why did he suddenly care about his compatriots?" "This guy is only interested in tearing people apart and picking on them, and he doesn't even care much about Atlantis people that much." Carter shook her head and replied, "No. According to what you ordered, we always start from the school years and pay attention to the young students who have had unusual incidents. They are easier to control and don't resist as fiercely as the other mutants. All these things were done in a very low-key manner. When things go wrong, there must be a cause. Nama warned SHIELD and him for no reason. There must be some other reason." After thinking for a few seconds, Luke spat out a name, Sebastian Shaw. "The mad scientist who turned himself into a mutant?" Howard asked with interest, stretching his legs. "He isn't only the manager of Lab 1, but also the scientific research consultant in SHIELD. Howard has the right to vote in case of any significant problem that is difficult to decide on, provided that Luke and Carter are absent. I remember your story about him. Like the dwarf in Lab 3, Sebastian Shaw is obsessed with the mutant gene. The entire SHIELD is aware that Howard and Bolivar don't get along. The former felt that Bolivar was not only a dwarf in stature, but also lacking in knowledge. The latter believes that Howard is nothing but a hormonal, dirty mind. Every time the two met, they had to have a bit of a tit for tat, full of hostility. Initially, Luke wanted to reconcile, but considering that it would help stimulate their sense of competition, he dismissed the idea. The man calls himself the King of Atlantis, the Master of the Seven Seas. Would anyone give himself such a long list of titles? It's almost as long as a restaurant menu. Feeling Carter's cold eyes, Howard shrank his neck and realized that it wasn't the time to be smart and humorous. He coughed twice, glared at the gloating Luke, and continued, "Nama Mackenzie is a mutant, so just give him a shot of leech serum. Wouldn't that work? It's not that simple. Howard, don't you get it?" "This is a diplomatic matter." Carter frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. "Atlantis is an underwater civilization that human beings have never touched or known. Before Nama's appearance, people only heard of this from dialogues of Plato and the legend of Poseidon. But now, it appeared as a country and a civilization. This means that SHILD has to be careful and reconsider whatever decision we make. Congress, the White House, the Pentagon. No one wants a war right now. Therefore, we should negotiate, contact, and establish relations, which is what we should do. Carter deserves to be the commander. She had a thorough analysis of the problem. Luke pondered, if the tape of Nama's threatening speech had flowed into the White House, the president would have called him by now. After all, the other party deliberately said, and his own name. A few minutes later, as he expected, General, a phone call from the White House. The phone on the desk rang. Stryker picked up the receiver and covered it with his hand. The president wants to see you. Luke, who guessed it, looked relaxed and said, I'll go to the White House in half an hour. He can answer questions from the president and Congress at any time. The urgent problem right now is to find Nama's whereabouts and stop his madness that could flood New York. The Sorcerer Supreme might not make a move. Millions of deaths in New York may not give the Ancient One much of a psychological impact. Kama Taj is always a neutral bystander. The Black Death that ravaged Europe, World War I, where thousands of people died, and World War II, where the Third Reich made a comeback. If she wanted to prevent these disasters and wars in human history, the Sorcerer Supreme could make them disappear. Before, I ordered Task Force X to search the Hellfire Club's whereabouts. Any clues? Luke asked. Not yet, but I think Silver Fox might know something. Silver Fox Kayla is a mutant recruited by, she is Emma's sister, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, which Luke had known for a long time and told Carter. Then let's use her as a breach. Luke thought about it. If he could do it himself, he could use Constantine's expert in deception and fool the other party with some words. But he was sure that Nama would stand up and speak for mutants inexplicably and was ready to flood New York. Someone in secret drives all this. Sebastian Shaw, the main suspect. Kang the Conqueror is also possible, but according to this guy's style of doing things and his usual routine, he would be pretending to be a historical figure and a national leader, secretly stirring up problems, but also involving mutants. Sebastian Shaw was more suspicious. Let's disperse. I'll deal with the president. As for Nama Mackenzie, I will try to find him. Luke waved and smiled confidently. As the director, if he behaved calmly, the people under his command wouldn't feel pressured. Nama, Atlantis, stronghold is in the Atlantic Ocean. Luke recalled the information in his mind, and he remembered that the guy had the sacred trident of Neptune, which was the symbol of Atlantis' kingship. It can manipulate the sea, raise the waves, create a tsunami, and release electricity. It can be said to be an artifact-level weapon. With the Horn of Proteus, calling for marine life, Nama's combat power should rank among the top 10 on Earth, who told the gang of superheroes to be still infants or not born yet. We'll take it one step at a time. But with Nama's personality, it's impossible to hide. Luke got up and flew to the White House after finalizing his rough plan. Unlike the image of Sea King in the studio next door in Marvel, he is more like a villain, with a moody personality and temperament. To sum up, it's a Chunibyo syndrome with an easy-to-manipulate personality. White House lawn. The upright figure dropped rapidly like a cannonball. Dong. When landing, Luke turned on his bio-force field, causing no damage except for some noise. General Cavill, the president is waiting for you in the office. The White House security chief is used to the way Luke shows up. The no-fly zone was in vain for this young man, and no one could stop him anyway. Many old-school generals who have opinions about this only dared to talk behind his back and keep silent when facing him. A few minutes later, Luke walked into the Oval Office and met the president with a solemn expression. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to say about Atlantis and the mutant who started the tsunami? The president took off his glasses, pinched his nose, and wearily said, The Pentagon is going crazy. Admiral Bullock and Admiral Richardson of the naval forces have called. The two carriers in the Atlantic have been attacked, but fortunately, there are no casualties. Mr. Hoover of the FBI played me a tape a few hours ago in which a mutant named Nama Mackenzie confessed to doing this and threatened us with flooding New York if we don't do as he says. The president looked at Luke, who was expressionless, and asked in a heavy voice, Major General, I could have had a happy weekend and had dinner with my wife and daughter, but now I have to face all these troubles. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer." "Mr. President is blaming me." Luke raised his head slightly and asked calmly. At the end of the sentence, the atmosphere in the Oval Office suddenly became heavy. The staffer sitting on one side had gulped. He wasn't sure whether he could protect the president if Major General Cavill went on the rampage. Translator, this is why Batman kept a small chunk of kryptonite in his belt. Major General, you misunderstood. Feeling the changing atmosphere in the Oval Office, the president put on his glasses again, just like a master of disguise, instantly changing faces. He put on a gentle smile. "I just got carried away by the bad news. I didn't mean to blame you. SHIELD is responsible for the shelter and control of mutants. Now that there's such a big mess, it's reasonable to answer those generals in the Pentagon." Similar words were spoken in a softer tone this time. No one could hear any half-hearted complaint, but more like a friendly discussion. The art of language is a fundamental skill for politicians. With all due respect, generals in the Pentagon should be more poised. Maintaining a high level of vigilance and preparing to plan for war is what they need to do, not act like a frightened, chattering coward who appears to be asking the White House for everything. Luke wasted no time in accusing the old guys rudely. The president was shocked when he heard it. If this spread, the contradiction between the Naval Department and the Army Department would intensify again. At that time, he was still the one to get a headache. "Major General Cavill, we put these questions aside for the time being," said the president, covering his face. "Let's talk about Atlantis. Where are they really from?" The president changed the subject. He didn't forget that the young Major General standing in front of him was only 20 years old. It was the impulsiveness of age, being unruly and frivolous. As the saying goes, politicians prefer to deal with politicians because there were default rules between them. But when it came to young people like Luke, it was a headache. He may not abide by the explicit rules of the political game and may overturn the table on impulse. In addition, the other party once flew to Berlin to end the war. The strongest super soldier of the military, the designated Superman of the Allies, and many other glorious things. Not to mention the Pentagon, even the White House had to give some respect. In Eisenhower's words, "How can we restrain a walking atomic bomb and put it in a cage?" "Don't worry, Mr. President. We are not ignorant of Atlantis." Luke pulled out his chair and sat down, showing a relaxed expression, as if this was no problem for him. Atlantis is an ancient civilization. They existed together with the Lemurian civilization on Earth thousands of years ago, but they were sunk in the flood of extinction. Perhaps it was because the Atlanteans, as the people of the gods of the sea, had a strong reverence for the sea. They didn't die out, but miraculously preserved the flame of civilization and began to carry on their legacy in the deep waters of the Atlantic Ocean. In the past century, many archaeologists have found the remains of prehistoric civilization near the Atlantic Ocean. Luke's eloquent language showed the attitude of, "I know Atlantis better than anyone else," which made the president and chief of staff in the office secretly admire him. Most of this information came from the residual memory deep in his mind. About the real history of Atlantis, we have to start with the group of Celestials. The universe bosses came to Earth for the second time. The first time was 4 billion years ago. They transformed some primitive humans, from which modern mutants evolved. Those primitive humans transformed by the Celestials are divided into 3 camps: the Eternals, the Deviants, and the Humans. Eternal beings are new gods, who study the absorption and transformation of cosmic energy, and have a long life, seldom getting old or dying. They once established 3 cities on the Earth: the Polaria city in Siberia, the underwater city Oceania, the Pacific Ocean, and Olympia in Greece, where they once were regarded as gods by the Greeks. After several migrations, there was a conflict in the middle. Zuras, the leader of the Eternals, exiled his brother Alars to space. The latter is Thanos' father. He relied on his natural ability and vitality to rebuild his home on Titanos and form the Eternal race. If we go back to our roots and investigate our family tree, we can see that human beings on Earth are more or less related to Thanos. As for the opposite of the Eternals are the Deviants. They built cities on land, developed genetic engineering, took Lemuria as the capital, attempted to dominate the whole planet, and formed Lemuria civilization, which existed simultaneously as Atlantis. Deviants have a high probability of gene mutation, and their offspring have no similarities with their parents. The only thing they have in common is that they were different from each other. Deviants have intense hostility towards all species, which also led to the aggression of the Lemurian civilization and provoked many enemies. They ushered in destruction in 16,000 BC. The Celestials descended to Earth for the second time, destroying Lemuria, the capital of deviants. At the same time, the continental plate moved. Atlantis was affected and sank into the Atlantic Ocean. This incredibly ancient history is probably only preserved in a few words in Kama-Taj. Luke didn't bother to say much, so he just skipped the front and got down to business. Nama Mackenzie is the new king of Atlantis and a mutant at the same time. The rejection and persecution of mutants by humans have made him harbor hatred in his heart, wanting revenge. The president looked solemn and asked softly, "Knew the existence of Atlantis long ago. Why didn't you report it?" "Because we had no conclusive evidence. How could we convince the Pentagon and members of Congress that an ancient civilization of tens of thousands of years was hiding in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean?" Luke shrugged his shoulders and pouted. "Mr. President, you didn't forget how the generals reacted when Dr. Trask first told them about mutants, right?" Everyone's face was full of contempt and disdain, and Director Hoover of the FBI even laughed out loud. He said that it was just a clumsy lie invented by SHIELD to defraud research funds. So sometimes, weakness and ignorance aren't the obstacles on the road to survival, but arrogance is. The president's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He coughed twice and selectively ignored the bitter satire on Director Hoover. He knew that the FBI and SHIELD had never been on good terms, especially the relationship between the two directors. Edgar Hoover is a man who bears grudges. This wasn't a good thing for Luke, who's youthful and unruly. "Major General Cavill, since SHIELD knows something about Atlantis, have you made a plan to deal with it?" The chief of staff, who listened silently, asked a timely question. "As far as the current situation is concerned, no one wants another war. Once the sea civilization and the land world create a fierce conflict that can't be solved, it will probably turn into the beginning of World War III. Luke remained calm and calmly replied, "War will not come. This is my guarantee to all of you. Although Nama Mackenzie is a king, his pedigree isn't pure, and he was never fully recognized by the Atlanteans. It's not that simple to set off a war between two civilizations." His speech on that tape was more of a threat to force the military to give in. The president pondered for a long time and thought Luke had a point. The Pentagon and the White House were mainly frightened by the sudden emergence of Atlantis and the tsunami that hit on Maria Island. Human beings often think they know enough about the world, but in fact, the planet beneath their feet didn't only belong to them. "Mr. President, tell the Pentagon generals that New York will not fall." Luke had told him the story of Atlantis, Sebastian Shaw, and the Hellfire Club. After a while, he stood up and looked down at the president who was still sitting in the chair. "Because I will go to Atlantis myself and show the Atlanteans that the land is far less fragile than they think." As the helicopter slowly lifted off, Luke put on his sunglasses and sat in the cockpit, overlooking the shrinking White House. He would have preferred to fly over, but he chose to abandon it, considering his overly aggressive appearance. He might be mistaken as a hostile attack by the Atlantic Fleet and cause unnecessary panic. Think of it as a rest period after the 500m sprint. The Major General thought so. Just now, in the Oval Office, what the President and the Pentagon meant was that they wanted SHIELD to compromise temporarily and suspend the mutant housing program. This will buy more time for the Pentagon to contact Atlantis. Luke can see that both the White House and the military were interested in learning about a marine civilization that has existed for thousands of years. It's like two hunters in a jungle, always studying each other before shooting. Atlantis' strength is much stronger than that of the US. It was unrealistic to expect them to be treated as indigenous people. The corners of Luke's mouth tugged in a sarcastic smile. When the Pilgrims arrived in the New World, they began with the idea of living in peace with the indigenous people. But later, when a large number of immigrants arrived in the living space was crammed, and the conflict between the two sides ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, and it exploded instantly. Today's indigenous people have already lost their land, culture, and religious beliefs. For the top brass of the federal government, they wanted to repeat history. Confirm whether Atlantis is hostile, then confirm whether their technological level is backward or advanced. This is related to the strategy to be adopted later, whether it is war or diplomacy. The president and generals didn't want to fight, not because they are pacifists. Instead, there was no benefit in opening a war so rashly. But what does this have to do with me? Luke doesn't want to look at the big picture. He doesn't have to sacrifice for the White House and the military. The mutants are good cards to play and can be helpful in the future. It doesn't make sense that Nama would just give a couple of warnings, then later would obey orders honestly. No matter how mighty Atlantis is, can it be compared with the future overlord of the universe, the three galactic empires? It's kind of like two kids fighting over each other's toys. Luke smiled to himself when he noticed the slightest hint of displeasure within. He knew that the Pentagon wasn't calling the White House to get the president to develop a solution. The real purpose of the guys from the Navy Department was to put pressure on him, or, more accurately, to see Superman make a fool of himself. How does a powerful major general face a threat and warning of an unknown civilization? If he were too tough, he would bear the responsibility of provoking a war. Being too weak means losing the country's dignity, and it will cast a shadow over Superman's dazzling aura. This was a difficult multiple-choice question. Unfortunately, only children make choices. Luke smiled, took out a first-generation product promoted by Skynet, a brick-sized mobile phone, and dialed a number. This thing hasn't been put on the market for the time being. It is only used as a military product, provided to the various military bases and government agencies. Its civilian use will probably have to be delayed for a while. However, the promotion work by Stark Industries was already in full swing. Howard is a fast learner and has absorbed Luke's usual business concepts such as speculative hype and market prep. Advertisements such as the only thing that will change the way of communication in the future, the first choice for families with cars, and a must-have for people at the cutting edge of technology, and so on, continuously bombarded people with marketing slogans. Completely pack this stupid, big, black, and thick mobile phone as a high-end item that only successful people and elites could afford, as if owning it would significantly enhance their status. He had to say, the hype gimmick and false packaging tactics were very useful in any era. Luke considers whether or not to make persistent efforts to develop such methods as hunger marketing and fake reviews, turning Skynet's mobile phones as the light of the country and the cutting edge of technology. I must have chosen the wrong plotline. The Major General shook his head, restrained his thinking, and said to Colonel Phillips on the other end of the phone, I'm going to the 2nd Atlantic Fleet. Are you familiar with General Ingram? You know, that's great. Tell him that I need the temporary command of the 2nd Fleet. The White House is still in the middle of a meeting, so there's no time to give orders. You call Nimitz and ask him for a favor. Although the relationship between the Naval Department and the War Department has always been bad, we are all acquaintances, so there is no need to make things awkward. A few minutes later, Luke hung up. Before searching for Wolverine, MacArthur, who took charge of the Supreme Command of Allied powers in Japan, gave generous support. Now it was the time to ask for the temporary command of the 2nd Fleet, and he wondered if Chester Nimitz would show kindness to him. The other party is now the Chief of Naval Operations. The Atlantic Fleet participated in the Sicily landing campaign. He and Luke had a chance to meet at that time. Later, when they returned to New York, they also attended the commendation banquet together. It's a pity that the current president isn't Roosevelt, who was more interested in nuclear weapons. Luke thought silently. Bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the east and the Pacific Ocean to the west, the United States is a traditional maritime power. This is also why the Navy had a special status and could become the #1 military branch in the future. At the end of the 19th century, the United States naval and military experts put forward the theory of sea power, which advocated establishing an offshore naval fleet and the mastery of the sea. They would build overseas bases and gain world hegemony. This strategy was widely accepted, and since then, the Navy started to build battleships of over 10,000 tons and entered an unprecedented stage of accelerated development. In particular, when Roosevelt was in power, he was determined to build a first-class naval fleet and set the fantastic goal of catching up with Britain and becoming the first in the world. A few years later, the Atlantic Fleet was formally established and went through 2 world wars. It had 1.5 million troops, nearly 20,000 ships, and more than 10,000 aircraft at its peak. So it's no wonder that the Army Department's people have been acting all day strangely, and frankly, it's just feeling sour. After all, they aren't as glamorous. Luke recalled that every time there was a meeting, many generals from the 2 factions of the Pentagon went head-to-head. The scene was no different from the Irish mob fighting over territory. The former only talks about national interests and military strategy, while the latter is about insurance coverage and street division. In fact, I'm now in the Army faction. Nimitz wouldn't necessarily show politeness. Luke crossed his fingers, thinking that the plan would have to be slightly changed if the Atlantic Fleet didn't cooperate. At the end of World War II, when Japan surrendered, President Harry Truman wanted MacArthur, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army, to officiate at the surrender ceremony and sign as a representative of the Allies. This proposal immediately aroused the intense dissatisfaction of the Navy's leading officer, Nimitz, who even publicly said that he refused to attend. The fierce and apparent opposition forced the president to withdraw the proposal and come out to comfort. Later, they placed the signing ceremony on the battleship. After that time, the dispute over land and sea powers in the United States was basically out in the open. The top generals from both sides of the faction saw each other in an unfavorable light. SHILD, which is under the Army's leadership, provoked Atlantis and caused the loss of 2 Navy carriers. Luke mulled it over for a while, estimating that several Navy Department bigwigs would like to see him eat a loss. I'm not even a part of it, just an innocent observer. Will be positioned as a large organization responsible for maintaining world peace, contacting and communicating with extraterrestrial civilizations in the future. It doesn't belong to the naval faction or the army faction at all. Idiotic disputes, what does it have to do with my SHILD? Luke grimaced, thinking that he could take this opportunity to separate SHILD from the Pentagon and save himself from being pulled back and forth and forced to side with one. General, we have arrived at the Second Fleet. Hearing the pilot's reminder, Luke looked up. The aircraft carrier of the Second Fleet quietly creeps on the surface of the sea. Major General Cavill, I have received orders from General Nimitz. Now the fleet is all yours. The helicopter landed on the empty deck, and Captain Bullock of the Second Fleet walked up against the strong winds from the propellers. The Navy's chief of operations didn't disrespect Superman. Even if the other party belonged to the Army Department, it was an excellent opportunity to make trouble. Show respect can be my mantra from now on. Luke took off his sunglasses and was satisfied with his relationships. This is also a manifestation of charisma. The 2 carriers raided by the Atlanteans yesterday were the USS Lincoln and the USS Stennis. After receiving the order, Captain Bullock cooperated with Luke's inquiry. According to the sailor's report, it was at 4:20 p.m. The weather on the sea suddenly became terrible. Lightning and thunder, dark clouds swept over, raising tens of meters of waves. Luke narrowed his eyes. This kind of appearance that creates a wave of ambience and builds up the effect could be very Nama. This is similar to the scene when Magneto shows up. He can lose in a fight, but the momentum wasn't destructive. They all belong to the expensive special effects category. Then a man came on deck, claiming to be the king of Atlantis, and said a bunch of nonsense that he didn't hear clearly. Captain Bullock scratched his head. At that time, the wind was blowing, and the sailors were busy taking the aircraft on the deck back to the hangar, so they ignored it. Then the man got angry, and a group of tall soldiers with blue skin appeared from underwater. Their weapons were more advanced than ours. They could emit light and freeze people into ice, and our carbine bullets couldn't penetrate their armor. Luke nodded. Atlantis is ahead of the current Earth in science and technology, at least for this era. However, although it is a high-tech civilization, the government system is almost as backward as Wakanda's, with a clear-cut hierarchy. The criteria for choosing a king are, first of all, pedigree followed by strength. If not for the small number of royalty in Atlantis, and even fewer direct bloodlines, it might not have been Nama's turn, as he is a half-blood. The Atlanteans quickly took control of the two aircraft carriers. Many sailors tried to resist, but to no avail. The first man who went on deck, his name was Nama Mackenzie. He was simply like a super soldier. He had immense strength. Captain Bullock thought back to the sailors' horrified expressions and couldn't help but glance at Luke. The young Major General was a super soldier, and the best one at that. He paused and continued. The man threw a bomber into the sea with his bare hands and destroyed the rest of the aircraft and the engines of the two aircraft carriers with a trident. As a result, the USS Lincoln and USS Stennis are still stranded on the surface and can't return to the shipyard for repairs. Luke waved his hand, indicating that it was a trivial matter, and lightly said, "Captain Bullock, I will bring back the two carriers later." An aircraft carrier is about tens of thousands of tons, so it may be a little challenging to carry it, but it wasn't a big problem to push it back as a human tugboat. Luke's current peak strength is about 500 tons. With full efforts, it can reach 1,000 tons, and this wasn't the limit. Theoretically speaking, he grows every day. The incredible physical data once broke Howard, who tested him. He couldn't imagine that human beings could evolve to such an extent. Luke always remembered the shocked look in Iron Man's father's eyes. He then said to him, "You must have lived a tough life, doing everything carefully for fear of damaging those concrete walls and buildings supported by reinforced concrete." However, he quickly broke Howard's imagination and replied, "No, the bioforce field covers everything." Then the conversation was over. "Thank you very much, Major General Cavill." Captain Bullock's eyebrows were knitted together. He was a little confused. Does the young Major General standing in front of him know how to fix aircraft carrier engines? Or is the other party prepared to fly directly to the dockyard and bring back a repair team for them? Even if he broke his brain from thinking, this captain wouldn't be able to guess that Luke was taking a more simple and straightforward approach. "Captain, how many carriers are still available in the Second Fleet?" Luke stood on the deck and instantly became the center of attention. Sailors and pilots who heard the news stared at him with admiration and awe. "There are 3 ships that can be put into service immediately," Captain Bullock said hesitantly. He didn't know what Luke wanted to do, but easily giving the aircraft carrier combat power to an Army Major General would always feel too risky. If Chester Nimitz, who is the leader of the Navy Department, hadn't called the captain, who is known for his reliability, he wouldn't have handed over the command. "That's good." "Then you ordered them to drop torpedoes on the target, the sea in the Strait of Gibraltar." Luke's eyes flashed, determined to give Nama a good payback. Bombing with torpedoes is probably igniting detonators in front of Atlantis' door. Maybe it won't hurt the huge city located at the bottom of the sea, but it will undoubtedly disturb Nama, who had a bit of a temper. "Torpedo." Captain Bullock was a little confused. "Would this be effective? Don't those Atlanteans live on that sea's floor?" "So torpedoes shouldn't be a threat to them." Luke didn't say much but smiled confidently. The plan has to be implemented to determine whether it would work or not. Atlantis, Posidonia. This is the center of the 4 oceans, the most sacred place for marine life. The magnificent city stands at the bottom of the sea, retaining the mysterious aura of an ancient civilization. The magnificent square dome is supported by large stone pillars standing tall. Many blue-skinned Atlanteans, riding on seahorses or shuttles, form a gorgeous ribbon of light around the capital. Under the deep sea, it wasn't as dark and cold as people thought. Those colorful algae, or giant jellyfish, exude charming light and reflected dreamy colors. All these things remained unseen by humans. Through the vast film of water that enveloped Posidonia, one enters the center of the city. You can see a magnificent palace and many armed guards patrolling back and forth. Powerful high-pressure water cannons were set up at various posts. Once an outsider breaks in, he will be met with the fiercest possible firepower. In the council chamber of the palace, Nama, holding a trident, leaned back on his throne. His eyebrows were tightly twisted into a frown. His face revealed negative emotions such as irritability and impatience. The many robed nobles standing at the bottom are none other than the elders of Atlantis. They repeated the same boring rules repeatedly, and Nama, on the throne, could almost smell the rotten stench. It was ridiculous that an ancient civilization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years still held on to the rules and regulations set by its ancestors. Thinking about the evolution that Mr. Shaw spoke of, Nama looked at the Council of Elders with an even more annoyed look. "Your Majesty, we shouldn't communicate with the land world. Not to mention in a terrible way that might start a war." An elderly Atlantean nobleman in robes looked distressed, as if Nama had done something treacherous. "Atlantis has long adhered to the tradition of seclusion and closure. Only in this way could we better preserve ourselves and avoid unnecessary troubles. But, Your Majesty, you took the initiative to expose the existence of Atlantis to some mutants, even threatening war. Do you want to get your people involved in a war for a bunch of outsiders who have nothing to do with Atlantis, Your Majesty?" Nama grunted heavily and loudly said, "Will Atlantis loses to the land world? We have far more technological power than they do and occupy 70% of the planet's territory. Why are the Atlanteans hiding? We are more powerful than the land people, and it is they who should be afraid and bow down to us." There was an outcry from the robed nobles, who began to accuse Nama of being a madman without regard for the etiquette between monarchs and subjects. Since Atlantis sank into the Atlantic Ocean, they rarely set foot on land. On the one hand, being out of the water for too long can make Atlanteans feel very sick and even show symptoms of fainting. On the other hand, the great disaster of the continental plate shift left a deep psychological fear in them. "Need to plunder the land's territory and resources at all. War is pointless, Your Majesty," the robed nobleman admonished. "Of course it has a point. Let the people of the land know we exist, understand our strength, and worship Atlantis as a nation of gods. Isn't that enough?" Nama's mouth picked up a cruel smile. He thought Mr. Shaw was right. The process of evolving was always accompanied by slaughter and annihilation. Survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature. Your Majesty. The robed nobleman wanted to say something else, but he heard a continuous explosion. Nama, who had better hearing, frowned, and with a slight push of his legs, like a sharp arrow, rushed straight out of the palace. He didn't want to listen to a bunch of old guys for a long time, so he just took the opportunity to leave. Breaking through the vast film of water that protects and hides the city, Nama made his way up. Explosion became more apparent, and the turbulent water flow formed tiny swirls of different sizes. "Damn land people!" Nama's anger surged up as he saw fish carcasses floating on the surface. Boom! Swinging his leg, he accelerated in an instant. Nama, holding a trident, broke the surface of the water and stood in mid-air like a guard. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Before Nama figured out the situation and vented his anger, a deep voice full of mockery sounded like thunder. Boom! The atmosphere shook with an ear-splitting bang. Nama's pupils contracted, condensed into a needlepoint, capturing the instantaneous arrival of a tall figure. One moment the other party is still standing on the deck. The next second, like a supersonic aircraft, a boom makes a sound of tearing the air. Boom! Poor Nama had just broken the surface of the water when he was smashed in the face with a powerful swinging punch. He has never felt this way since he awakened his natural abilities, and the Atlantean bloodline features in his body came to the surface. Pain, numb, as if countless barrels of explosives burst open, a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, thrown out in a beautiful arc. Nama himself was like a cannonball, hitting the sea with a fantastic splash and making a big wave. "You!" Angry, Nama forgot the pain and tried to spit out a few nasty words when the tall figure approached again. The air surged. Luke arrived in an instant, wearing a steel armor suit. He saw his hands clenched into a fist like a heavy hammer. The hammer slammed down. The sticky wave of air was so loud that it seemed to pierce the eardrums. On the chaotic sea, a water column ruptured as high as 10 meters. The beaten Nama was pushed down in a straight line, sinking into the deep sea and disappearing. "Hugh, I feel much better." Luke, who was standing in mid-air, rubbed his fist with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Didn't have any habit of starting a fight right after greeting. No matter who the enemy is, beat them up before talking. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, Captain Bullock's eyelids twitched. Even he, who is known for his composure, can't help but show a shocked expression of, is he still human? Superman's reputation is well known, and everyone has heard of his many exploits. For example, one man fights hundreds of Aryan demons alone in Paris, flies to Berlin, ends the war, and so on. But listening to people and seeing with his own eyes were two different things. At least Captain Bullock was still shocked when he saw Luke, who shot out from the ship like a supersonic aircraft and knocked Namor into the sea with one punch. I finally understand why General Nimitz should give an army major general some respect, the captain said with a bitter smile. If the Navy Department is a giant aircraft carrier, then the Army Department is a Gundam with Luke's presence. Brock did not doubt that he could dismantle an aircraft carrier with his bare hands. That's Superman. He's like a fighter plane. Good heavens, the super soldier. Do you think Captain America is that strong? Should be. I often read his comics. He beat up Hitler so many times. Sailors and pilots watched the battlefield from a distance while discussing Superman and Captain America's combat power with great interest. They are veterans who have experienced World War II and have seen the big show. But this was the first time for them to see in person this kind of explosive scene where Superman was fighting. Namor, that's the bastard's name, right? I think he's dead. Who can withstand a punch like that? Major General Cavill's punch could have pierced an aircraft carrier. I'll bet you $5 and a week of deck cleaning that guy's not dead. He hasn't even taken out his trident yet. A group of popcorn eaters was chatting when they noticed that the sky was getting dark. Large dark clouds covered the clear sky, and the calm sea seemed to rage, rolling up the turbulent waves. Boom! A figure broke through the sea surface. Namor is back. You damn land people, I'll kill you. With a swollen nose and a swollen face, Namor is holding Neptune's trident, and a blue electric current like a small snake lingered around his right arm. The muscles on his strong arms swelled, revealing terrible strength. At this moment, he seems to be the ruler of the seas. His anger affected the sea. Dark clouds piled up, lightning and thunder surged, and the day was dark as night. The carrier, which is quite deep in the water, was pushed by wave after a wave and began to sway. Can you spare me those boring monologues? Luke curled his lips and scorned Namor, who lacked words. He watched as several massive tornadoes rose abruptly, pulling the water with terrifying force. Like a doomsday scene, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the audience watched. As the king of Atlantis, Namor did have the power to flood New York. This guy has home advantage. Luke is thinking, as an Atlantean, Namor is very different in the sea and on land. After setting foot on land, he must be exposed to water from time to survive. If not, the physical quality and ability will gradually decline and degenerate into an ordinary person. If dehydration lasts longer than 7 days, it may kill him. But the problem is that Namor couldn't stay in Atlantis forever, because he is a hybrid with normal human and Atlantean genes. Double the physical characteristics, double the fun. Therefore, staying in the water or anywhere on land for too long may cause an imbalance of oxygen supply and demand in Namor, resulting in emotional mania and extreme rage. This is why he often goes looking for trouble and fights with superheroes and makes enemies, which is why he is known as the Little Prince. Generally speaking, his head wasn't screwed on the right, especially when he lacked water. You're Superman. Humph, people on land regard you as a war hero, and super soldier, they'll soon learn they're wrong. Namor gripped Neptune's trident and mobilized its power. Dazzling lightning blasted out in a straight line. The condensed crystal water droplets evaporated in a few moments, leaving only a faint scorching smell. Since ancient times, your side has always lost. Luke's eyes stared, slightly glowing. The yellow sun energy surging in his body turned into a crimson light. Boom! The lighting and heat vision collided violently, sending out a powerful wave of air. Namor's tall body, standing steadily in mid-air, suddenly shook. He couldn't help retreating. His forehead was bursting with veins. He grasped the trident and thrust it forward. The dazzling electric light changed from something like a boa constrictor to a roaring dragon. No matter how hard you try, it's impossible to fight against losing fate. Luke was talking calmly, but his heat vision didn't let up. He is physically stronger than Namor, who can lift hundreds of tons of weight at most. Even if Namor had home advantage, it was limited. Boom! There was a heavy stomp, creating a heavy burst of air. Instead of retreating, Luke moved forward. The high-temperature energy that could evaporate flesh and blood, like a sharp sword, penetrated forward and directly knocked down Nama, who held the trident toward the air. Silvery white electric light, like winding cracks, struck the dark sky. Nama was thrown into the sea again, with resentment written all over his face. With his defeat, the raging storm and the accumulation of torrential rain seemed to be stagnant. Luke tore through the massive tornado. His right arm swung out. Thousands of tons of power condensed into a single point, breaking the majestic current of the high-speed rotation. Nama, who broke through the surface of the sea, looked as if he was torn apart. He couldn't even hold the exclusive weapon of the King of Atlantis, Neptune's trident. This guy is strong. The arrogant Nama finally came to his senses. Clutching his trident in both hands, a strong sense of defiance rose in his eyes. He is the King of Atlantis, and this battle is sure to be an important one. I must not lose. Atlantis was conservative, rarely communicating with the outside world, and resisted new things, especially things from the land world. What soda water, popcorn movies, all contraband. They think it corrupts people's minds and has no value whatsoever. This is one of the reasons why the system and traditions they uphold seem to be relatively backward. The set of rules that have been passed down for thousands of years will always be out of date. No matter how powerful civilization is, it will be weakened sooner or later if itself enclosed for too long. Wakanda is the most obvious example. As one of the most technologically advanced countries on the planet, they chose their leaders not by popular vote or by parliamentary judgment, but by a brutal and straightforward challenge. Is it impossible to say that a Wakandan who couldn't fight couldn't be a qualified king? There is no connection between personal strength and one's own ability. Through this, we can see that the long isolation allowed the Wakanda people, who were sitting on vibranium veins and didn't have to worry about developing resources, to remain in the tribal period in terms of their knowledge of governing. Nama, who grew up in a slum and went to live on land, hated the rules and regulations of Atlantis. In his view, a nation that judged superiority and inferiority by clothing and lineage was essentially no different from the slavery dynasties in history books. Backward, brutal, ignorant of progress. When Nama became king, he wanted to lead his people into the future, abolish ancient traditions, and make Atlantis great again. Unfortunately, the noblemen of the Council of Elders constantly interfered and obstructed him. I will pass Neptune's test and prove my bravery. At that time, no one will oppose my opinion. Nama raised the trident, and the dazzling surrounded his whole body, like wearing mighty armor. His low momentum rose again. Thunder rumbled through the dark clouds, emitting an ear-splitting roar. I will once again prove to the people of Atlantis that the king is powerful. Nama seemed to hear the warm cheers from Posidonia, the capital of Atlantis. That was a chant for the warriors. Blue-skinned Atlanteans respected the strong and believed that only brave warriors could conquer the ocean and gain the gods' favor. This was also part of why Nama was able to rise to the throne above all others. Otherwise, the mere fact that his bloodline wasn't pure and that his skin color differed significantly from his people would have wholly disqualified him from competing for the throne. The black people in Wakanda would never choose a white person as king unless royal blood flowed in him. From a genetic point of view, the probability is minimal. He can fly and is more powerful than me. The only way to gain victory is to summon a more powerful helper. Nama, who accepted the defeat, took out another artifact belonging to the king. Horn of Proteus. This heavy horn wrapped in pure white gold ornaments can summon ancient creatures deep in the ocean. W-ru, W-ru. Loud and desolate trumpets resounded through the sea. The invisible waves spread out, releasing some kind of unique signal that immediately woke up the vast sea monster sleeping in the deep sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the Atlantic Ocean, giant tentacles, tens of meters long, set off huge waves. It's the Kraken. Deep in Posidonia Palace, the capital of Atlantis, the nobles were watching the battle. It seems that Nama has been driven to desperation by the land dweller. He didn't hesitate to use the Horn of Proteus to awaken the sleeping Kraken. Every time the Kraken wakes up, it would look for food. We'll have to prepare for another sacrifice day. Humph, not even a land dweller could beat it. This is the great king of Atlantis, our noble-hearted king. The robed noblemen deliberated and continued to watch the battle through a mirrored layer of water. Kraken, also known as the deep sea monster, is a giant sea monster that dwells off the coasts of Greenland. Typically lurking at the bottom of the deep sea, it will occasionally come to the surface to attack passing ships and prey on large marine animals such as whales. Many sailors used the Kraken's body as a small island to rest and lived on in ancient times. Until the sea monster dived, they became food and were buried at sea. It is one of the guardians of Atlantis, and like the giant whale Giganto, it obeyed the call from the horn of Proteus. I never thought there would be such a strong person among the land people. A robed nobleman looked at Superman, who had forced Nama into a disadvantageous position and couldn't help but grunt softly. The existence of Atlantis is even older than the Sumerian civilization, the oldest known human society. So naturally, they didn't think very highly of the so-called land people. It's all about whether Nama gets the final victory or not. If he fails, then, as a hybrid, what other qualifications does he have to sit on the throne? Another robed nobleman laughed mockingly. I am ashamed at the thought of groveling to a bastard and addressing him as your majesty. The council of elders looked at each other, but they didn't reprimand the treacherous words. Nama is too impulsive, not stable enough, and he isn't fit to be a king. The most respected robed nobleman gave the final word and said, if he loses to a land dweller, it proves that the god of the sea has abandoned him. A king who has lost his favor is not worthy of loyalty. If you can't win, you call a helper. Luke laughed softly as his eyes let out a hot, unparalleled high-temperature beam. The Kraken is almost 150 meters long, like an enlarged version of the giant squid. A dozen powerful tentacles, enough to entangle the carriers parked in the distance and overturn them. Considering the safety of Captain Bullock and the others, Luke used heat vision to cut off a vast tentacle that was coming at him. Rip! The crimson beam slices through. The giant tentacle of the Kraken was cut off at the hip. In pain, the Kraken emitted an ear-splitting wail that shook the eardrum. The remaining tentacles were like mountains, wrapped in terrifying power. Smashing the air and sweeping in, Luke unleashes his bio-force field, creating a solid barrier to block the ferocious, powerful thrusts. Boom! Like a baseball hit with full force, he flew backward in an instant. Under the gloomy sky, the dark red cloak left a blurry line of shadow. A silver lightning bolt tore through the sky. Luke stabilized himself with a deep breath and swooped down like a fighter plane. Boom! 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 Heavy explosions resounded in the air. Under the sudden acceleration, the dark red residual shadow broke through the sound barrier and traced a beautiful arc. A fist slammed into the huge, soft head of the Kraken, sending the sea monster underwater. Immediately afterward, strong arms bursting with power wrapped around a tentacle and pulled hard. Grilled, sashimi, or baked. Let's just grill it. Luke wondered about how to cook it while looking down and releasing heat vision. High-temperature beams that could vaporize flesh and blood, like a dazzling red sword, slashed down. Hiss, hiss. The waves lapping at the sea surface instantly evaporated and dried up, emitting a large cloud of white mist. The frantic struggle of a dozen giant tentacles, as if its strength was suddenly taken away, went limp and slippery. Do you have any other tricks? He opened his arms and let the tentacle go. Luke's indifferent eyes swept over the colossal corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Then he looked at the dumbfounded Nama. He had to say that the strength of the opposition was strong enough to rank among the top powers of the Earth, especially when there was home advantage and the artifact bonus. But it's a pity that he met Superman. In a U-shaped submarine hidden underwater, the people of the Hellfire Club watched the battlefield through a periscope. Sure, what should we do next? Nama is not Superman's opponent. The young White Queen asked, clasping her hands to her chest and turning her head sideways. At this point, we have to acknowledge the fact. Luke Cavill, the Army's Major General, is stronger than the mutant Atlantean. I really wonder if he's a human. Sebastian was so angry that he couldn't maintain his usual demeanor and cursed. Nama isn't weak, and he chose the Atlantic Ocean as the battleground. Coupled with the summoned Kraken, he's still no match for Superman. The more he talks, the angrier he gets. He wants to smash his fist through the periscope and completely erase the dark red cloak from his sight. Does it mean that this guy is unbeatable? Sebastian's face was blue, unwilling to accept the reality. If Superman is without weakness, he will be the most powerful humanoid being on Earth. So what are mutants? The perfect race theory that he believes in has turned into nothing more than empty words. Sure, are we going to give up on him? Riptide asked suspiciously. Hellfire Club and Atlantis weren't completely tied to the same boat yet. If he wanted to get out this time, he could still do it. No. Namor is a very useful chess piece. Emma was able to implant the psychological suggestion of trusting the mutant in him, so I can't just throw him away. Sebastian waved his hand and said seriously, Riptide, you go and protect Namor. Emma, you tell him to withdraw as soon as possible. If we can't beat Superman, then let's go to war. Let Atlantis and the land world consume each other. The White Queen nodded and placed her finger near her temple as if activating a switch, communicating with Namor in the distance. Run away. The King of Atlantis will never be a coward who runs away. Namor's answer was straightforward and frank. A foolhardy, idiotic man. The White Queen was speechless for a while and relayed the message to Sebastian Shaw. Forget it. Take him away by force. Sebastian clenched his teeth. He had seen how Superman killed the 3 battleship class from Berlin in Paris. The young Major General didn't hesitate to kill his enemies. Apart from the Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen, and Riptide, there was a new face in the command cabin. Riptide, you stay here and create a storm. Kenneth, you take me up there and get Namor out of here in the chaos. If only there were no Superman in this world. Sebastian's eyes gleamed with hatred. Yes, Mr. Shaw. Kenneth, the new face, nodded his head. Like the Azazel, he is a mutant with obvious traits. He has a pair of white wings on his back. He can soar in the sky just like an angel. Kenneth, who is known as Angel, is stronger than Namor. When his body changed, not only did he grow wings, but his bones also became hollow, and his eyes had the dynamic vision of birds of prey. On the surface of the sea, the battle continues. After exhausting all means, Namor still failed to recover from the disadvantage and refused the White Queen's suggestion to escape. His right hand swung the trident, and his body accelerated violently, rushing high into the air. The blazing electric light was like a cannonball. Luke didn't dodge and directly smashed that mass of high-temperature lightning. Ready to fight in close quarters? He asked with a grin. With Sabretooth and Wolverine as human sandbags, Luke had already incorporated Deathstroke's master assassin skills into his consciousness. To be honest, all kinds of combat skills and firearms knowledge could be memorized by only trying a couple of times for him, who had a super brain. But for the experience in battle and slaying from Deathstroke, the rich experience accumulated is a valuable treasure that needs to be digested slowly. Completely mastering and absorbing all of this allowed Luke to earn the equivalent of 6 skill cards. Now, it's time to test the results. A heavy fist that rips through the airwaves, smashing the trident into a halt. Buzz, buzz. Neptune's trident, made by the hands of the best craftsmen in Atlantis and using the strongest materials, shook so violently that it almost flew out of Namor's hands. I am the holder of 100 consecutive victories in the Atlantis arena. Namor gripped the trident. 2 majestic streams of water spinning at high speed, like a tangled Naga serpent, bombarded the unarmed Luke. The huge impact knocked Superman back a distance. Well, then I'm the winner with the highest rating, the most damage dealt, and the most headcount, and probably the most casualties of any World War II battle. Luke curled his mouth and replied in Namor's own tone. Aye, he stomped heavily in the air. The air violently rippled in a circle, visible to the naked, concentrating on capturing the moving trajectory of the dark red shadow. Namor waved his trident and swayed like the wind. The transparent water that swirled at high speed turned into a solid wall. He tried to block Luke's attack. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Luke hit the wall of the water with a hard flying kick. Boom! The terrifying force scattered the high-speed spinning seawater. Namor raised his trident, laced with electricity, and slammed it down with great force. The level in the arena in Atlantis isn't that good. Luke caught it with a quick hand and drove an elbow into Namor's face. The original swollen nose and face suddenly faced another impact. My! Before Namor could react, Luke snatched the trident, the symbol of Atlantis kingship, with his bare hands. It's my turn. Luke, the villain who beat Namor up and stole his weapon, laughed graciously. Eat this. The Neptune's trident, forged from the cold iron of the deep sea, is one of the King of Atlantis sets. It directly pierced Nama through the heart. For a manic patient like you, reasoning would definitely be useless. In fact, he didn't want to kill the Sea King of his own world. Luke sighed. If they could communicate normally, they could recruit these people into SHIELD and form a copycat version of the Justice League. Unfortunately, Nama wasn't really a good person to team up with. Was more like an annoying person who never grew up and loved to go around, robbing people of their weapons and finances, and speak big words in public, opening his mouth to trap himself. So Tilda, there's someone else. Seeing that the sea suddenly rolled up with a storm, Luke pulled out the trident running through Nama's chest and carried the other person by the neck in his other hand. Atlantean's strong life force allowed him to continue to breathe and retain a glimmer of life. Sebastian Shaw, I've got you. Luke swept his supervision across the sea and caught a glimpse of a white figure rising to the sky. A flying mutant, a middle-aged man, was also held below him. Luke, who had seen a photo, immediately recognized that it was Sebastian Shaw. Watch out for his attacks, Sebastian warned. Kenneth, flying at high speed with open wings, was like a speeding glider approaching Superman in midair. You want to take Nama away? Luke chuckled. Red beams of light burst out from his eyes. Boom. The high-temperature energy that evaporated everything hit the bird in mid-air. In the nick of time, Kenneth followed instructions and raised Mr. Shaw, who held onto him with both hands as a shield to deflect the terrifying heat vision. Back at you, Sebastian, unharmed, raised his hand to release the absorbed energy. Luke, who swooped down at an amazing speed, was directly hit by heat vision, which bounced back. His right hand released the dying Nama and left him behind. Quickly. After catching Nama and achieving his goal, Sebastian decisively ran away. Nama, forget it, forget it. You can get the weapon back later. Sebastian dragged Nama, who was dying and kept mumbling trident, back to the submarine. Get the Atlanteans on the line. We can't stop Superman. He shook Nama, who had a sad look in his eyes, and told the boy to wake up and stop thinking about Neptune's trident. The depth limit of the submarine is 320 meters, so it might not be able to escape Superman's eyesight. When the time came, if he caught up, members of the Hellfire Club, who had no natural ability to breathe underwater, may face the end of the group. Mr. Shaw, you're right. Realizing the threat of death, Nama temporarily puts aside his beloved trident. The weapon means as much to him as the Mjolnir hammer does to Thor, and it carries with it an inseparable feeling. I'll get it back to Atlantis first. Covering his bleeding chest, the young king obeyed his inner will and emitted a special sound that called out to the creatures of the deep. You seem to have been left behind, my friend. Luke, caught off guard by the heat vision, looked at the tornadoes rotating at high speed on the sea and stirred up a smile on his lips. Sebastian Shaw had escaped with Nama. Riptide, who had somehow been left behind, froze for a moment and found the submarine had disappeared. This is wrong. Isn't my task to interfere with Superman's vision and create chaos? Where is everyone? All of them ran away. How could such an obvious submarine disappear so quickly? A series of question marks emerged from Riptide's head. His high-speed rotating body suddenly stopped. The young mutant, who just reacted, directly manipulated the airflow to form a whirlwind that carried him away quickly. It would be a fool's errand to stay and fight Superman. You want to leave now. Too late. Luke held the trident in his hand and narrowed his eyes to confirm the target. Just like throwing a javelin, it shot out in a straight line. Whoosh! The atmosphere exploded. A golden shadow, like a flash of lightning, directly hit Riptide, who was running away. I'll consider this as finding experimental material for Dr. Trask. Luke dived down and caught Riptide, who was skewered by the trident. Don't let me down, Sebastian Shaw. With your ability to make things happen, you should have no problem creating a war. The young Major General stood at the surface of the sea and looked down. The U-shaped submarine drifted underwater, but the command module was empty. Atlantis, Posidonia. Nama, who was seriously injured, climbed out of the large nutrition pool. He had been in a coma for 4 hours, and his naked body was covered in the sticky nano-dissolving solution. The ferocious wound on his chest healed initially, with only a slight feeling of dull pain. The thought of his beloved trident falling into the hands of a landlubber, being played with, touched, and used, made Nama angry. Your Majesty, your injury hasn't fully healed. Don't get agitated. The medical officer advised. Neptune's trident is an artifact from Atlantis and a symbol of kingship. The surface is engraved with magical runes that influence the weather and will cause electric shock damage when it strikes a person. Even Nama, who is far superior in physical quality and extremely strong in vitality, was almost killed instantly. Where are my invited guests? Nama ignored the medical officer, frowned, and asked. They are staying in the water prisons. The medical officer replied hesitantly. Elder Raman said that they were land people and had to be watched as they entered Atlantis as intruders. Nama grimaced and said nothing. With anger rising, there was also an obvious pain in his chest. Take me to the water prisons. He squeezed the words out between his gritting teeth. 20 minutes later, the Hellfire Club, wearing breathing equipment, appeared in the assembly hall. Nama leaned back on his throne and looked down on the robed nobles from above. You imprisoned my compatriots, my guests, and claimed that it was for the safety of Atlantis. His tone was cold, tinged with a trace of anger. Yes, your Majesty. Over the years, no land people had ever set foot in our country, let alone entered the capital Posidonia and stood in the assembly hall. A robed nobleman raised his head and spoke without fear. This is a violation of tradition and an overreach. The elders couldn't just stand by and watch you make a mistake, so they stopped it. It was our duty as well. Nama pursed his lips. His eyes became even colder. He lost Neptune's trident, which shook his unstable throne. Nama, whose emotions fluctuate violently, suppressed his inner anger and slowly said, I am the king of Atlantis, and yet my subjects don't give half the respect I deserve. Is that not a kind of overreach? Your Majesty, in the history of Atlantis, there has never been a mixed-race king, and there has never been a king who lost his trident and escaped a battle. Another noble stood up. When the layer of respect between ruler and subject was removed, all that remained was naked contempt and rejection. Very good. The angry Nama stood up and loudly said, Because I don't have blue skin like yours, I am regarded as a bastard and an outsider. Even the teachers in charge of royal education were unwilling to talk to me, and the high priest even advised my grandfather to expel me. My mother, a royal princess, lived a luxurious life since childhood. To protect me, she had to hide in the slum, suffering from the environment and cruel life. I have been ridiculed and bullied more than any of you since I was a child. They have taught me to keep my distance from other people to avoid getting hurt, and they have shown me that humanity is terrible, which has nothing to do with color and race. You're not noble. Atlanteans are no different from land dwellers. They are as narrow and selfish. Ah no, land dwellers at least know how to study. When they were still drilling for fire, Atlantis was already studying the use of ocean resources, but now they are learning to control nuclear energy, and you are still stuck in the tradition of 10,000 years ago, clinging to it. What ancestral rules? You're just scared by the gods and immortals, so we hide at the bottom of the sea and dare not go out. Nama walked down the steps as he spoke. Your Majesty, do you know what you are talking about? A robe aristocrat asked angrily. Of course I know. Nama covered his chest and coughed twice. His other hand quickly reached out and lifted the other person. You may not know, but the color I hate most is blue. Crack. His 5 fingers closed together, and his arms swelled with power. The robed aristocrat's neck tilted to one side and his eyes wide open. At his dying breath, he still couldn't believe that Nama would take action against him. Look how stupid it is. Kings can't execute nobles. Take these rules with you to the God of the Sea. Nama laughed sarcastically and began an unprecedented slaughter. Those guards outside heard the sound and broke into the council chamber, but they could only stare in disbelief, because according to the rules, any actions against the king were equivalent to rebellion. Sebastian, as a bystander, had a satisfied smile on his face while wearing the breathing device. He glanced quietly at the White Queen and spoke in a voice only she could hear. Well done. The latter was calm as if she hadn't done anything. Hatred blinded Nama's eyes. If he could calm down and think carefully, with the strength of the Hellfire Club, could Atlantis soldiers put them in jail? Moreover, if the robed noblemen of the Council of Elders wanted to turn against them, they should have created a public outcry to draw a public opinion. instead of provoking the king without any preparation. A few minutes later, when the massacre was over, the bodies of aristocrats and nobles were lying in the hall. Sebastian asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Wiping the blood from his hands, Nama felt like he had laid down a big stone weighing on his heart, and his whole body became much lighter. He went up the steps and took the throne, saying a word for word, "War. Give the land world a war." Washington, D.C., SHIELD Headquarters Building. This is the trident that can manipulate the weather and set off a tsunami. Like a curious baby, Howard stared at the golden trident on the table, his eyes full of interest. Its energy readings fluctuate greatly and are very unstable. It seems like a bomb that could detonate at any time. About the change in readings. The trident's energy source. It should be relying on the strange words inscribed on the surface. Like solar panels, they absorb energy. Then, guided by complex circuits to the top, Howard took a self-made energy reading machine and scanned the trident isolated in a solid glass layer. If Luke hadn't specifically told him not to touch at will before he left, he would have set out to study it. The weapons tycoon is always enthusiastic about new things. The temporary silence of the Tesseract has left Howard without a target in the short term. Nama's golden trident is a great new option. Luke said it was attached with magic power. It's very dangerous, Carter reminded him. Magic? Haha, that's just another manifestation of science. As a gifted scientist, Howard is undoubtedly a staunch materialist. He doesn't believe that there were magicians, witches, vampires, and werewolves in this world. Those were fantastical creatures imagined by third-rate writers, satisfying people's longing for the unknown. I once thought so until Luke told me that under the surface of the world, there was a magical society in which sorcerers and demons coexisted, and werewolves and vampire clans coexisted. Carter shrugged her shoulders. As the commander of SHIELD, she was naturally entitled to know the existence of the Temple of the Three and the Karma Taj. Besides, she saw Luke conjure up a fireball out of thin air. This led Carter to wonder if the rumor that Superman and many female warlocks have a super-friendly relationship was true. Luke, who originally wanted to explain what magic is, ended up smearing his image. He had to affirm that he wasn't a demon hunter repeatedly, no scars on his face, wouldn't be stabbed to death by a pitchfork, and wouldn't jump from a height of 3 meters and then fall to his death. If you have the opportunity, you can let him take you to see it and satisfy your curiosity. Hearing Carter says this, Howard felt dubious. Although he often makes fun of Luke by calling him a warlock pile driver, he never thought that any kind of horned, flaming Aryan demon, scantily clad, glamorous, and charming female warlock existed. But if he had to choose, he would like the former to be false and the latter to be true. Like to see what a female warlock who plays with other people's emotions and indulges in carnal pleasures looks like, Howard said with a slight hum and a straight face. It's almost like writing, "Come, seduce me. I'm easily seduced by women," on his forehead. Carter rolled her eyes. She didn't want to get involved in this topic. She swept a glance at the trident surrounded by electricity and said in an agitated tone, "I have to organize the information on Atlantis. You better not touch it. I don't want to wait for Luke to come back and find that SHIELD's chief research consultant has turned into a lump of charcoal." Carter knew perfectly well that every time Howard discovered something new, he couldn't help but want to study it. Moreover, he had that, too bold he could die, aggressiveness. Before SHIELD had been reorganized, it was called the Strategic Science Reserve. This gifted and intelligent weapons tycoon was almost killed because he was testing the energy equilibrium of the Tesseract. "I am not a brat who's ready to make a mess when my parents aren't home." Howard curled his lips and acted as if he didn't care. "The Tesseract is my best toy, and this pitchfork is only the second best." "Is that right? Why do I hear that your research on the Tesseract is going nowhere and you're moving on to other projects?" In the face of Carter's relentless breakdown, Howard's face was a bit embarrassed. Since the Tesseract was motionless and unresponsive, it only looked like a cold block of steel. Howard, who lost interest at the moment, had gone through building a nuclear reactor. To do so, he and Luke teamed up and pulled another wave of funding from the budget committee. The councillors who usually held onto their money bags and refused to let go of them easily were now scared when they heard Shild's name. There's no way out. They didn't have a single drop left. By the way, where's Luke? Where did he go? Howard digressed and solemnly said, "To be honest, I've recently become interested in marine biology." Carter gave the other party a blank look. You, interested in marine biology? It was obvious that he was bored and wanted to do something interesting. Luke told her a long time ago that Howard was an adventurous and unusual guy at heart. Only scientific research could make him tolerate loneliness a little, but nothing else, not even women. After all, it is a stark family tradition for men to change their bed partners more often than their clothes before getting married. At this time, Luke should be in the White House. Carter tossed her hair and whispered, "This isn't over yet. The emergence of a marine civilization is enough to spark a heated debate around the world. Testing, inquiring, collecting information. Faced with an unknown civilization, each country pulls out all the stops. Moreover, Luke defeated Nama Mackenzie and proved the power of the land world through a battle, but this doesn't mean that Atlantis would choose peaceful coexistence. In any case, we're all ready for war. From now on, Shield will be busy." Howard scratched his head, thinking about the war between marine civilization and the land world. Then Stark Industries will receive another wave of orders, won't it? White House, Oval Office. The couch was filled with people. The president, the chief of staff, the generals from the Pentagon, the head of the FBI. If a missile fell from the sky and destroyed everyone here, the country would be instantly paralyzed. This mess was caused by... They searched everywhere for mutant freaks and also made a Weapon X program to pull in those dangerous elements to perform various tasks, which led to the later events. Edgar Hoover of the FBI took the lead in speaking out. The president called them here to discuss how to deal with Atlantis. The king of that marine civilization, Nama Mackenzie, a mutant, is doing this to get justice for his compatriots. This is a legitimate reason and nothing to be condemned. So, I think we can compromise appropriately, for example, by ending the Shield recruitment and housing program for mutants, which will give the United States a chance to breathe. I'm sure no one here wants another war. Hoover's analysis was clear-headed. He looked at the frowning president and continued, "We won't get any benefits in this war. First of all, there will be resistance among the people. World War II had just ended. Who would want to carry a gun and fight a bunch of marine people? Secondly, we still don't know Atlantis' military strength. However, judging from the strength demonstrated by Nama Mackenzie, it shouldn't be any worse. They can live underwater, make tsunamis and hurricanes. If the battlefield is on the sea surface, the carrier fleet would naturally be in a weaker position and could only be beaten passively." The admirals of the Navy Department nodded their heads. The two carriers of the Atlantic Fleet were defenseless against the surprise attack from Atlantis. The blue-skinned undersea people were like smaller, stealthier micro-submarines, unpredictable and hard to look out for. The vast expanse of the sea is their territory. However, Major General Cavill defeated Nama Mackenzie, the Atlantean who had threatened the lives of more than 7 million people in New York with a tsunami, and was defeated. A senior officer of the Army Department said, "Since ancient times, there has never been a compromise by the victor. I'm opposed to any idea put forward by people wanting to surrender." Hoover looked sullen and said coldly, "General, no one said to surrender. Before a war begins, you want to settle the conflict by compromise. This is surrendering. If we take a step back, there will be a second step. Do we have to raise the white flag directly in the face of threats and aggression like the French?" A senior military officer belonging to the Army Department spoke without mercy. This serious accusation made the office a little more heated. Seeing the FBI boss being blasted, the Navy Department stepped up to the plate and began choosing sides. "Anyway, Director Hoover is right. Shield causes trouble with Atlantis. The Atlantic Fleet lost 2 aircraft carriers, Anna Maria Island was hit by a tsunami, and we suffered heavy losses, and someone needs to take responsibility for that." "Ha ha, you must have forgotten who pushed the USS Lincoln and the USS Stenny's back to the dock." Bigwig from the Army Department said sarcastically, "Without Major General Cavill, the Atlantic Fleet would have lost more than just the 2 carriers, and we might even have lost our sea position and been forced to retreat home. At that time, your Navy will have to face disbandment in the end." "What a joke. If the Navy is disbanded, what future does the country have? What can your army do to expand the country and fight for its interests and influence? A big man in a white uniform retorted. Motherfucker, when I was in World War I, your Navy was still following behind the Brits' ass. The number of opposing people continued to grow, with a clear line between white and green uniforms pushing Hoover directly to one side. The quarrel in the office was getting louder and louder. Seeing that the Navy Department and the War Department were rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight with their fists, the president coughed twice while covering his face and banged on the table. You are all soldiers of the United States. How could you have no regard for decency and act like street thugs? The issue of accountability for the Atlantis incident has passed. The president acted as a mediator to stop the confrontation from continuing. Major General Cavill prevented Nammer's plan of flooding New York, which wasn't only without fault, but also with credit. According to him, Atlantis could set off a tsunami with the trident held by the king. The weapon has been seized and kept in SHIELD, which is not a threat for the time being. What we are talking about now is how to deal with the existence of Atlantis. The Pentagon knows nothing about it, and the only information it has is from SHIELD. Whether it's war or peace, there should be a plan. Hoover, who was scolded before, sprang up and said with a twinkle in his eye, Mr. President, with all due respect, to improve the efficiency of intelligence work, SHIELD should share information with the FBI and the CIA. Only through sincere cooperation can information errors be reduced. Ha, Director Hoover, to improve the fertility rate of Americans, why don't you share your mistress with everyone and cooperate sincerely? The vulgar words of the Army Department caused a great burst of laughter. Even the Navy Department didn't hold back. In the Oval Office, there was a lively atmosphere. Thus, when quarreling, speaking cheekily was generally effective. Hoover turned red with anger and resisted the urge to swear, saying, "This is the White House. General, you should pay attention to your words. When did the head of the FBI suffer such injustice? Yes, gentlemen, keep your manners." The president, who was holding back his laughter, stepped forward to intervene. Director Hoover is also committed to public service and wants to increase access to intelligence, so there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that is responsible for unusual events, mutants, Atlantis, and so on, and must ensure confidentiality. SHIELD, as well as the director, have proven their value. Faced with the threat of Atlantis, the United States relies more on Superman. As for the FBI, they should just go to a safer place and just stay there. Mr. President, Major General Cavill has arrived. The ivory phone on the table rang when the group couldn't come up with anything yet. The president sat up straight and wiped his glasses. Those generals who had been quarreling with each other just now had also tidied up their messy military uniforms and showed a steady appearance. Half a minute later, the tall figure pushed open the door and walked into the Oval Office. "Gentlemen, there's a war coming," he said. "Major General, you have worked hard." When Luke pushed the door in and stepped on the blue carpet in the Oval Office, the president's face was filled with a kind smile. The intimate greeting, as if Luke is his own son, reveals a doting father-like tone. A few hours earlier, the young man with the title of SHIELD Director and Major General of the Army pushed 2 damaged carriers back to the large dock at Norfolk Naval Base with his bare hands. The scene was spectacular. The sailors who witnessed it called it a miracle. Before that, no one had ever thought that a flesh and blood body could move an aircraft carrier weighing tens of thousands of tons. It's like an ant trying to push a big tree, an impossible fantasy. Captain Bullock, who has always been famous for his composure, was stunned. If the Allies have such super soldiers, how did those bastards in the Axis survive? The massive Staria and the small figure formed a huge contrast, thus creating a sense of power, causing everyone to hold their breath and were too afraid to make a sound. It was not until the USS Lincoln was in motion that the enthusiastic cheers and applause broke out. Afterward, Nimitz, the Navy commander, heard the news and joked that there was no need for the country to invest huge sums of money each year in nuclear energy research and engage in a covert competition with the Soviets. Compared with the atomic bomb, Superman, who can strike accurately and cause extensive damage, is more suitable as a strategic weapon with deterrent power. The president agreed with this. Unfortunately for him, the launch button for Superman, unlike the atomic bomb, wasn't in his own hands. I only made a modest contribution. Luke said a few words and walked over to his desk. After beating Namor hard and pushing the aircraft carrier by hand, his reputation rose slightly. It's easier to make a big splash than to keep a low profile. Colonel Phillips hired a private photographer for him for the scene of pushing the aircraft carrier. Later, it was the USS Stenny's turn, so they took a lot of pictures. By tomorrow morning, Luke will be dominating all the headlines in the New York papers. The threat from Atlantis doesn't end there. Namor Mackenzie holds a certain amount of hatred towards humans. Instead of squeezing into the large sofa occupied by the Pentagon generals, the Major General pulled out a high-backed chair and sat down. For Superman, the amount of exercise to push the aircraft carrier with bare hands was almost equal to the average person's 20 bench presses. He still felt a little tired. Major General Cavill, are you warning us to be prepared for war? The president looked solemn, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and whispered, "What should the Pentagon do next?" The red bear on the Siberian plains was already causing enough headaches. The emergence of an ancient Atlantean civilization is a disaster. Although it is said that the 21st century bald-headed eagle liked to stir up trouble and intervene in other countries' politics through the threat of force. However, that is based on their own military strength and overseas branch operations everywhere. The world landscape is now gradually shifting to two poles. The prologue of the Cold War has begun to take shape. There was still a long way to go before the age of dominance of a single country and a superpower. I am just an ordinary general who hasn't mentioned anything. For such professional questions, the president should ask the generals here. Luke made a modest expression and waved his hand. They are all experienced and outstanding generals who have experienced World War I and World War II and have a profound understanding of the situation of the war and the various tactics of the air, land, and sea. How is it my turn to express my views? The president, who was holding his forehead in his hand, took a deep breath. He didn't know what to say. He had to turn his attention to the generals from the Pentagon, who were all silent, with no sign of their high intensity from the quarrel earlier. They don't even know the exact location of Atlantis, let alone how to fight it. No matter how much money was invested in the aircraft carrier budget, it would be vain to encounter Atlantis, a marine civilization. Major General Cavill, SHILD, has a certain degree of understanding of the people at the bottom of the sea. The president, who was being tossed around like a ball, had no choice but to look again at the young general sitting across from him. You will be the commander of the upcoming war. This responsibility is yours. With a smug expression on his face, Luke said, "How can I, an unmeritorious general, take up such an important task? Wouldn't that mean that the generals are incompetent?" What's more, the efficiency of SHILD's work is far less than that of the FBI under Director Hoover, whose leadership skills and strategic vision are far superior to mine. Edgar Hoover, who played the role of a small, transparent person since Luke arrived, immediately became the focus of the entire room. The FBI bigwig said, No, Major General Cavill must be joking. Sir, part of the reason for this incident with Atlantis is. But ultimately, my ability is still limited. With a sincere face, Luke continued, I have done some deep self-reflection and have decided to step aside as SHILD's director. The next intelligence work can be handed over to Director Hoover, who has always had a reputation as the top agent, making many successful apprehensions of Soviet spies. I believe that he will soon be able to find Atlantis. Hoover, who was sitting in the corner, was restless. He was now regretting it, very remorseful. Why did he mess with SHILD? Feeling the various eyes focused on him, Hoover decisively and bitterly said from the heart, Those are all false rumors. The FBI's ability to do its job has been lacking, far less than that of SHILD under Major General Cavill. The president nodded in agreement. At this time, of course, they need to be close to the person who could solve the problem. Although Major General Cavill always asks for funds and doesn't do things properly, making people feel a little stifled, but when it comes to critical moments, he can demonstrate good use. Major General, since Secretary Hoover has said so, you are still in charge of the war plan for Atlantis. The command of the Pentagon will also be transferred to you. The president gave the final word, fearing that the other party would refuse. That's fine. Alas, I'm a mediocre Army Major General. Luke smiled, seemingly helpless, and reluctantly accepted this appointed task. No way, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In that case, I would like to say a few words to do my job better, to carry out actions, and to confirm my credibility. I think we should separate from the Pentagon. The Major General, who held power, spoke eloquently as if he had a plan. Atlantis isn't a small country. It has a long history, profound background, and military strength to be reckoned with. As you can see, Namur alone is enough to flatten the Second Fleet in the Atlantic Ocean. Ordinary weapons and ordinary soldiers can hardly threaten Atlantis. Therefore, SHIELD must recruit more people. Only a strong enough team can cope with an even more terrible crisis. The young Major General, who said that his ability was limited and difficult for him to take on the big job, gave 23 detailed and specific guidelines, dumbfounding the president and the generals. It feels like it was written in advance and memorized. The above is my little, insignificant personal opinion. 40 minutes later, Luke, who didn't even feel thirsty, finished his speech. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to add? After listening to the long speech, the president's brain was a bit inflated, and he asked subconsciously. He didn't expect Luke to prepare so well, just like an examiner who prepared the answer in advance and filled out the questionnaire. In particular, the plans for the future development of SHIELD are detailed and specific, up to the enrollment expansion of personnel in various departments, down to the application requirements of fixed funds every year. This made the chief of staff sitting on the other side of the sofa's eyelids twitch, and his heart fluttered with concern. The poor budget committee, if he kept on pulling the wool over their eyes like this, their heads would go bald. Then I'll say a few more words, Luke, who was going to stop, said with surprise. It seems that the president wasn't bored with his ideas, so he cleared his throat and started a repetition mode. Some common sentences have been changed from his previous proposal. The amount of budget and funds, the number of staff in various departments, and so on has increased. Then he said it again. When the long rambling was over, the president, sitting across the table, and the generals on the couch were expressionless and dull-eyed. For the second time, Luke used Constantine's expert in deception skill card. To everyone in the Oval Office, every word that popped out of Luke's mouth converged into a blast of sound similar to a mental attack. It's worthless nonsense, but it's burned into their mind, and they couldn't help but want to listen to it. This is my personal, immature opinion, Luke concluded with this sentence. In the Oval Office, it suddenly went quiet. No one said anything. Even the sound of breathing was very faint. The president sitting across from him and the generals on the sofa was as lifeless as wooden statues. This is a perfect plan. After a while, the president nodded in agreement with a bitter look on his face. He didn't want to be mentally bombarded again, and the rest of the group echoed the sentiment, fearing that Major General Cavill would go on and on. We'll surely live up to the trust of the president and the generals. Luke looked touched and appreciated his language skills. Those requirements sound harsh, such as the director's free working hours, generous salary subsidies, and the right to obtain any information from the intelligence agencies under the Pentagon at will, have been successfully passed. The world's greatest con man is amazing. Luke sighed. Unfortunately, Constantine in the studio next door was too metaphysical. Otherwise, he would brush up on this ability. After all, eloquence is a necessary skill for every protagonist. In this case, he could nominate a certain blonde guy to become something similar to Naruto, with the setting of love and justice, swaying people with eloquent talk about peace, so that countless strong people would be defeated at his feet. If there is nothing else, today's meeting is over. The president looked exhausted. Listening to Luke's speech had consumed most of his energy. This was like facing 4 or 5 beautiful girls with hot bodies all at once. After having a good time, you suddenly feel overwhelmed. You wouldn't be interested in sex even when you see another beautiful body. The Pentagon generals also got up one after another, one by one, as if they had stayed up all night, their eyes red and their feet staggering as they pushed the door and left. They had all been drained of every ounce of energy by Major General Cavill, and their minds were still reverberating with his long-winded ramblings. Then, it's time to meet an old friend. Luke, who achieved his goal, flew up and headed for the next stop. Old Joseph's Tavern, Brooklyn. Rogers, who returned to ordinary life, sat in a corner seat with a glass of lager on the table. He's waiting for a friend. They made an appointment for lunch, and Luke stood himself up. Ding, ding, a crisp copper bell rang. Someone pushed in the door of the tavern that was closed for a short break. Hey, old Joseph, long time no see. You're still as sturdy as ever. Luke, who entered the pub, greeted the old man standing behind the bar. They were all old, familiar customers. In the past, when he was still a spirited young boy in Brooklyn, he used to help old Joseph to look after the store, also cleaning tables and washing up to earn some pocket money. The other party was once a truck driver. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. Every time he delivered goods, he always encountered inexplicable accidents such as overturning, flat tires, and engine problems. Not only that, but even bicycles have accidents, either hitting people or being hit by people. In old Joseph's own words, he had a lifelong feud with the cargo, and once he came into contact with them, he would get bad luck. In desperation, he could only change careers and open a tavern, barely making a living. However, since Luke became a war hero, this tavern's business flourished, and many New Yorkers came here to check it out. Luke, you little bastard. Heh, now a general, Frank probably never thought that his nephew could become a war hero in his life. Old Joseph said with a smile, poured a glass of beer, and handed it over. I wonder if Mr. Major General would accept a malt beer from Brooklyn when he's used to high-end red wine. Luke shrugged his shoulders and lifted his mug of beer. Glug. Glug, glug. I'll have another one. Luke, who finished his drink in a single go, chuckled. Old Joseph nodded with satisfaction and filled his glass. How does it feel to be back in Brooklyn? Seeing Luke come and sit down with his beer, Rogers asked with a smile. Since the end of the war, he has entered a semi-retired state. Not bad. On the way to the tavern, I met several familiar faces. Luke leaned back in his chair, lifted his head and said, There was Jamie, who we used to fight. He's now a truck driver, following in his father's footsteps. And Uncle Frank, who used to sell fruit on the opposite street, gave Bucky a bread bag for free. At that time, everyone had a hard time. Yeah, you know what? That Jamie guy is always bragging to people that he was beaten up by Superman once and boasting about it. Rogers took a sip of his beer. His face showed a bit of nostalgia. Luke, I've been dreaming these days. In the dream, you and Bucky were running through the streets of Brooklyn. There was no Captain America, Superman, or Sergeant Barnes. Then we jumped back into the battlefield. I saw Bucky fall off a cliff. To stop Red Skull, I boarded the plane carrying Valkyrie missiles. I don't know why you weren't in this story. I fell into a cold place, and no one woke me up until a long, long time later. They said that the war was over. I lived alone, with no friends, no family, and no destination to run to. Luke stared at the bubbling wine glass and laughed. You sound like an old man in his 70s. Ha ha, that's what Marjorie said. Perhaps I experienced too much in the war to forget all those memories. Rogers restrained his sentimental mood. He is now on the military payroll, and all he needs to do is punch in regularly and sit in the office all day with a newspaper to read. Occasionally, he would cooperate with publicity work and be interviewed by the media. When peace came, heroes seemed to be useless. Do you have an answer to the last question? Luke looked at Captain America and whispered, Captain America can't sit in an office and read newspapers all his life. Pick up that shield, go back to the battlefield, and shuttle through the rain of bullets. Such a tense life would make your heart beat violently and leave you with a genuine feeling of being alive. I quite agree with Howard's point of view. One of the greatest pleasures in life lies in the adventure. The pursuit of excitement. Willing to be ordinary is the life that you should have after experiencing everything and despising everything. Rogers kept silent. He lives in an old house in Brooklyn. The walls were repainted, the furniture such as sofas and big beds were replaced with new ones, and the bedroom was covered with soft carpets. He did all these trivial things himself. Marjorie, who came to live with him, said she was bored and wanted to pass the time. Rogers agreed to this. He had space in his heart that he couldn't fill. That's why he had to find something to do. You want me to join? Because of Atlantis? Rogers asked. The attack on 2 aircraft carriers and the tsunami that hit Anna Maria Island have all made headlines. In addition, being in the Army Department, Captain America had heard some rumors. Not all of them. Major General Cavill needed a partner, so he thought of his old buddy, Captain America. Luke looked at the hesitant Rogers and smiled. "Are you ready to go to war, Steve?" In a trance, Captain America remembered the rescue operation he and Luke did to recover Bucky, and the other party asked him the same thing. "Ready, sir." Thinking about the good times of fighting side by side, Rogers smiled and raised his glass. "Then, welcome to the invaders," Luke said. The 2 glasses clinked, making a crisp sound. A few days later, the name of Atlantis appeared on the newspaper's front page, causing a sudden sensation. An ancient marine civilization, which has never been heard of, had officially entered the public's eye. Governments have long known about the amazing battles in the Atlantic Ocean and the existence of Atlantis. Thus, no matter what news, the public would always be the last group to know. The response to marine civilization varies from country to country. As usual, the Red Bear of Siberia is vigorously developing the nuclear industry on the one hand and is secretly wary of Superman on the other. As for the threat of Atlantis, that's a question that Americans should consider. Anyway, they won't be able to attack Siberia for a while. England, increasingly weakened, is actively communicating with the White House to get some information about the situation. Although they have MI6, people worldwide could pick up hot chicks full of James Bond style. But in the face of Atlantis, living at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, they didn't know where to start. The Prime Minister once wanted to turn to the hidden forces of the dark world, such as the witch groups active in London, werewolves, vampires, and the like. Unfortunately, there was little success, and no useful information was obtained. This group of dark creatures was born no more than 1,000 years ago. Nothing is known about that period of history tens of thousands of years ago, except for vampires. Those nocturnal creatures who were afraid of sunshine had a wonderful connection with Atlantis. Their ancestors came from an oceanic country deep in the Atlantic Ocean. At that time, Atlantis hadn't sunk yet and was in its heyday and glory. Varney, the great wizard, got the Book of Darkness left by C.H. Tharn, the Elder God, and gained great power from it, turning himself into a vampire. This was the birth of the first vampire on Earth. Later, the continental plates collided, and Atlantis sank in its prime. Varney, the great wizard, felt that he had lived long enough to see through life and intended to stop wandering, so he passed the power to Dracula. Since then, the vampire clan has thrived in the land world, gradually becoming a hidden force in the dark world. England's side is at a loss, while the ancient countries of the East across the Pacific aren't concerned. Even the SBAR organization that could tear apart the Japanese Superman thought blue-skinned Atlanteans in the area were nothing. If they dared to go ashore, we could eat you up like crawfish. The Atlantic Ocean, Posidonia. This capital of Atlantis was no longer as calm as before. Troops from all sides are gathering, and the pre-war tension is spreading. The land world is in turmoil, and the marine civilization isn't much better. Nama, who slaughtered the robed nobles in one fell swoop, succeeded in taking power, even though many people denounced his tyranny and chose to stand up against it. But there was no storm, and it was soon suppressed. This is one of the benefits of class hierarchies. Nama leaned back on his throne, his right hand hanging down somewhat uncomfortably, as he usually was holding his beloved trident. When there is a lack of competent leaders, it is difficult for the weak to threaten the rule of the strong. The rebels formed multiple forces and stormed the royal palace in the center of Posidonia. However, the soldiers were scattered and couldn't build a proper army. Nama didn't even have to do it himself. The guards took care of those people. I think there's a reason why the majority of the people of Atlantis are in favor of the war. Sebastian wore a breathing apparatus. Through the transparent shield, he spoke in a jarring tone. For many years, there has been a clear line between the lower class and the nobility in this country, with lineage and birth determining the future of each individual. Your Majesty, you have grown up in the slums of Posidonia and have seen the Atlanteans at the bottom. They repeat similar lives every day. When they see the aristocrats and nobles, they have to take the initiative to salute. They pay high taxes every day, every month, and every year, and bear the pressure of a hard life. The way upward is blocked, and the conflict between the nobles and the commoners grows fierce, but the submissiveness rooted in the bones of the Atlanteans keeps them docile. Sebastian Shaw spoke eloquently as if he were a trusted advisor to the king. Sitting on the throne, Nama nodded and felt deeply impressed. When he was very young, he fled to the slum with his mother and experienced the warmth of human kindness. He had a certain understanding of the lower class in Atlantis. A foreign war is the best way to shift the conflict. It can provide military merit so that civilians could see the hope of further promotion across the hierarchy. It can also help consolidate your Majesty's authority by winning one victory after another. Sebastian looked loyal and sincere on the surface, with a dim light in his eyes. As long as we can get rid of Superman, the Atlantis army will be invincible and can conquer the whole land world. When it came to Superman, Nama's chest ached a little. Then he thought of Neptune's trident that had been taken away. For a moment, the pleasant mood turned bad. "Mr. Shaw, you have a strong talent for absorbing energy. If you join hands with me, will we have a chance to defeat Superman?" Thinking for a while, Nama asked in a low voice. As Superman's defeated opponent, he knew very well that his opponent was among the top in strength, speed, and combat sense. He was no match when fighting alone. But when dealing with a land dweller, did he need to follow any rules? It would be wise to attack him together. In the Hellfire Club, the only one who could restrain Superman was Sebastian Shaw. Nama thought that if they worked together, they might have a winning chance. "Ahem, Your Majesty, I'm just a scientist. I'm not good at fighting." Feeling the look of anticipation from above, Sebastian looked calm and steady like an old dog on the surface, but he panicked. Having seen Luke crush Berlin's battleship class unilaterally and then beat Nama to the ground to the point of nearly dying, how could he still have the will to fight? The previous threat to teach Superman a lesson was just inflated inner rhetoric. Sebastian preferred to work hard to improve and wait until his abilities were further advanced before taking action to destroy the enemy himself in a sober state. The nuclear industry is being actively developed, and soon they will be able to build the first generation of nuclear reactors. In time, I will absorb the energy and make myself stronger. Sebastian, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "I believe that even Superman can't withstand the terrifying power of an atomic explosion. The nuclear industry is being actively developed, and soon they will be able to build the first generation of nuclear reactors. In time, I will absorb the energy and make myself stronger." Sebastian, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "I believe that even Superman couldn't withstand the terrifying power of an atomic explosion." Nama frowned, still not relaxed. He asked reluctantly, "Is there nothing we can do about Superman? The golden trident, the symbol of Atlantis kingship, is still in his hands, and if we can't get it back, sooner or later, more rebels will come forward. There are other means to do this." Sebastian pondered for a moment, hesitantly said, "Legend has it that the first mutant in history was named Apocalypse. His physical strength was so strong that he was once regarded as a deity. As the long years were too boring, Apocalypse fell into a deep sleep. If I can find his whereabouts and get the way to reach the end of the evolutionary path from the hand of this great god and break the restrictions of the mutant species, I may be able to defeat Superman." Sebastian said vaguely he didn't want to wake up the legendary mutant god. No one wanted to have a boss sitting on top of them. He just relayed the information on Apocalypse, only to temporarily calm Nama's agitated emotions. "Apocalypse?" Nama's eyes lit up slightly as if he had a plan. SHIELD Headquarters Building, Washington, D.C. Howard was busy in Lab No. 1. Chicken's nest like messy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes indicate that he hasn't been getting enough sleep. "So, is this what you got?" Luke said with his arms over his chest, looking at the model in front of him and frowning. "A smaller version of a nuclear reactor." "That's right. Although the Tesseract doesn't respond to my various stimulation methods, just like a goddess who stands high above me, never paying attention to the various ordinary pursuers, I am not without any gains." Howard looked tired but excited. He spoke in a fierce tone. "I wanted to use the magnetic constraint to realize nuclear fusion, to release the massive energy from the nuclear fusion reaction of the protium and deuterium contained in seawater under specific environmental and ultra-high temperature conditions. This is the inspiration given to me by the Tesseract. But I soon discovered that the magnetic field that binds the plasma, although not afraid of high temperatures, is very unstable. And plasma loses energy during the heating process. Howard paused, as if thirsty, and poured himself a glass of water. I'm the only one who can't understand what he's saying. Taking advantage of this gap, Captain America, who was standing on the sidelines, spoke up. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't participate in Howard's endless ramble. What nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement, plasma? It was all a big headache. Luke grimaced and laughed. I've specifically studied it, so I can probably understand what Howard meant. There are two main types of research on controlled thermonuclear fusion: inertial confinement fusion and magnetic confinement fusion. The former uses a high-intensity laser to irradiate deuterium and tritium targets quickly to achieve fusion. The latter uses a strong magnetic field to restrain charged particles, confining deuterium and tritium gas in a special magnetic container and heating it to hundreds of millions of Celsius to realize fusion reaction. Howard's main direction of attack is the second one. His design is somewhat similar to the tokamak device that would appear a few years into the future. It was an experimental program proposed by a Soviet scientist in the 1950s. After decades of work, the feasibility has been proven. He had to give it to him. Iron Man's father's vision and mind are ahead of the times. When did you show up, Rogers? Sorry, I didn't notice you at all just now. Howard waved his hand, completely ignoring the tall, strong pecs of Captain America. When doing research seriously, let alone Rogers' two big chest muscles, he wouldn't divert his attention even if a young girl was standing naked in front of him. The most he would say is, "Don't disturb my research for truth." Where were we? Oh yes, the controlled fusion project is so massive that we won't be able to get an answer for a while. So I decided to take the next best thing and do something easier and more challenging. Howard picked up where he left off and continued. And then, there you have it, the first-generation nuclear reactor. Putting it on a submarine would perfectly satisfy Ross Gunn's idea of atomic energy driving the machinery first to propel the ship. You fix the most critical core of a nuclear submarine in a few days. Luke patted Howard's shoulder and said with emotion, although you must have heard this many times before, I still have to say, Howard, you are a well-deserved genius. Hearing this compliment from Superman's mouth honestly satisfied my vanity like never before. Howard laughed, then hugged a pile of design drawings and a large stack of draft calculations to Rogers and said, let the mediocre scientists on the Atomic Energy Commission do their research. They can only look up to the glow of knowledge radiating from Howard's stock, and I'm going to sleep. Wait, as the first nuclear submarine, don't you want to give it a name? You're perfectly qualified to do so. Luke remembered. Ah, good idea. Let's call it the Nautilus. I like Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and I like Captain Nemo even more. Howard paused and answered. Then he walked into the lounge and slammed the door shut. Before long, the two men standing outside heard snoring. The guy is exhausted. Luke smiled and looked at the model of the nuclear reactor. He couldn't help thinking of Iron Man's arc reactor. It doesn't look too far away. Howard ran to sleep and refreshed himself. Luke packaged and sent the model of the nuclear reactor, as well as the design drawings and calculation drafts, to the Atomic Energy Commission. The guys at the Navy Department will be thrilled when they receive it. Admiral Hyman Rickover of the Bureau of Ships has long proposed that nuclear reactors be placed in submarines. In this way, the huge defect of poor endurance caused by electric propulsion could be avoided. The submarine can also be used as a missile launching pad, making it a deterrent weapon with an extremely important strategic role. The only problem is that there were various technical problems. As a result, this idea could only remain on paper for the time being. Luke knew very well that in 2 years, Admiral Rickover would get consent from the Atomic Energy Commission and the Navy Department. Appointed as the head of the Nuclear Power Department of the Bureau of Ships and the chief engineer of nuclear submarine engineering to start constructing nuclear submarines, the appearance of Atlantis and the presence of Howard only accelerated this period of history. I hope that Admiral Rickover will make a breakthrough sooner rather than later. Luke thought silently. By developing the technology to build the nuclear submarine, they had the leverage to negotiate with Atlantis. He did have a deliberate intention to indulge in this impending skirmish. The original intention was to increase the significance of Shild's voice and its status by taking advantage of Nama's threat and Atlanta's presence. Otherwise, if we want to get rid of the constraints of the Pentagon, we can only wait for the massive invasion of the fleet led by the Kree and the establishment of the World Security Council. That's too slow. Luke thought so. Even the President and the Pentagon treat Superman politely. But being in the center of power, the rules that bind an individual are always objective. Therefore, Luke wanted to take advantage of the emergence of Atlantis, regard this marine civilization as external pressure, and force those who are wary of him to take the initiative to open the heavy shackles on. And by the way, let politicians know the necessity of Superman's existence. The next problem to be solved is only the two unstable factors, Nama and Sebastian. Luke thought as he took Rogers into the elevator. Steve were fighting side by side this time. The first task is to solve Atlantis. Captain America put on the familiar stars and stripes uniform, carrying the vibranium shield that rarely leaves his hand. Luke found that both heroes and villains have strange fetishism. For example, Thor is particularly fond of swinging the hammer, and even though he later had the Stormbreaker, he still loved Mjolnir. Nama, the Sea King, is even more obsessed with the stolen golden trident. Like these people above, even after Captain America entered semi-retirement, the vibranium shield was cleaned every day and placed on the bedside while sleeping. When he wakes up early in the morning, he opens his eyes, and just by looking at it, Rogers would feel full of energy and motivation. Atlantis, their king is no match for you. We have the advantage in terms of strength. Rogers sat in the wide cushioned chair in the director's office and adjusted his posture a bit uncomfortably. This is much more comfortable than the sofa in my own home. Nama Mackenzie is no match for me. Luke nodded and admitted frankly. When you think about it carefully, it seems that Superman had beaten the Sea King in any studio. Even without himself, the big event of the Secret War, Nama will be killed by the other version of Superman, Hyperion, and the Squadron Supreme would destroy the whole country. Compared to now, only to be deprived of the beloved Golden Trident was much better. In the next studio, Superman has made an amazing move of moving Atlantis to the Sahara Desert. If Luke did the same, those blue skins living under the sea would have to go and accompany the Wakanda people. Two countries with the most developed scientific and technological strength, backward systems, and old ideas will one day become neighbors, and some interesting stories should happen. However, this is war. Luke collected his thoughts and said seriously, Nama won't be stupid enough to find me for fighting one-on-one. He has experienced a painful defeat. I believe he has calmed down and stopped holding on to the foolish idea that Atlantis is the first in the world and mutants are invincible. Rogers scratched his head and thought it was reasonable. Atlantis is not Berlin. If Superman directly flew over and hung Nama on a street lamp to end the war, killing a king will only arouse the hatred of the people at the bottom of the sea, thus expanding the scale of the war. Then what are we going to do? Rogers asked. You will know soon. Luke smiled meaningfully. He prepared a big gift for Sebastian Shaw. Boston Harbor. Silver Fox, wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of short boots, got out of the taxi. She is now a member of Task Force X under the jurisdiction of SHILD during this period. The team led by Wolverine and Sabretooth has been running around the world like firefighters. For example, go to Africa to collect a particular kind of metal minerals, or remove the remnants of Hydra. In a word, Task Force X became SHILD's sharp blade, and the results were outstanding, much to the satisfaction of the Pentagon generals. You haven't seen me. Now go back along the same road. After getting out of the car, Silver Fox patted the driver on the shoulder and said so. The middle-aged man with a beer belly suddenly had a blank look in his eyes, as if he was lost in thought. After a few seconds of hesitation, he nodded his head forcefully. After repeating Silver Fox's words, he drove away in his car. He didn't even ask for the fare. Warehouse 4. Silver Fox, who had been manipulating the cab driver's mind, took out a note from her pocket. She followed the address and found the meeting place. You are late. A graceful figure was standing there waiting. Sis, I heard that you became a lackey for humans. It is in your nature to betray your side in exchange for a stable life. Silver Fox frowned and spoke in an unfriendly manner. Emma, you sent me a message to meet me. Is it just to argue? If that's the case, then I can only say that you're still as naive as ever. The graceful figure in the Boston Harbor was none other than the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. She was wrapped in a black waterproof suit, carrying an art helmet that served as a breathing apparatus, and her hair was wet as if she had just finished swimming or surfing. Aha, I thought you would be more excited and happy to see your sister that you haven't seen in years. The White Queen hugged her arms around her chest. Her voice went cold. Emma, the White Queen, and Silver Fox, her sister, were born in a wealthy family in Boston and grew up with a silver spoon. However, being a young lady of a rich family wouldn't always lead to happiness, at least the White Queen didn't think so. Her father was a ruthless capitalist who never showed much affection for his family. As far as she remembers, the White Queen never went to an amusement park as a child and never received a single compliment. Moreover, the relationship between the parents wasn't good. There were often fights and arguments. Blame each other, find fault with each other, curse each other. It all filled the empty and cold luxury apartment. As we all know, family education will affect a person's character. Emma was rather withdrawn as a child, did not like to talk to others, and had very few friends. If there's one thing worse than having an incompetent father, it has an alcoholic, drug-addicted, cheating mother. Such a bad environment, living in it will only feel depressing. Therefore, Emma, whose heart was closed, awakened her mutant ability very early. Like Professor Baldheaded, she could read the thoughts of people around her, feel their emotions, guide and control them. Moreover, she can also shift into diamond form, making herself dazzling and surprisingly resistant. This was only discovered later. With her telepathy, Emma soon became one of the most popular girls in school, because everyone who talks to her is amazed at how well she understands them, as if they were friends from a lifetime ago. Even the little secrets and hobbies were clear. For Emma, this was a very pleasant and relaxing time. She had more and more friends at school and was deeply loved by teachers and classmates. Her grades were getting better and better, relying on mental ability to cheat. Gradually, Emma created a perfect girl image with excellent academic results. If the story goes on like this, the life of the White Queen would probably become a Mary Sue romance book. Unfortunately, happiness was often short-lived, followed by bad luck. Soon, Emma lost control. A large number of thoughts and emotions poured into her mind, causing her great distress. In addition, the occasional reading of other people's thoughts and entering the consciousness without mastering the strength lead to the target's unconsciousness or disordered thinking, resulting in impairment. With guilt and remorse tormenting her fragile heart, it didn't take long for Emma's life to turn into a mess. After a series of shocks and changes, she chose to leave her family in Boston and started to wander alone. Then Sebastian Shaw found her and invited her to join the Hellfire Club. I heard you left that cold place afterward, too. The corners of the White Queen's mouth tilted up with a slight smile and said, Tell me, dear sister, how did you feel when you discovered that you could sense the fluctuations of other people's thoughts and read those complex and changing emotions? Silver Fox was silent for a moment and whispered, Honestly, it was a terrible experience. It would make you lose faith in human beings, both men and women. I never knew before that Jenny, who often played with me, secretly envied me for having a rich dad, called me a little bitch, and spread rumors that I was having an affair with many boys. I didn't even know that Johnny, who looked so polite and refined, only wanted to get me into bed sooner, full of dirty and disgusting images, and to brag to others that he succeeded. Speaking of the past, Silver Fox looked at her sister, who had left home long ago, and said sincerely, Emma, I finally understand what you did before. You can tell me. Before becoming a mutant, did you understand the pain? The White Queen interrupted without courtesy and a cold expression on her face. Silver Fox is much better than her. It was difficult to control her abilities before. Once she masters them, it would cause big problems. The opponent's ability to tamper with consciousness through contact and psychological suggestion doesn't risk losing control. This is the end of today's episode of Nostalgia. After taking a few deep breaths and getting back to normal, the White Queen turned her head and said, "I invited you here today to inform you to leave SHIELD as soon as possible. In a week at most, Atlantis will launch a full-scale attack, starting with landing on the Atlantic coast. Superman is really powerful, but he can't stop Atlantis by himself. Those blue-skinned people on the seafloor, with advanced scientific and technological strength, have assembled a terrible army. Anyway, you should quit SHIELD. With a mutant identity, you won't be in any trouble even if Atlantis wins." The young White Queen warned with a serious face. Silver Fox thought about it for a long time and shook her head. The original intention to persuade her sister to give up the darkness and turn to the light had already disappeared. After all, both sides hold different opinions about who was in the right. "Then you're on your own." When the White Queen saw her sister hesitating and didn't answer, she left with these words. She was disappointed and angry with Kayla. Silver Fox, who was a mutant, but she couldn't see the way forward. If Atlantis and mutants join forces, why would it matter if Superman was strong? A single person wouldn't be able to resist a big tide. 40 minutes later, clicking heels sounded as Carter pushed open the door of the director's office. Silver Fox met her sister. The female agent threw a thick envelope on the table, and a stack of photos slipped out. Although some were vague, you could still see the figure and appearance of two people. "Bingo!" Luke, leaning back in his seat, snapped his fingers, looked at Rogers and said, "This is the surprise I was preparing for. Write a confidential report on today's meeting and then accidentally leak it out. Remember to add photos." Carter nodded. When she knew that Kayla, the Silver Fox, and the White Queen were sisters, she asked someone to spy on her. She was prepared to search for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club, but she didn't expect things to change so quickly. The current situation had risen from the contradiction between human beings and mutants to the small-scale war between the land world and marine civilization. Would Sebastian Shaw believe it? The White Queen, Emma Frost, is an important club member, second only to him. Carter asked hesitantly. "What's more, a few photos can't prove anything. It's enough to plant a seed of doubt. Sebastian Shaw's desire for power is extremely strong, and such ambitious people are often very paranoid." Luke tapped the table with his fingers and smiled. As long as he shows suspicion, he will naturally disagree with the White Queen. Through Kayla's persuasion, it may not be impossible to pull the other side into our camp when the time comes. As for whether it would work in the end, it doesn't matter, as long as it could disturb Sebastian Shaw. Carter thought for a moment, seemed to think it made sense, nodded, and said, "I'll do it right now. But what would be a more realistic way of leaking?" The list of spies in the FBI finds some Soviet people who have been exposed, but haven't been arrested. Since Leviathan and Red Room, both of whom are in contact with Hydra, I believe that they would also keep in touch with Sebastian Shaw. Luke replied without thinking much. "The management of SHIELD should be left to you." Carter smiled. It seems that the Major General was quite proficient in playing with this intelligence counter tactic. "Steve, is there something on my face? Why are you staring?" When Carter left the office, Luke found Rogers looking straight at him. Perhaps after losing Bucky, Captain America pinned his feelings on himself. Suddenly, various images kept surfacing in his mind, causing a chill to creep up on Luke's back. "You're playing dirty," Rogers lamented. He was as pure as a blank sheet of paper compared to Luke. After having a rather unpleasant conversation with her sister Silver Fox, the White Queen set off for Posidonia, the capital of Atlantis. As a member of the Hellfire Club, a compatriot of King Nama, she was given a shuttle submarine that only robed nobles could ride and travel freely under the deep sea. As Shaw said, the situation is very tense. When Atlantis and the land world are officially at war and exhaust each other, the mutants will be able to reap the benefits. The shuttle trailed a stream of waves around the dock and complex terrain underwater and arrived at the royal city of Posidonia over 2 hours later. The White Queen slowed down and was inspected by patrol guards. Through the semicircular window of the cockpit, she saw a large number of marine life gathering to form an orderly and strange team. The King of Atlantis was nominally the ruler of the 4 oceans and the master of the 7 seas. It isn't an exaggeration to say that millions or tens of millions of troops could be assembled with a single command. The land world wasn't united as an open palm, but Atlantis was like a clenched fist, with all its strength concentrated in one place. The White Queen remembered Sebastian Shaw's words with some deep thoughts. This blue planet, where life is nurtured, has far more oceans than land. The vast bodies of water, which covered about 70% of the Earth's surface area, are home to an untold number of marine life. After Atlantis sank and fell, the population dropped by 2/3, and only after 10,000 years of development did it return to its normal level. Their army wasn't big, and the so-called numerical advantage relied more on harnessing marine life. Living in the deep sea all year allowed Atlanteans to develop the ability to breathe underwater and to see at night. They have a natural affinity to sea creatures and carry an aura of +10 charisma. Those who are gifted will be able to communicate with them, ride with them, become sea knights, and join the King's Guard of Posidonia. Not only that, but the White Queen also learned that the collapse of Atlantis had left many of the original kingdoms scattered, forming tribal settlements, such as killer whales, seahorses, and hammerhead sharks, to name a few. These marine tribes, after several battles, now recognize the laws of Atlantis and obey the king's orders. Can one man stand up to a massive attack by a nation's army? The White Queen shook her head. It was because she couldn't see the possibility of the land world winning that she ventured to contact her sister in SHILD, hoping that the other party would leave the center of the storm. Has recently been rallying fellow members of the Hellfire Club, growing at an unprecedented rate. The other side also tried to feed the young mutants, who joined the group, a rather extreme racial narrative. It was almost as if he only changed a few keywords of the Third Reich's theory, then spat them back out. This made the White Queen feel a little worried, as she had disagreed with the extremist acts of racial extermination and genocide. I hope it doesn't come to that. Arriving at the ramp in the western part of Posidonia, the White Queen put on a strange helmet equipped with a breathing apparatus, opened the hatch, and stepped down. Shaw wants to see you. A young man with dyed red hair whistled as he walked by, wearing a waterproof suit and a breathing apparatus needed by land people. Pyro, a young mutant who can control flames. The White Queen glanced at the other and frowned slightly. Intuition told her that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Normally, when they see her, these newcomers would have a respectful attitude. In the Hellfire Club, the core members were named after chess pieces. For example, she is the Queen, and Sebastian Shaw is the King. A brat like Pyro isn't even qualified to be a pawn. How dare he talk to her in that frivolous tone? What is it? The White Queen asked rhetorically. I was out for a spin. I'm a little tired. If it's not something important, we'll talk about it later. I don't know. Shaw asked you to go there as soon as possible. Don't keep him waiting. The red-haired kid Rookie grinned playfully. The other party's answer made the White Queen even more suspicious. She doesn't have the moral integrity of the bald professor and doesn't mind reading other people's minds and invading their consciousness. Where did Emma go? Everyone stays in Atlantis during this time. Don't run around. Avoid exposing our position. Pyro, you go to the ramp to watch. When Emma comes back, tell her to come and see me. HMPH. She's too reckless sometimes. The White Queen looked back and withdrew from Pyro's mental world. Her intuition told her that there might be an even more serious problem, but by reading through Pyro's thoughts, nothing was found. Forget it, just see Shaw. The White Queen didn't bother to think much about her superior position in the Hellfire Club, except for Sebastian Shaw, who relied on a metal helmet that shields him from mental attacks and is immune to her powers. Most of the other mutants wouldn't be opponents of her psychic ability. Pyro said you wanted to see me. The White Queen strode into a magnificent and spacious chamber. Nama's trust in Sebastian Shaw grew, and he treated him like a mentor. This made many of the senior leaders of Atlantis unhappy, believing that the king had betrayed his kin and thrown himself into the arms of mutants.